Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Red actions drop, the room goes live. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. Two minds enter, one stance breaks. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. No warm up. No safety net, you showed up, now defend it. This is no prep debate. No, no, no. This is no prep debate. No, no, no. No prep.
All right, everybody, welcome to Nowhere Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a live no prep debate format built around one simple concept. All right, Rob is coming into this debate completely blind. He does not know the topic, he does not know who is debating until it is revealed live. All right, but the mystery debater does. They've had time to prepare, build arguments, gather their sources, and come in completely ready. All right, so once the redactions drop, there is no pause, no prep time, no warm up for Rob. The debate begins immediately. So here's how it works. We're going to roll the Who's That Debater reveal clip, bring our mystery debater onto the screen. They'll briefly introduce themselves, they'll state the prompt, and then go straight into a 10-minute opening statement. After that, Rob will give his own 10-minute opening statement completely off the cuff. Then we're going to move into moderated open floor discussion. This is going to aim for around 2 hours of total run time. But if both debaters want to continue after that, we're going to let it keep going. And once both sides are ready, we'll move into 5-minute closing statements. We do have a little bit of audience interaction built in. Any of the super chats and Rumble rants under $20 and under $20 will be highlighted, but those will be read by me at the end of the stream. 20 and up may be read live during the natural pauses in the debate, and obviously they have to pertain to the debate. If you just telling us how many toes you have, I'm not going to read it. And 50 and up will become a forced question. Obviously, it has to be to the debate, but if you send in 50 or up, both debaters are expected to address the question before we move on, if it pertains to the debate, though. All right, so just so you know. And then if time and energy allow after closings for both debaters, we may do some super chat Q&A if they are both up for it. So that's the format. There's no safety nets here, no excuses. All right, it's preparation versus instinct. And let's bring up our mystery debater.
Who's that debater?
Lethe,
Yo,
are you there?
He's intimidated. He's afraid to speak.
There
he
he
is.
is.
forgot to turn on the camera. What's good, y'all?
It's good to see you,
Welcome
man.
in.
Been a minute. I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Lethe Water Kai, your friendly neighborhood ex-panel host, moderate debater at this point, and usually chill dude to hang out with. Here to see what I can do about taking on Rob Noor today.
Let's go. Welcome to the show. And what is your prompt for us?
The prompt for today will be Trump's administration and family are the most corrupt in modern American history.
All right. Thank you for that. And if you want to get right into your opening statement, I'll let you know when you're a minute away from 10 minutes if you get to that far. And whenever you want to go ahead, the floor is yours.
Oh, I get the opening? Cool. All right. Political corruption is the abuse of entrusted power by government officials, politicians, or civil servants for illegitimate private gain. It undermines democratic processes, erodes public trust in institutions, and misallocates resources meant for the public good. The evidence-based, clear-cut corruption of the Trump family as well as associates have been documented through each of his administrations. Pay-for-play schemes, government contracts and defense deals, pardons and political appointments, and clear grift through cryptocurrency and merchandise are demonstrable and plentiful. The Pentagon approved a $620 million loan to Vulcan Elements, a startup linked to Trump Jr., after a White House staff got involved. Drone contracts from the U.S. Air Force to Powers, backed by Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, a commuted sentence to Shenping Zhao, founder of Binance, after Zhao engaged in actions that added billions to the Trump family's crypto wealth. Then we look at the ambassadorial nominations to the Kushner family, in the form of Charles Kushner serving as the U.S. ambassador to France and Monaco. We can look at Jared Kushner's personal gains in the form of a $2 billion investment to Affinity Partners from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, approved directly from the Crown Prince against the objections from the fund's internal advisors. Kushner having dual roles as special envoy for peace and private investor is a clear conflict of interest in foreign relations. Then we get to Donald Trump directly, whose net worth has gone from a contested $1 billion to over $6 billion during his time in office. And let's put that in perspective. To go from that amount when before that he was basically on an allowance. We are to believe a businessman who claimed 6 bankruptcies and has been put on allowance by lenders, all of a sudden hit his stride to become a multi-billionaire, and his position as president is just a coincidence? It couldn't possibly be from things like charging the Secret Service to stay in Mar-a-Lago, grifting with crypto to the tune of over $1 billion, which has lost investors a total of $3.8 billion to date. It couldn't be the hundreds of millions of dollars he's made from World Liberty Financial, which was co-founded by Trump and his sons. It definitely couldn't be the $21,000 security stock trades made personally by Trump in his first year back in office. Some made just before big announcements like tariffs, military strikes, and other situations going on in the world have been announced. It couldn't be from the millions of dollars people have donated to Trump's PAC to gain an audience with Trump personally and gain pardons and preferential treatment and contracts. If I were to elaborate more on the myriad cases of corruption, this statement would have to be at least an hour long. 2 weeks ago, Senator Chris Murphy outlined 500 days of corruption, and it took around 30 minutes to do so. And this only covers the current administration. He did another video, I want to say about a year ago, cataloging the first administration, which took about a half hour. When analyzing this debate, please keep in mind the preferential conditions. Would we rather have $9.2 trillion in debt with 11 million jobs created by Barack Obama with $70 million in personal wealth? $8.4 trillion in debt with 15.4 million jobs created by Joe Biden with $10 million of personal wealth? Well, keep in mind, Joe Biden was a 50-year-long social servant. He served for 50 years and only came out with $10 million, or $11.2 trillion in debt with negative 2 million jobs created by Donald Trump, with raising his net worth from $1 billion to $6 billion, gained by corruption and graft. There is no comparison to be made here. No other presidency and family is more demonstrably corrupt in modern American history. I am open to my opponent giving me an example of anything comparable in good faith. And with that, I end my time.
Muted, I believe.
It is a
Yes, I
speakeasy
am.
stream.
Yep.
I do it all the time,
Speakeasy
too.
stream without me doing that at least once. The dog came up out of nowhere. She shocked me. So I muted so she wouldn't bark. But thank you for that opening statement, Lethy. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start my timer up with your voice, and I'll let you know when you're a minute away from 10 minutes.
All right. Is it all right if I call you Kai or Lethy? What do you prefer?
Whatever's good for you.
Okay, I'll
Kai
go with
works.
Kai. That's one syllable. I'm lazy. That's easier.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you, Kai, for being here. Thanks for Speakeasy for hosting this. Incredible topic. Finally, it's a political topic on someone that's on the other side of me. So I very much appreciate it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. To start with, there's a couple terms that we're going to have to hash out, and I don't think there'll be a lot of disagreement here. But the idea of corruption, I think, is going to be very important. And there's a lot of what you said in your definition, which was basically abuse of power for illegitimate private gain. Well, I think that the devil's going to be in the details of what we mean by private gain there, because I would conclude that even if there is personal financial gain and we thought it was illegitimate or questionable, that level of corruption wouldn't be as bad as obtaining political power and personal power outside the scope of just financial gain. For example, your bank account may not go up very much, but if all of a sudden you get to call the shots on what specific laws are to enrich your friends and enrich your donors, that would still be a form of corruption. It's not just about the dollar amount, particularly in a world where we could see the inflation that we have and the currency being printed. So to say, oh, we label this ill-gotten gain at 1.1 billion, so therefore that's worse than this guy that, 40 years ago was 1 billion. I don't think that's the way to look at it. I think instead what we should look at is the overall corrupt system we have and how that corrupt system has sought to focus on outsiders, in particular Donald Trump, and keeping him from power. That system as a whole is far more corrupt than anything that's even alleged here, even if I accepted every single thing Kai said, which I don't, which would be an example of corruption from Trump. Basically, the argument would be that Trump's enriched his family through nepotism and himself to the tune of about $2 billion. But to start with, why would we only look at Trump's second term? Why not go back to his first term? Trump lost an estimated $1 billion in his first term as office. You heard that right. He is the rare politician that gets involved in politics and actually lost huge percentages of his net worth. Almost all other politicians, including specific people that he mentioned there, such as Obama or Biden, they gained tremendously. Trump came into office as a billionaire, and in his first term, he lost a bunch of money. Not only that, he lost his reputation. He was attacked personally. His livelihood was put in jeopardy. His life itself was put in jeopardy, both in the form of being targeted for bogus criminal investigations, which sought to take his freedom away, and assassination attempts that are so routine now that we forget they're happening on almost a monthly basis. See the latest drone attack that almost happened outside the UFC event at the White House, or before that, the press correspondence center, or the Butler event, or on his own Mar-a-Lago property, and the list goes on and on. So the idea that Trump has benefited financially, and therefore that must be for corruption and means he's the most corrupt, well, how would we look at that as a net? Sure, maybe he has in his second term, unlike the first term, benefited financially, but at what cost? Would it be worth you to go from $2 billion to $4 billion if your life's in jeopardy almost every month? Would it be worth it if your net worth has gone up because, in part, there was a bogus $500 million fine levied at you as you're running for office? Perhaps Trump's just keeping up with the Joneses. We know that insider trading is rampant throughout Congress and no doubt through executive branch as well. And I'm not saying it's a good thing or making excuses for Trump for any of these specific things. But what I'm saying is this is how the game's been played for a long time. What happens is people that dislike Trump, and I'll throw Kai in there for now, though I'm not sure, didn't have much all to say when we saw this corruption happening, administration after administration and congressperson after congressperson. But as soon as a billionaire gets in there who's a businessman and has billions of dollars of investments, and those investments start paying off, all of a sudden, oh my goodness, this is a terrible thing. Now, my knowledge of this is that Trump does have stocks, etc., but those are put in a trust for his family to deal with. Perhaps there's arguments that his family has a pre-knowledge of what's going on. I don't know. We could get into the details of exactly what he says. But it seems evident that if it was occurring in the first administration, didn't really benefit Trump, as it seems as if he lost money during his term. In addition to that, questions of nepotism, although could be something worth pointing out, many people think Kushner's done a tremendous job. I personally don't like the guy, but there are people that think he's qualified, including in sort of establishment Republican and Democratic circles. There's been vast amounts of nepotism, even more corrupt because they were off the books with previous administrations. For example, during the Obama administration, the bag man for the point person in Ukraine was Hunter Biden, who stood to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, basically working with corrupt foreign oligarchs from Russia or that were favorable to Russia. Not my words, that's Biden himself, his words. Then we had $1.1 billion of your tax dollars forced in a quid pro quo to fire the prosecutor that was looking into Biden's son. That's far more corrupt than everything that's been alleged here, because that's your tax dollars being used to force the firing of a prosecutor looking at the vice president's son. We see the Clinton Foundation and all the things that went there. Corruption shouldn't just be about the dollar amount, it should also be about the consequences. Part of the alleged corruption under the Clinton Foundation was that while Hillary was Secretary of State, 20% of our country's uranium was sold to who? What we're told by the very Democrats is our worst adversary, Russia. Meanwhile, around the same time that deal was going on and Hillary's team signed off on it, Bill Clinton himself personally met with Vladimir Putin and within weeks was given $500,000 by a Russian state-owned bank. This level of corruption staggering. Lest we forget Hunter Biden's artwork and how that just seemed to dry up as soon as he was no longer in, his family wasn't in political power, or Jim Biden and the connections, or how they are working with the spy chief of China. The list is nearly endless with these things. With Trump, some of the things they talk about are things like this. Well, what about his crypto schemes? And I think that we'll see from Kai that that's where they're going to claim the majority of the money came from. I'm not a big fan of crypto coins, etc., but it's hard to say that that's just corrupt. These were people that willingly got into that game and bought those meme coins, and it turns out that Trump's crypto investment there and other places seemed to gain. But it isn't exactly as a rug pull as other ones that we've seen. If you didn't like it, then you shouldn't have invested in it. I don't like it. I criticized it at the time, but I think that that's hardly, it's nowhere near as bad as, say, having the FBI spy on your political opponent using illegal FISA warrants, or trumping up charges such as campaign finance expenditures to creating new laws to make it go beyond the statute of limitations so that you can charge your opponent with 47 felonies to keep them off the ballot. Or having the Colorado court claiming that Trump engaged in an insurrection in order to keep him off the ballot there. Or having a special counsel in Jack Smith communicating with the Biden White House, mishandling classified evidence as they tried to charge Trump with mishandling classified evidence. Or piercing attorney-client privilege to go after all of Trump's attorneys, thereby setting the precedent that if you are a right-wing attorney and work with right-wingers, that you will be disbarred and have all this stuff occur to you. And the list goes on and on. Instead, we're going to have the party that cheers for billions of dollars going to corrupt Somalians that come on these like visas that they're allowed to stay here or temporary protected status, etc. Billions of dollars there. We're going to allow them to say, oh, but Trump's been personally enriched. Is not that a form of corruption? The GAO estimates, I believe, that it's something like $400 billion a year that's wasted in fraud and corruption. Trump's team's trying, regardless of what you think, to do something about this spending, critical of USAID and stopping the spending there, having Doge going after it. And all of the people that shout the loudest that Trump's corrupt, almost universally, they're against those attempts at looking into corruption and wasteful spending. So I'm more than happy to talk about the specifics. My 3 points would be that the corruption that you see that went after political power is far more than personal wealth. And we see that in the form of going after Trump in just the last two administrations, the Biden and Obama administration, far worse than anything Trump's done, even if he did personally enrich himself. Second, we can see that the Clinton Foundation and what happened with giving away uranium and other things such as that goal, what the foundation was doing and how blatant it was far more corrupt and staggering. And third, we can see with the Bidens and what they did with their bagmen going after oligarchs, using billions of your tax dollars to force the firing of prosecutors that were looking into their family. That too is more corrupt. I'll be interested to get into the specifics of the alleged corruption that we have here. Oftentimes what one person calls corrupt, another person just calls shrewd investment opportunities. But I'll be far from the person that says that Trump's without guilt. All you have to know is this: of all these people in Washington, the one person that's been investigated over and over and over and over and over again is Donald Trump. And as hundreds of billions of your tax dollars is wasted every year, every one of these smug pricks that call Trump corrupt has decided that they don't want to look into themselves, and instead they only want to point the finger at the one person that was a potential outsider. So that's my opening statement.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, that's going to be the opening statements concluded. From here, we're going to move into the open floor discussion. Like I said, we're aiming for around 2 hours total. And at that point, I'll check in, make sure see if the debaters want to continue or move into the closings. Mostly be staying out of everything unless things go too far off the rails or the talking over each other becomes unbearable for the audience. But with these two debaters, I don't see that happening. And quick reminder for the chat: so under $20 super chats and Rumble rants, these will these will be read by me at the end of the stream, but they will be highlighted throughout the stream. 20 and up may be read during natural pauses between the debaters if they pertain to the topic at hand, or especially if it's in the moment, it's something they're talking about. But a $50 super chat and up, if it's pertaining to the topic, this will be a forced question that the debaters are expected to address before moving on. With that said, open floor is yours, gentlemen. I'll start the timer back here, and I'll let you know when we're at the 2 hour mark.
Okay, Rob,
Can
I got a
we
question.
start with the idea of corruption? Is that fair? Just to start with how we would evaluate
so-
what's more corrupt?
I think I gave a pretty clear definition, and I think you kind of missed some of the things in the nuance of the definition. So
Okay,
it's the
yeah, that's fine.
abuse of power, of abuse of entrusted power by government officials, politicians, civil servants for illegitimate private gain, be it power, be it money, be it whatever the case may be, that undermines the democratic process, which, you know, I'll outline some of that as well, erodes public trust in institutions, like how people are saying, oh, because other politicians are corrupt, yada, yada, and misallocates resources meant for public good. Like all these are very necessary.
Real quick, there were three things there. It was undermines public trust. What were the other two?
Erodes public trust in institutions, misallocates resources meant for public good, and undermines the democratic process.
Misallocate resources. Okay. And undermines democratic process. All right. What democratic process?
Democratic process is like having auditors oversight and information that voters need to be able to vote, and things that undermine the ability for people to be in office and function within their jobs.
Okay. Fair enough. So if there's like a cover up so that the public can't see like specifics of something, you would say that would undermine, could be corruption to undermine
Absolutely.
the democratic process. I think the easiest way to get to, I'm not trying to be tricky. I'm not trying to be a prick like with semantics or anything. Maybe the easiest way to get into if we agree that certain things would be corruption is just give some examples. If I'm elected president or governor or senator, whatever, and I don't personally enrich myself, but my buddy I went to high school with, I give him a contract. I'm not enriching myself necessarily. Would that still be corrupt?
That would still be corrupt, yes.
Because it's not just about enriching my bank account or my wife or my sons. It could be my donors, it could be my friends, it could be my constituents, whatever it may be.
That's garnering favors that would undermine the democratic process.
Okay. And would you agree, and I'm not, again, this isn't a gotcha, would you agree it'll be difficult to maybe evaluate different forms of corruption because it's not just about a dollar amount?
That could be the case.
Like, for example, if I, as president, get a contract that enrich my son's $10 million and everyone agrees it is corrupt, but you as president throw me in prison so I can never run against you, which one would be more corrupt?
I think both would be pretty corrupt. I think throwing them in prison would be vastly more corrupt.
Yeah, I think we agree. Well, given that, if I could win that the lawfare against Trump was corrupt, wouldn't you say that the attempt to throw your chief political rival in prison is far more corrupt than some contracts that went to your family?
Well, I would need to see something showing that it was Biden that did this specifically, or somebody connected to Biden that did this specifically, and there was no crime that Donald Trump committed that got him in that position to begin with. Because he was still able to run. He got the felonies. He was still able to run.
Well, the second part totally makes sense. I have to prove it's corrupt, right? If he actually committed these crimes, then right? I agree with you there. That's fair. But the first part, why would I have to prove that Biden personally? Your claim was, if correct me if I'm wrong, that the Trump administration and or family is the most corrupt. So why couldn't I just prove it was the Biden administration?
No, by all means, that works as well.
So it doesn't have to be Joe Biden himself. In fact, I could argue Joe Biden was a human vegetable and he had people behind the scenes that were doing this. That would still be the Biden administration, correct?
That would still be the Biden administration.
Okay.
Correct.
Man, fair enough. Then I think that's a good place to start. Now, I think it would be good form, though, for me to allow you to have some offense here first. And why don't you said a lot of things in your opening statement, which is perfectly fine. Let's take one. What do you think's like the biggest example that you think's the most egregious example of Trump's corruption? Let's go through it a little and see if that's the case.
So I was going to ask, like, should a president separate public power from private profit?
Yeah, I think that they should. Sure.
Okay, so if people seeking, if Trump's administration was corruption prone because the presidential power remained financially entangled with his private businesses, would that be an issue?
It could be, not necessarily, but it could be. And the problem is that it's going to be difficult to know. Will you agree with this? Trump's argument against this is a blind trust. I don't have any impact on it. Like my family's running it.
Yeah, as far as I understand, he's not utilized the blind trust and has had access to the money and is just not efficacious in any way. And he's also been
your
using...
argument is Trump has access to his investments now?
Right. He's been doing stock trades. That's transparent at this point. So he has access to that money. He's making deals. He's making trades. But he's also, and this is the primary thing, using his position and offering people to get an audience with him for money.
Now, wait, let's start with the first one. Do you have any proof that he specifically directing those trades himself? Because his argument is that's not the case. He said that it's outside people running. Look, he could be full of shit. I'm just saying, where's your proof? You made a statement. Okay, Trump's made a counter statement. I haven't looked into this heavily, I have to admit. So, like, where's your proof that Trump himself is directing the trades?
So in the case of his actual stock trades, they tend to come before actual events happen. So when you're looking at this, he's got probably stockbrokers that work with him, things like that. He's directing these trades. He's letting them know where these trades go.
So your argument is just quite simply, you don't have any proof. You're just saying because there's been serendipitous gains, right? Like, for example, Trump will have stock in NVIDIA 3 days before he makes some announcement on NVIDIA. That's proof that Trump is directing those trades?
For the most part, he does have some say in what his advisors do in regards to his stock trades.
But that's what I'm saying. Look, I want to be clear. I'm not shitting on this too much because obviously I don't think either of us have super high connections like to government officials or any stuff like that. Though I was mentioned on Joe Rogan, just throwing that out there.
Well played.
But,
well played.
But I just was wondering, like, do you have an article that's like, oh, we have emails from Trump talking to his stock advisors, or is it just speculation? Look, there's enough circumstantial evidence to suggest that Trump probably is communicating to these people. That's all I'm asking, just what the proof is as we get started here.
Yeah, there's a few sources. So you have the oversight from oversighthouse.gov, oversightdemocratshouse.gov. You have where's the other one?
I mean, I know this isn't the best forum to question the source, but the same House Democrats oversights that said that Trump was a pawn of Vladimir Putin, that is said that he was engaged in an insurrection and all this stuff over and over. I mean, I'm not going to just take their word for it. Now, if they could provide evidence, I'm willing to look at it.
So there's no way to absolutely prove that his hands are on each of these things. It's the timing and coincidence of these particular stocks being bought and sold during moments in which big announcements are being done. Like when the tariffs went down.
That's what I was going to say. Like a specific example.
When Iran was being attacked, there were stock trades.
Let's take one. So when the tariffs came down, so Trump announces, hey, we're now going to lower tariffs against this particular European country. You think there were suspicious trades like in the lead up to that, a couple days before that or something?
Right.
Do they have numbers or anything that we could look at?
So
Like to
Trump
get a value of,
discloses 327 unreported stock trades made a day before his first tariff pause.
okay, so 327 trades made the day before his first tariff pause.
Unreported stock trades, not counting his
Unreported.
regular.
How many stock trades does he make on average a day from his portfolio?
That I don't
Is that
have an
like out
answer
of the
for.
ordinary?
That I don't have an answer for.
Like, for example, if I made 327 stock trades in a day, you'd be like, something's going on. This dude's never traded a stock in his life. But maybe a billionaire real estate mogul, I don't know. Are they making that many trades on average a day?
So
I honestly don't know.
Just checking, according to his investment accounts, averaged about 40 to 60 stock trades per day.
Okay.
Per market day.
So then it'd be fair to say it was about 5 times more than a normal day.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that. Look, I'm not going to say that there's not smoke there. That's not worth raising an eyebrow. I agree with you there. But I mean, come on. I don't know that this is proof of massive corruption, that a guy that's on average trading 60 stocks a day traded 300, and we don't have any evidence that he's directing it. Have there been any days where there's been an announcement and we look back 3 days before and his stocks were the opposite way? Where it was like, oh shit, his team bought stocks that lost money. I don't know.
That's reasonable.
Because
So-
what we could do is you could probably do this with pretty much any politician. Just if, let's assume that me and you are politicians, and we all know, everyone watching knows, me and Kai'd never be corrupt, I assure you. But it could be that, you know, maybe we're on the Armed Services Committee and we just happen to have the same financial consultant. He's like, I don't know, I think that Lockheed Martin's looking good right now. So me and you both buy, like, you know, an extra $20,000 in Lockheed Martin stocks, or our portfolio does. And then 3 days later, we're sitting on the Armed Services Committee and it's like, yeah, we're ordering new missiles from Lockheed Martin, but we didn't do anything corrupt. It just so happened. That's possible if you look over our entire tenure of like a 2-year period, that could have happened once or twice. If it's happening over and over, we would agree, like, wait a minute, that there's a pattern here. But you would agree with me that just taking a one slice, it'd be hard to use that as indicative. Is that fair? Would you agree with that?
If this was the only instance, I could say maybe this was just a coincidence, although it seems like a pretty strong coincidence that
Okay,
the day before this happens, he makes a large amount of stock trades in relevance to what the tariffs are going to be doing. He's the one citing the tariffs and making the announcement. So I would say that would be insider trading.
Okay, I will. Now listen, what I'll say is, all I'm doing is setting the groundwork that I don't think that this on its own is proof, right? And we could get to other instances. How much money on these 327 trades did he end up making? Does it give us like a figure? Was it like he made like $500 million, or was it like he made 20,000?
So that would be, let me pull that back up.
And I just want to be clear here, Kai. By the way, I've always enjoyed my conversation. I'm asking these questions part of a debate, and also because I don't fucking know. So it's, you know,
No, I completely
I
understand.
am listening to you. I just don't know.
So 387. Trying to
And
find
if you don't
it.
have that, that's fine. But I just,
I don't have the exact amount. I don't know what they were worth. I know he didn't lose money on those, but let me see if I can grab that.
Does this sound fair? I'm looking at Yahoo Finances, and it says there is an estimate that he made as much as 600 million to 1.86 billion in securities trade, 21,000 securities trade. That's from Yahoo Finance. Would you say that's probably? I mean, that's a fucking lot of money. 1.86 billion.
That's a fair amount of money.
Okay, so we could say that that's roughly, that's at least in the ballpark of what you're suggesting, 600 million to 1.86 billion. But to be clear, none of that's been definitively proven. It just says that he's made 21,000 security trades. It was somewhere between 600 million to 1.86 billion. Many transactions involve large companies that have business with the federal government. He averaged 85 trades per day. Just 10 days account for a quarter of all the trades executed in 2025. Let's see.
Yeah, he bought
He says
stocks of
purposely
Apple,
his
Alphabet, Amazon, Microsoft, and Nvidia.
He says, I never speak to the people that run my money, but they're at big institutions and they invest in whatever they invest in. Trump said at Joint Base Andrews before departing for North Carolina, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Eric Trump, who's in charge of the portfolio, he claims, says to suggest that individual stocks are being bought or sold at the discretion of any member of the Trump family would be a lie and blatantly false. He's top holdings: Apple, Nvidia, Broadcom, Microsoft, and Tesla. They are mainstays of the S&P. Though the volume of the transactions were large, the value of about half of them fell within the lowest range. There may have been even more trades. Trump reported 15,000 and change purchases and 5,700 sales. There's been some volatility. I don't know. Let's say this. I'm going to have to say that without delving into this, all I could do is say I've heard over and over about Trump's corruption, and hearing people talk about Trump's corruption again, unless I see definitive proof, it's hard for me to say absolutely it occurred. But for the sake of this argument, I'll say this. I think that people like you have every right to question this. Like, you should question any politician that's making large amounts of money. So for the sake of this argument, let's say that I concede that Trump he knows that something's going to come up, and whether he's telling his portfolio managers or they're just in the know somehow, they're investing and Trump's making big amounts of money, and he made like 1.5 billion. For the sake of argument, can we say that? You would say that would be enough to prove that he's the most
I don't think it was that much. That came from mostly the crypto. So like I would say the stock trades are a bolstering factor. The crypto would be the huge factor of showing massive corruption.
Give an estimate of how much money that you think that Trump has profited in his second term here. I don't know if you said that in your first. I'm looking.
Well, he went from about 1 billion because originally when he was running for office, his net worth was very well contested. So he was claiming he was worth upwards of 9-10 billion, which we know now more than likely wasn't the case. You're saying he lost money, which by the end of his administration, he was at about 3.5 billion.
So what I'm reading, this is just what I'm reading, and I have to plead, I hope you understand this. By no means am I saying this definitive. I'm just looking it up here. So I'm looking at places like Forbes. It looks like what they're claiming is that Trump entered in the 2024 election with anywhere between 2.3 and 4.3 billion. And in 2026, he's worth 6 to 7.3 billion. So if we take the lowest estimate of he had 2.3 billion and the lowest estimate of what he's worth now, 6, it's very similar to the highest and the highest. So basically he's gained, we'll say roughly doubled his net worth, about $3 billion. Is it fair?
That's fair.
Now, it's a terrible source, but it's just what I'm finding. Wikipedia claims, which I might as well not even speak, but it's just what I'm finding right now. It's claiming that it's basically his crypto ventures that were his biggest source, and that he possibly made $2.3 billion in the crypto ventures. So most of that we might not like, but it's hard to say that's corrupt, right?
I would say that is definitely a sign of insider trading. But like, do you understand how LLCs work, correct? Crypto? Oh yeah, for sure.
So give me an example of how it works. Like Trump's about to pass some law on crypto, so he invests in crypto.
Oh no, the crypto is a different type of insider trading going on there. So
yeah, but that's what if the vast majority of his money came from crypto, I'm asking what was the corruption there?
The corruption with the crypto, this is the biggest problem, is that when you when people buy the crypto, it's completely shadowed. You can't see who's buying the crypto. So it becomes an unadulterated faucet of money coming in from any donor that wants to give money to gain favor with Trump, which includes contracts, pardons, which he's given a great deal of pardons. He even pardoned Jinping Zhao who was the person that helped him start the crypto business. He holds a stake in the crypto business along with his sons.
Mhm.
So all that money in each sale of crypto is coming to his pocket and his family's pocket.
Okay, so the argument's just then that this is a way for people to give money to the Trump administration for like pay for play.
Exactly.
Okay. This is very similar to like the Clinton Foundation.
Sure. I don't know that the Clinton Foundation did anything like having a crypto coin or even made nearly as much money as this particular family has, or has given out contracts at the same level that this family has, or pardons.
What
But
happened?
please enlighten me.
What happened with the Clinton Foundation was they were supposedly like doing all these charitable works around the world, like we're going to help fight AIDS in Africa, things like that. So wealthy business people would donate to the Clinton Foundation, and then they would get access to Hillary Clinton. And this was known. And it's further circumstantial evidence to prove this is what was going on. As soon as Hillary didn't win the 2016 presidential election, all of a sudden, most of these donos dried up. And it was predictably people donating. It's very similar to the Bidens, Hunter Biden's art projects, right? Where there were these donors buying Hunter Biden's, modest art pieces for $100,000, et cetera. And then it was turning out these were people that were having meetings, et cetera, with Joe Biden. The problem is, what happens is, I don't necessarily like this, but this is now the norm. And no one spoke up when it was happening. By the way, Republicans have done this as well. There's all these backhanded ways. Book sales are another one. You see all these politicians, right, that get these book deals that are making like $1 million on a book deal to sell a damn book that no one reads. So there's infinite ways in which people are getting access to our politicians. I don't like it, but the problem is this is just, if at best, if I take everything you're saying at face value, this is just Trump continuing Washington as it's been played. I think this pales the financial gains that you would say. And again, you can see this. Trump actually lost money his first term in office. You'll concede that, right?
Initially lost money. He came out ahead by the end of the administration. Most of the
Did
money he did actually come out ahead or broke even.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know that that's the
I believe he was
case.
at about 3.5 billion when he left office for the first his first term.
I have from CNN when he came into office. This is CNN, September 9th, 2020. Donald Trump is a lot less rich today than when he was elected president, from Chris Cizilla. President Trump said in October, being president's costing him money. Whether I lost 2 billion, 5 billion or less, it doesn't make a difference. In 2016, he was worth 3.7 billion, according to Forbes. That jumped to 3.1 in 2017. Then it dropped to 2.5. That's a $600 million decline. It dropped him from the 275th richest person to 352nd, a drop of 77 spots. Now he's worth 2.5 billion. So according to CNN and Chris Cizilla, referencing Forbes, he came into office with 3.7 billion and left with 2.5 billion. So that's roughly, I'm just doing some quick math in my head. He lost 25%, 30% of his worth.
Could be the case. Again, there's like disparate sourcing on this. I'm seeing in some places it fell by 700 million. I'm seeing in others 1.1 billion. Like I said, his net worth was kind of spotty in his first administration. So yeah. I'm leaning at he broke about even. Maybe he lost a little bit. Sure. But when it comes down to this crypto, that's really what I want to nail into. Like you mentioned the Clinton Foundation.
I promise.
I want to ask a question.
Real quick, can I just say this, just to put a bow on this?
Sure.
It depends. We'll admit that these estimates are all over the place. So depending on what we look like, Forbes had him in March of 2016 at 4.5 billion. If we're looking at when he started to get into politics until now, if Forbes is right that he entered with 4.5 billion and the estimates now have him between 6 and 7 billion, I mean, he probably would have made more money never entering politics, given how high the stock market's gone, if he never entered politics. You would agree with that, right?
I absolutely would not agree with that, and I mentioned that in my opening. He was a horrendously bad businessman before he entered politics. Most of his money was primarily made from doing The Apprentice. So he was floundering in his business dealings until The Apprentice. He was actually put on an allowance. But I don't really want to get into that right now.
I think he could have continued to. Also, I'm saying
it's possible.
the the trajectory of money he was making, it's entirely possible, given the gains that we saw in the stock market and how much money people were making over that period of time, hand over fist, that Trump probably could have made at least what he did, if not more, in addition to having entertainment options like movies, Apprentice, etc. So I don't know. It sounds like big numbers, but it's like, yeah, multi-billionaire. His fortunes have gone up and down financially since he's been president, when they were trending upwards when he wasn't president.
Yeah, I just don't see him making
But let's
$2
do
to
the
$3
crypto
billion
thing.
dollars. But
Oh,
this is what I wanted to ask in comparison, because you're talking about the Clinton Foundation. The Clinton Foundation was technically legit. Everything was transparent. So all the money, any donors that went into the Clinton Foundation, you knew who was spending that money. Whereas with crypto, you don't know who's putting in that money.
But that doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. For example, the people that are putting money into the Clinton Foundation are not allowed to give financial donations to a campaign, correct? It has to be something separate.
Yes, but I
You
would
agree
hope
with that,
that
right?
we would know who was actually.
But then when we see example after example, oh, I just gave $5 million to Hillary's AIDS Foundation in Africa, and I just so happened to then get a private dinner with her. Just because it was public that you donated that money to the Clinton Foundation, that doesn't make it any less corrupt.
So I would need to see some instance of contracts that were given or what preferential treatment was given based on them getting a dinner with Hillary for donating to the foundation.
Okay, so we could look some of that up, but the point is, right, like, when we're looking at the scale of it, when we see that this has happened all through Washington, and I think you would agree with that, both insider trading and pay for play, that's pretty much the norm. You would agree with that, right? Maybe
would
not to
hope-
the level you're saying of Trump.
Well, this
but-
is the problem. I think this erodes public trust, and like minor corruption versus major corruption of an entire administration and family is something we shouldn't normalize. And this is my problem with this. If he did a few screwy deals, I could probably hand wave that and just say, hey, that's just going to happen sometimes. I don't like it. I don't like that the Clintons did this. I don't like that the Bidens did certain things. Like, I don't like that Hunter Biden was able to ride off of his father's name to get jobs he probably shouldn't have had in countries that are, you know, in one way in conflict with America. I don't appreciate that. But it's not to this level. And we can actually track these things back. So if you look at the
Okay.
donors, it's public.
So let's just, this is, again, I beg you to understand, I'm looking this up in real time, and so we could further look up, and that
Well,
won't
this
be
is no
true.
prep. I'm not
But
trying to
I'm
press you
sa-
too hard on
Yeah,
this.
yeah. I think we both understand we're doing a similar thing here when we're asking questions. Uranium One deal with the Clinton Foundation. I already talked about that. Bill Clinton selling 20% of the United States uranium while she was Secretary of State to Russia, one of our biggest adversaries. Bill Clinton got $500,000 personally at 2 weeks after meeting with Vladimir Putin. In addition to that, the chairman's family foundation donated $2.35 million to the Clinton Foundation. Bill Clinton received $500,000 from a Moscow speech. Second would be an Associated Press analysis found that at least 85 of the 154 private individuals or entities Hillary Clinton met or spoke with the Secretary of State donated to the Clinton Foundation, totaling roughly $156 million. The Haiti earthquake aid. After 2010, Clinton Foundation donors allegedly received preferential treatment in contracts and aid distribution. Critics claim friends of Bill got priority, and there was alleged billions of dollars stolen out of Haiti. The foundation accepted millions from foreign governments, such as Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, while Hillary oversaw U.S. foreign policy. Examples include arms deal or other approvals coinciding with donations. A 2009 memorandum of understanding aimed to limit this, but critics say it was ineffective. In fact, if I remember, the UAE personally gave her like some crazy ruby necklace. It was like $125,000 or something like that. Then we have the Raj Fernando appointment. Clinton Foundation donor who donated between $100,000 and $250,000 was appointed to the State Department's Internal Security Advisory Board despite not having qualifications. The request came directly from Hillary. So this shit is the norm. Same, you could look at Obama. Same shit was going on there. You could look at the Biden administration. Same shit was going on there. The problem is the collapse in faith of these institutions started well before Donald Trump. So if we're looking at corruption as collapse in faith of institutions, you would have to say that the majority of that collapse happened before Trump. Trump is the symptom of the problem. That's why Trump was elected, because the collapse in faith of the institutions. Therefore, wouldn't you acknowledge that the corruption was worse beforehand that led, if anything, Trump's just keeping up with the Joneses? If that's your metric, collapse in faith.
Oh, I'm not going to act like there wasn't some measure of corruption beforehand. I'm willing to concede that. That's not a problem. But when you look at the Clintons since '01, the Clintons up to 2015 collected about 35 million, so on and so forth from financial businesses,
No.
speaking
That's
deals,
them. That's not their
personal.
foundation, though. That's their personal, right? Now, we
Right.
would acknowledge a foundation, like maybe I, from my foundation, make $30 million over 10 years. But if that foundation turns over $2 billion that goes to my friends, my families, my donors, we wouldn't just look at the 2 million I made, right?
Oh, of course not. That's why I'm saying that while there was corruption there and some money got divvied around in some places through the Clinton Foundation, possibly I would really need to look into this. Trump's way more corrupt than anything we've ever seen before on a scale
I don't.
magnitudes beyond.
I don't, especially, I don't think you've proven that case, particularly when looking this, when we're looking at the dude was worth potentially 4.5 million when he started politics in 2016, and now he's worth 6 billion, right? And he lost money in his first administration. And I think that you've already conceded that it would be worse to do things other than just financially profit. And so now I think I've given you a lot of time on your offense. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk about some of the things that I think were examples of more corrupt things. The first would be when it comes to, I want to focus on the three issues you talked about. Undermining public trust. I think that public trust was largely undermined by all sorts of things, far more, which would be indicative that they were more corrupt. Would you agree a corrupt action that undermines public trust huge amounts is worse than one that personally enriched someone but didn't undermine it as much?
If proven and not just speculated on, yes, absolutely.
Okay. How about, let's just take one specifically, Dr. Fauci and the undermining of public trust that he's done in the medical community.
And in what way did Fauci undermine public trust in the medical community?
Well, he lied about being at the NIH when they funded gain of function for the Wuhan lab. We saw that Peter Daszak, that was the person that was making money for that, was the author of the Nature magazine article that immediately came out that 47 people signed on to that said that there was no possible way it came from a Wuhan lab. Now, they use that, by the way, to censor people, individuals online, to censor them. So in places like Facebook, you would literally be banned or your messages removed at least if you said that it came from a Wuhan lab. And now we have we have at least one intel agent saying, yeah, it's most likely that it came from a Wuhan lab. Roughly half the country now has no fucking faith in the medical community because of the actions that occurred through Fauci and company, and then further were exacerbated under the Biden administration under COVID. That by far did more to ruin people's trust in our institutions than anything Trump's done.
So I have to ask, in regards to any information that we have about the virus, the efficacy of anything that was done to treat the virus, all this other information, was anything damaging to the people in the process of this situation?
What do you mean damaging to the people?
So in the fact that there was a virus, we know there was a virus. We're not necessarily sure, although there's some strong speculation as to where the virus came from. We say there's no gain of function research, or there was gain of function research, which I think gain of function research is a good thing to understand, like what the transmissibility is. So I think that's a good thing. Fauci saying what they did didn't fall under gain of function. NIH is saying they were doing gain of function. In what way did this harm the people?
Well, one, it harmed the people in that they no longer trust the institution, which you said is one of the big things that's a hallmark of corruption. You won't deny that millions of people no longer trust not just the medical institution, but also this was a black pill for them for trusting all sorts of institutions.
Well, this is what I don't understand. How does this undermine the trust in the medical institution if he just didn't say he worked for gain of function in NIH?
By lying about funding an institution that our intel communities are now saying created the virus? You're asking me how that undermined faith?
If there was a virus, and we know there's a virus, it's a dangerous virus, it's going to be spreading all over the globe, whether or not he worked for NIH doing gain of function, this doesn't prove that he actually caused the virus to happen. So I don't see how this actually harmed people's faith.
But that's not what's necessary for this to be corrupt. Like, for example, let's say that I was Dr. Fauci, right? And I'm funding the Wuhan virus. And let's say I personally believe it didn't come from Wuhan, right? And I lie about it because I know if people find out that the United States and myself were funding gain of function on coronaviruses, that even if I personally believe that's not where it came from, only to later be overruled by intel agents, well, therefore it's not corrupt then because I didn't create the virus. You're still lying in a way. Do you think that the American people would have trusted Fauci as much if he came out immediately and said, yeah, look, there's a good chance that it came from this lab. And yes, I was at the NIH when I approved funding for gain of function research there. You think that the American people would have trusted him less?
I don't think they would have trusted him any more or any less, honestly.
Oh, I totally disagree. In addition to that, we can see that it was an intentional cover-up. So, for example, one of Fauci's assistants was a guy by the name of David Morenz. He's now been charged with conspiracy against the United States, destruction and alteration or falsification of records in a federal investigation. He was using his personal email account and was emailing about how intentionally to avoid Freedom of Information Act requests. So they were purposely misspelling words, purposely using like abbreviations, etc. That because they knew that eventually the American people would have a right to see these documents. And so they were purposely misleading in their private communications because they were talking about how they knew that it was possible that this was man-made and that gain of function created, etc. This is no doubt corrupt, and it's no doubt been far more damaging. And that's before we even get into like the actual damage that was done by some of the recommendations of Fauci. For example, locking down children that were at almost no risk had almost irreparable harm to them. Not only did it cause them to sit back educationally, but also with physical health, mental health, and the studies are prolific, that it was a huge mistake. This corruption of the people that were just making these declarations, we actually have articles in the United Kingdom where we have scientists coming out saying, we apologize. We were lying to scare the shit out of you because we thought it was a public good, but it turns out we were wrong and we caused harm. So these things far more corrupt when it comes to eroding public. That's just one issue. How about the Iraq War?
Well, let's stick this. We can get to the Iraq War next. So this is something that's not going to be popular that I'm going to say. This is one of the few things I actually appreciated the Trump administration for, which was Project Warp Speed and the work that he did when he finally started actually working on the coronavirus. As Fauci, during this time period, while you're saying he lied, was working for the Trump administration. And it's still not completely clear that he lied about gain of function. That's a contested fact, and there's no proof one way or the other. So if there was any erosion of trust, it was based on the media and the people putting out false information while not having the actual facts at hand. So in this case, we'll be blaming the Trump administration for any corruption that happened in regards to what happened with the whole coronavirus situation.
But I turn that to you. You haven't given me definitive proof of Trump's financial disclosures, meaning that he's corrupt. Instead, you parrot what the Democrats are saying. So I turn it to you. I say your entire debate here is eroding trust in the Trump administration without you having definitive proof. I have more proof that Dr. Fauci was being misleading based on the emails we see, based on the actual criminal indictment of his assistants, than you have of Trump doing anything criminal.
So there's
how are you without definitive proof? You acknowledge you don't have definitive proof of Trump's illegalities in these things, correct?
So when it comes down to illegality, it is legal for him to do stock trades. It's unfortunate that he's using insider trading to do so and bolstering himself on
No. Insider trading would be illegal.
Yes, insider trading would be illegal, and it's clear that he's doing insider trading.
Do you have proof of his illegality?
I mean, I'm literally showing it to you. Do you want to see more proof?
No, you're not. You're talking about speculation and circumstantial evidence. That's not proof. I have just as much, if not more, with Dr. Fauci. And you're like, yeah, but we shouldn't count that with Fauci. It's not Fauci that eroded trust. It's the people calling out Fauci that eroded trust. I'll say the same then. It's not Trump that eroded trust. It's people like you calling him out that are eroding trust. If you would have never opened your mouth, then no one would have been distrusting. You see how absurd that sounds?
So let me go ahead and pull this up for you, because you're looking for basically disclosures of Trump stocks.
No, the disclosure doesn't prove that he did anything illegal.
Well, it's looking at the time frames, and the time frames he's doing more trading during times in which he's making legislation and decisions. It's pretty much open corruption. That is definite. That's proof.
But I'm more willing to accept it, and I think I was generous when you brought this up until you go the exact opposite direction with Dr. Fauci. You're like, well, technically it hasn't been proven, and it's the people that have spoken up against it that are the real problem. Well, if you're going to do that, I'll play the same game when it comes to your claims of Trump corruption.
Well, I'm
Same
saying
thing.
there's no substantial evidence that there is actually a lie there. That's my problem.
Has
So if you're stating there's
Di-
a lie there when there's no proof that there's a lie there, this is a conflation.
it is an intentional misleading, saying there wasn't gain of function, and then saying,
This morning,
well,
new
I'm using a
scrutiny on the
proprietary
president's
definition
personal-
of gain of function that most people don't use. Yes, technically, the definition of gain of function that most people use, we were doing that. But when I said over and over we weren't doing that, I meant my own personal definition. Furthermore, would you concede this? That one good metric we could see, it's not the end all be all, but one good metric to see if there's a crime, which is necessary for corruption, you would agree, right? When it comes to these financial businesses.
I would think so.
Okay. One good metric would be, have people been charged criminally?
In the case of Trump, no, unfortunately. Well, some have been
Okay, how
charged
about-
criminally, but
How about,
Not enough.
okay, so no one in Trump's administration or his orbit really has been charged criminally for this. How about with Fauci's orbit? Yes, Morenz has been charged. We have the proof.
so was he ever convicted?
I believe the trial has not occurred yet, but he has been charged.
Yeah, you can get charged. I need to see a conviction on that.
Okay, so assuming he gets convicted, then you would come back and say, my mistake, Trump wasn't the most corrupt?
No, I definitely wouldn't say he wasn't the most corrupt. I would just say there's
see,
other
so
corruption.
It's irrelevant. Right. The distrust that came as a result of COVID and things like this is far more substantial in creating distrust in our institutions. How about the Iraq War?
Okay, so what's your point about the Iraq War?
Don't you think that people claiming that we were lied into Iraq, regardless if you believe we were or not, don't you think that created an incredible amount of distrust in our institutions?
I would say so.
Okay, I think that it was worse than anything Trump's done.
No, definitely not worse than anything Trump's done.
I completely
Unfortunately.
disagree. So what would be worse? Let's say that Trump enriched himself to the tune of $2 billion. Would that be worse than lying us into a war that killed hundreds of thousands of people?
So in the case that the Iraq War happened, there was reasonability to go to war, not with necessarily Iraq, unfortunately, but what happened in Afghanistan makes sense.
I mean, again, like it seems to be moving the goalpost. If I was to talk to many lefties, they would say Bush lied, people died. How do we evaluate? Is lying someone into war? Fuck, you could say Trump's corrupt, lying us into the Iran war if you wanted. That's fine, right? But my question is, how do we evaluate that? Because I could look at all sorts of. What about Libya? What about during the Obama administration being lied into deposing Gaddafi in Libya, which now has open air slave markets? Was
And
that
that is
corrupt?
actually one of the few things that I fault the Obama administration for and don't appreciate in one way, shape, or form. Same thing goes when it comes down to the Iraq War. I think there was decent belief that Saddam was funding the Taliban and funding what happened for 9/11. We can't prove that. Unfortunately, that's what happened, but there was reasonable cause to go to war. Whereas in the case of Iran, which all of America and multiple countries have hurt from this now, there was absolutely no precept for war. There was no clear grounds to attack Iran, and there's been multiple different answers as to why, and they've enriched themselves
This is
off of
this
it.
is rewriting history. There is at least as much reason to suggest going into Iran as there wasn't going into Iraq or going into Libya or going into all these other places.
Do
It's
tell. I
certainly
want to know
true.
what it was. Like, why did we need to go into Iran?
Did Iran admit that they still had that they were enriching uranium?
Yes, but not to weapons grade. They had no weapons
Okay.
grade uranium.
Okay, they didn't yet, but they enriched beyond the point that people would need for their general energy needs.
Possibly. We can't prove that
Okay.
because we pulled out of the
Okay.
JCPOA.
What was going on with Iraq?
With Iraq, we had decent reason to believe that they were funding the terrorism.
They were
That
funding.
caused
do
9/11.
we have? Okay, we did. Can you show me that evidence? I thought it was about weapons of mass destruction. I know that there was bullshit claims that Bush said about bin Laden being buddies with Saddam, which was easily proven bullshit. They hated each other. Show me
So-
the evidence that you think was credible that Iraq was involved in 9/11.
So here's that. So basically, for the invasion of Iraq, The U.S. leadership asserted that there were ties between Saddam Hussein's government and al-Qaeda, the perpetrator of 9/11. The intelligence community later found no credible evidence supporting this claim.
No credible evidence. You just said there was credible evidence.
I said there was a belief that there was, and they used the
No, there was a claim to justify the war. There was never any credible evidence. I could say that about anything. I could say, well, Trump had a belief that they were creating weapons in Iran. Okay, now what? You could say, but there's no evidence. Yeah, but Trump had a belief, therefore it's not corrupt. You see the problem?
The problem here is that we had literally been attacked, and there was some reason to think that people in the Middle East had hands in it.
No.
Was plausible.
So just to be clear, if he would have decided to attack Turkey, you'd have said the same thing. We were attacked roughly in this region, so bomb away. Come on now, you don't believe
I
that.
thoroughly don't agree with it. I don't like the precepts
Yeah,
for
but you
why they
don't
went into
even
the war.
believe it. You're debate broing a little. You don't believe that. If there was no credible evidence that Iraq was involved in 9/11, you can't say, yeah, but we were attacked, so fuck it. You can't say that wouldn't be an example of
That's the
corruption.
core issue, is that we got attacked. If we'd never been attacked, no instances happened on U.S. soil, and we went in to attack Iraq, then I'd be saying, oh, well, then there was absolutely no reason to think that there was anything going on.
No, that's the claim was the WMDs. That was the claim for the invasion. That's why we went in the early 90s, right? It wasn't, I mean, I don't know what to say. I think this is a rewriting of history. Nonetheless, not really germane. I'm merely making the point that there was massive distrust in institutions well before Trump came into office. So if the metric that we're looking at is undermining faith in public institutions, I think the massive insider trading that everyone believes happens. In fact, there is a lower approval for both parties in Congress than there is of Trump as the executive, and that's like that all the time. That's because people have so little faith because they think these institutions are so corrupt. That has nothing to do with Trump.
And so let's lock in here. Okay, we got one administration that went to war without any reasoning to do so. They lied about it, but they weren't doing all the other insider trading. They weren't doing the rest of this. Then you got another administration.
True. There's allegations that the Bush administration enriched themselves and their family and had nepotism as well.
There's statements about it. I would need to see something in regards to that.
Sure.
But at the same level as the Trump administration, the contracts, the foreign dignitaries, the everything else that goes along with it. Because I'm saying most corrupt. I'm not saying the only corrupt. I'm saying the most corrupt in modern American history.
But if you had said, when we asked the ways to evaluate, you gave three. You said undermining faith in public institutions.
Yes.
Right? Or undermining public trust.
That is a form of corruption.
If the public trust, it goes from 90% to 20% under one administration, and then under Trump goes from 20 to 15, wouldn't we say the corruption was worse when it fell 70%?
No, the corruption wasn't entirely worse. Just because the trust went down doesn't mean there was more or less corruption.
Okay. Do you think it's more corrupt to cause the deaths of people in a war than to enrich yourself?
I would say so.
When we're looking at enriching yourself, do we enrich in just the total dollars you enriched yourself or the percentage of net gain that you had?
It would be all the way around.
So we do both. So for example, if me, who has a modest, I paid $85,000 for my house on a 15-year mortgage. I think I have like 7 years left. If I go in, right, and all of a sudden I'm worth $5 million after 3 terms in the house, is that more corrupt than Trump gaining 20% of his net worth, which happens to be more money?
But it's not just Trump gaining 20% more of his net worth. It's Trump, his family, people around him, the entire administration, along with outside advisors.
Okay, so then, fine. Point I'm trying to make is that there seems to be a proportionality to this. If someone who has no business being a multimillionaire because they've never done anything goes to Washington, there for 12 years, and all of a sudden they're a multimillionaire, and they're making trades like Nancy Pelosi, wouldn't that be worse? Because Trump came in with billions and made like an extra 20%. Nancy Pelosi made like an extra like 3,000%.
Yeah, I think Nancy Pelosi is hot garbage, but her husband's also a hedge fund manager. And can we compare millions to billions? How much is a billion, Rob?
How much is a billion?
Compared to millions? Like, what's the order of magnitude in difference from billions to millions?
1,000.
So $1,000 million.
But we just talked about proportionality with like going in with net worth, right? Like a guy who goes in with $1 billion and makes 1 million, right? And you'd say that's corrupt. Is that more corrupt than a guy that goes in with $50,000 and makes 950,000? You'd probably say no, because the guy that made $1 million probably could make that because he had so much money, he could have made it on interest.
Because it's the magnitude of what's being done and what's being accepted in the process. If you're
so
accepting millions instead of hundreds of thousands,
the problem is, so you haven't proven any of this, right? You just speculate that he made these trades when we've seen people that are doing it that have no plausible explanation for how much money they have. You talked about misallocation of resources, right? How much just in the Somali daycare fraud alone has been misallocated? Billions?
I couldn't tell you. We haven't gotten through all the investigations yet.
Right. So according to the GAO, they estimate that $186 billion across 64 programs, up to 24 of 15 agencies were improper payments. Cumulative from 2003 to 2025. You know how much the GAO says has been given out in improper payments? $3 trillion. $3 trillion. Now, do you want to, how much is a trillion compared to a billion? Do you know?
About the same magnitude.
Yes, right. I'm having fun, by the way. But so when we talk about misallocation of funds, talking about Trump making $1 billion, even if it was totally corrupt, a drop in the fucking bucket to how much money every year is fraudulently spent. When we look just at the PPP loans, there's an estimation that some like hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe as high as 30% of that money was given out fraudulently. Trump's administration came in and started aggressively investigating that. The same with money that goes to these NGOs. We're talking billions upon billions of dollars. Trump comes in with Doge. Trump tries to end this spending in USAID. Who speaks up against him? Pretty much every Democrat that calls Trump corrupt. They don't want these investigations with these hundreds of billions of dollars being spent fraud. They don't want them being dealt with. So tell me again how if Trump enriched himself to the tune of even at the highest number, $2.3 billion that's being suggested, how's that make him more corrupt when it comes to misallocation of resources than the status quo?
So we're talking about negligence. We're talking about ineffective lawmakers. That in itself is not corruption. They're going after these people. Nobody stopped the audits into what's going on. And as a matter of fact, even California especially is looking into any misallocation when it comes down to healthcare fraud. So all of these things are happening. People are being brought up on charges. So it's not like there's no fault to this and that they wanted this to happen.
No.
And that they were winning from this.
That's certainly not true. The corruption was blatant. So much so that some dude like Nick Shirley could just show up and you could see the evidence of it was laughable. So the idea that there was a slap on the wrist given here and there, you're laughing.
Nick Shirley, I am laughing.
Where was he wrong?
He literally proved nothing and caused a bunch of problems for people that he had no substantiation for anything that he was saying or doing.
No, that's not true. What he did was what you're doing, except actually putting skin in the game. You're like, I think Trump's corrupt. I looked at some stock exchanges. He said, I think these daycares are corrupt, so I'm going to show up. There's no evidence of kids here. We're looking at the books. They're receiving hundreds of millions of dollars of payments. We don't see any records of kids. And then as a result of that, we saw a focus from the Trump administration put there. Now we see Walls is being recommended for criminal investigation. We see, I don't know what the latest estimate is. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. Potentially $9 billion, according to CBS, in Minnesota alone. $9 billion, right? So Nick Shirley went there. He might not have the resources of the law enforcement to do everything and look through every book, but he got the ball rolling on this.
It was already it was already being looked into before he ever showed up, and he found nothing. He found nothing.
No. That's not true at all. While it is true that there was a slap on the wrist given, we can see that there's actually a criminal referral for Walls because we actually have him and Keith Ellison on tape talking to some of these people who've been indicted. Like, I know, it's sort of racist that they're coming after you. Don't worry, I'll look into it. We'll deal with it. What happened was they fought tooth and nail against these investigations, despite the fact that there were a handful of people in their administration at lower levels that were saying this is blatant fraud. And so they did the bare minimum to start an investigation into a few people. Now they went from investigating like $10 million to $100 million worth of fraud to investigating $9 billion worth of fraud just in Minnesota alone. And it's been fought tooth and nail the entire time by Democrats.
You keep saying it was fought tooth and nail by Democrats. Can you show me any efforts where Democrats were trying to stop the investigations? And also, what new convictions were brought about because of Nick Shirley specifically?
convictions are different than how soon was or how recent was the Nick Shirley thing. Do you expect someone to be convicted in 3 months?
It's been a bit more than 3 months.
Okay, how long do you think the normal process of a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme would take to have an indictment, an investigation, an indictment, a trial, a conviction?
That could take
4
anywhere
months?
between 6 months and a year. But there were already
I
80
think-
arrests before Nick Shirley ever showed up in town.
What we can see is that there's far more. And not only are there far more that expanded the investigations, we can see that actually people like Walls are being referred. And Democrats are certainly against that.
And was Walls a part of any particular administration or family, or are we just saying Democrats?
Yeah, the Walls administration, who was the head honcho, the executive in Minnesota.
So what did he benefit in the
Governor
process?
doesn't. Well, Ellison, for example. Now, see again, right? Well, they benefit by getting votes to stay in power.
Literally for nothing.
It doesn't matter if they're financial. Why else would they allow it to occur?
Because they were literally trying to help people.
So they're trying to help. They see this blatant fraud. They're trying to help. So they're on tape saying, yeah, we think this is possible racist. We'll do whatever we can see over and over Democrats, and apparently yourself, flipping out when Nick Shirley was putting the spotlight on how blatant this fraud was and how this money was, or how much money was going into it. Governor Walz and allies called the federal actions a PR stunt and politicization, says the BBC. They highlighted the state-referred case. They said that it was racist. That was Walz and Ellison that said that. Democrat Oversight Committee argued there's no evidence whatsoever. They say the investigation into Walz is political.
Yeah, I'm looking for
The
any
last time
findings.
there
I'm
was-
not seeing any.
Any findings of what?
In regards to Walls, them trying to stop any investigations, like I'm not seeing anything here. There's accusations and nothing of substance.
On June 9th, 2026, J.D. Vance referred Walz, a Minnesota Attorney General, to the Department of Justice for a criminal fraud investigation. This was prompted by Republican-led House Oversight Committee alleging they knew about the widespread fraud and service programs, including the child care, but refused to stop it, retaliated against whistleblowers, and misled investigators. It's from NBC.
Okay, so what I'm
So
seeing
they were
here,
retaliating, their allegations, they retaliated against whistleblowers. They knew of the fraud and continued to allow it to go. And now they're being referred criminally.
so this is what I'm seeing. A federal judge halted the Justice Department's effort to subpoena Walz, calling the DOJ's justification extremely weak to non-existent and ruling that the materials largely related to constitutionally protected political conduct.
Yeah, sure. A federal judge, like, one of the hundreds that overrule Trump on anything he does. If he tries to chew bubblegum, they say he can't do that. And they've been criminally referred, and there's plenty of evidence that has came up that whistleblowers claiming that they were attacked because they were speaking up against this. We see the scale of it and how the scale of the investigation is far better now and broader than what was being done under the Walz-Ellison administration.
I mean,
That's just, by the way, Minnesota. Again, we can see now that, again, Nick Shirley, just him alone, pointed out the hospice fraud that we see in places like California. You mentioned California. You said there's investigations in California. Take a guess. How much money can California not account for that they've spent, let's say, on high-speed rail or on the homeless problem? Want to take a guess on how much money they've misallocated?
It's reported as billions, and it's all being looked into by committees. So I think they'll come up with an answer by the time.
Billions of dollars. How many billions? More than 2 billion?
Couldn't say. But yeah, in regards to this, the Justice Department is not conducting a criminal investigation, but is instead using a grand jury process for other unlawful purposes. So, like the same reason that literally we're charging James Comey for seashells in the sand depicting numbers. Like, you can bring up charges against anyone.
Your opinion is that these charges are fraudulent. My opinion, particularly on the Walz case, is that they're not, that there's worthy of an investigation. And when we're talking, so that's just, real quick, so we already got the GAO said that they expect possibly, what was the high number? GAO says that the numbers, $3 trillion since 2003 in misallocation of funds. and they estimate that it could be 233 billion to 521 billion annually. And
So
we know, like, we could see, I know that there's this attempt to rewrite history, like, oh, no. Democrats were absolutely for the Trump administration looking into misspending of money and fraud and money going to NGOs. That's not true. Everyone watching knows it's not true. They fought tooth and nail. They say anytime Trump looks into this fraud, it's partisan because the majority of that money is going to institutions that they like, NGOs that they like, etc. And we're talking, you're up in arms about, at best, $2 billion that Trump and his allies have benefited from. Meanwhile, when it comes to hundreds of billions of dollars a year of money being misallocated, you're like,
so here's
that's
what I'm
exactly
looking
what
at.
my point is.
Here's what I'm looking at. The entire state of California over a 5-year period can't track or account for about $2.3 billion. Within less than 2 years, Trump made $2 billion. So we're talking about a 5-year period in a homelessness project that they're going to find the money for. They're going to be doing investigations. This isn't just like, oh, pay for play, this or that. This is clearly them trying to work on the homelessness issue, because the reason why they're trying to work on it is because the Olympics is here 2028. So it's not like they're just doing it for nothing.
I'm reading between 2019 and 2024, according to this is the Hoover Institution, $24 billion
was spent without proper tracking.
Right.
They can't account for 2.3 billion. That's what they can't account for.
24 billion, and just because they could track it, it went to institutions and stuff that personally benefited greatly. The problem hasn't been solved, it's been exacerbated. So $24 billion, similar with the high-speed rail. You'll say that's not corrupt. For example, let's take an easy example. There was a company under the Obama administration called Solyndra. They were a green energy company. They lobbied and were friendly with people in the Obama administration. They were given a contract for $500 million. They produced nothing. They walked away with the $500 million. But you would say, well, that's not corrupt because they tried.
No, what I'm telling you is that there's been a sharp drop in homelessness in California due to these efforts. It just took time.
There's been a drop since 2019 in homelessness in California.
Since 2016.
Okay.
Recent reports show unsheltered homelessness dropped by between 6 and 9% in many areas.
Year over year? Or how many homeless people in California when you said since 2016 it's dropped?
Right.
Okay. So we'll see. Maybe you're right. I would be shocked. I do not believe that's the case. 2016, there were approximately 118,000 and change people experiencing homelessness. In 2024, it was 187,000. That's about a 40% increase. In 2025, it went down slightly, a 2% decrease from 2024, but it's 53% higher than 2016. So we spent $24 billion to get a 53% increase in homelessness. Now, a bunch of private entities that vote Democrat enrich themselves tremendously. It turns out that you were absolutely, completely 180 degrees wrong on that.
They're saying a population decreased by 3%.
You're saying that the homeless just to be clear, you're saying 2016's homeless population has decreased in 2025 or 2026 by how much?
3% statewide.
Where's your source? Because we have completely different numbers. They're not even directionally.
California State Portal.
Okay, so what's it say?
It's looking like by the largest amount, so it says, as a result, California's homelessness numbers have decreased by the largest amount in more than 15 years based on currently available data, with unsheltered homelessness dropping by roughly 9% in regions reporting 2025 numbers. These preliminary annual point-in-time counts calculated using data reported to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
You're not even what you're reading there is not what you're saying. That's not saying that it's dropped since 2016. That's saying the numbers from 2024 to 2025 had a drop.
So this is
I'm looking at the HUD numbers, right, from the Hoover Institute. They're linking HUD numbers. And what they're saying is, Where was that? Dude, I would try to link. I gotta be honest. Every time I try to share something here, it screws me up. What I could do is post the link to maybe in the background and maybe speak. You could bring it up. Is that possible?
Yeah, 100% possible. Yeah.
Let me see how to do that.
Or even if you just like, if you want to Discord me the link, I can.
Yeah, Discord might work best. Yeah, let me do that.
Yeah, just Discord me the link and I'll
okay.
I'll,
And because I have StreamYards up when I try to share, it's a big mess.
Yeah, I know. I get it. It's harder when you're already streaming, or you're already sharing StreamYard, so it's asked to share double.
Yeah,
it confuses it. Yeah.
So this only goes to 2023, but you get the idea. So if you bring it up, there's a little graph.
And this is my source.
So we got this one here, and I'll bring that up big and move these things off the screen. Sorry. All right. And you wanted to go to a graph, you said, right?
And this is as of 2024. We don't have the 2025 numbers there.
Oh, wait. Am I not? Did I go past the graph? Is this the one?
Go up. That's the Hoover Institute. Is that where you're at?
Yeah, Hoover Institute.
Okay, scroll down. Go down. You'll see. You can't miss it. It's huge, right in the middle of the page. Or at least, well, I'll be damned. It shows up for me.
Weird.
Or wait, maybe I sent you the wrong. I did send you the wrong one. I'm sorry. I was looking at Stanford. Yeah, that's my mistake. You'll see. I'm reading from another source. This is from the 2025 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report to Congress, that they estimate that the amount of homeless people currently in California is
This graph, right?
Yes, you see it. Now you see what's happening there. They estimate in 2025, which is the most recent number, there are 181,934 homeless people in California. That's according to the U.S. Annual Homelessness Assessment Report. Now you could see in 2016, according to HUD, another official government metric, that look at the numbers there in 2016. See how it's precipitously going up? Just because there's a 2% decline from 24 to 25, 24 is actually higher than 23. So you're just fundamentally wrong that the number of homeless people in 2025 and 2026 in California is less than it was in 2016. Again, it's about 50% higher. See, it says there, the Golden State of this scale, the largest in the nation, over 187,000 homeless in 2024. So I'm happy to look at your source, but these are official state and federal government sources showing this.
And then this is the one I got from Lethe. This is the one, right, Lethe?
Right, that's the one.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you're going to say this shows, see, there it was. There is 181,934 Californians counted last year as homeless, a 2.8% decrease from 2024. But notice how 181,000 is far higher than the number of homeless that there were in 2016, which was about 116,000. As I said, that's about a 50% increase.
Marking the first decrease since 2016.
Yeah, a slight 2%. That's right. Even your own source admits.
With California
So you
showing
admit
in the
that
top
they've
5
spent $24 billion?
to drop homelessness for the first time
They
since
spent $24
2016
billion to make the problem 50% worse.
than it was in 2016. Yeah, it's not
That's
going
what
to be.
happened.
It's not going to be
Like, there's-
2016 numbers. We're not going to get there right now.
Right, but when we're talking about the 24 billion that they've spent from 2019 to 2024. And each year it's going up and up and up and up. Then we had a slight dip. So they spent $24 billion, and over that period of time, there's like 50% more homelessness while they're spending the $24 billion. How long do we have to wait before we see the fruits of this money being spent?
I would say we're already seeing the fruits of the money being spent. It's not going to be an overnight issue, but there are fewer people than there were last year and the year before.
No, first off, we don't know that in 2026. The most recent data we have shows a 2% and change decline from 25 to 24. Where do you have evidence that that $24 billion spent between 2019 and 2024 led to that decrease? Where's the evidence of that?
Sorry, can I get that question one more time?
Yeah, what we're talking about is $24 billion being spent from 2019 to 2024. And from when that number started in 2019 to where we are in 2025, there's way more homeless people. But you're like, because there's a 2% dip, that proves that that was money well spent. Where's the proof of that?
The proof of that is that we have fewer homeless people between the last few years.
No, we
since
don't.
the
Not
program
from
started.
when we. So just to be clear, if I wanted to be a bunch of my friends to pocket money, this is what I would do. Pay $100 million to triple the amount of homeless people. Then it's 300% worse. But then the next year it goes down 1%. And I'd say, see, money well spent.
So we're acting like the population of California and the homeless people that are coming from other states don't contribute to the fact that there's going to be more homeless people in California, New York, Florida, certain states that are more highly populous. And then the fact that they're actually doing something to decrease the numbers year by year is not a beneficial thing.
Not.
Going to nonprofit organizations.
No. That's not what's happening. You're misreading the situation. What you're just doing is you're saying if someone spends money in what they say is a good cause, even if that cause gets precipitously worse, if there's a slight decrease one year, we say, see, it was all worth it. And this is because as someone who probably agrees with the cause, yeah, I agree with the lefty take on homelessness and what we should do. Instead of admitting that it's actually making the problem worse and this money's going into a black hole and it's enriching a bunch of people, but it's actually making the problem worse, you just make excuses. You're like, yeah, but look, there's a partial dip this one year, just a little one, just a 2% dip.
Who's it enriching? Who is it enriching?
The NGOs and all these groups that spend this money, it's enriching like all sorts of people that are where's the money going? It goes to organizations for the homeless that are now getting incredibly wealthy. It goes to facilities that are being rented out for the homeless. It goes to food vendors that are spending money on the homeless. It goes to pharmaceutical companies that are getting this government money. They're spending this money, and what happens is, we see this over and over, it goes to these NGOs and other places that pocket huge sums of it and then do nothing to solve the problem.
Yet things are being done to solve the problem, and anybody who's not solving the problem or not accounting for the money is being brought up and investigated. Like, that's just how it's going to go.
They are not solving the problem. If next year, if in the 2026 data it went up 2%, would you say, oh, that proves it? It didn't solve the problem.
Yeah, I would agree with you. If it goes up precipitously over the next couple of years, I would agree with you.
So just to be clear, if they spent $24 billion in 2019 and the homeless population doubled in 2024, from 2019 to 2024, but then it goes down 1% in 2025, you say, mission accomplished, money well spent.
Yeah, if it goes down by points by year, I have to say it's
not
effective.
Over the course of the time of the spending, it's gone up 50%. Just because it went down 2% one year, it's still net up 50%.
It's, from what I'm seeing, it went down from 2024, 2025, and we don't have the numbers for 2026.
Yes,
so it's multiple years showing a trend downward.
No, that's 1 year showing a trend down here. 24 to 25. From 2019 to 25, it went way up. From 2016, when you said to start looking up, it's up 53%. And they've spent billions of dollars on this every year. This is the government in general, the waste. Again, we go back to the GAO. They estimate that as high as $200 to $400 billion a year in fraudulent payments. And you're focused on $2 billion, which you can't prove, which is corrupt from Trump. Now, I have to move on to the last section that I wanted to, and then I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get to your, like, you've already conceded that there are things that are worse than money, such as trying to lock up your political opponent. And you admitted at the outset of this, if I could prove that it was lawfare to go after Trump, that would be worse than him personally enriching himself. You conceded that, correct?
Yes.
Do you think Fannie Willis running on the promise of getting Donald Trump shows that she was corrupt and trying to go after him?
Absolutely not.
So someone saying, I promise to run on going after this guy, you say that's okay.
If I have credible evidence that you're committing crimes and you should be locked up, and I want to run on the idea that I have credible evidence to lock you up, I would say running on that is a reasonable idea and not corrupt.
So then if I could prove that any of the cases against Trump were corrupt, then surely you would say that's worse.
If you can prove that the cases were corrupt, even though he was convicted,
Okay.
I'm
But you're
happy to
like,
hear
you're
it.
not gonna, now wait, you're not gonna make the argument. First off, he wasn't convicted in all of the investigations against him and charges against him. But secondly, you're not gonna surely say that a conviction proves guilt, right?
In this case, I'm going to say for the charges he was convicted of, I have to agree with the courts.
No. You could say you agree on this particular case, but you're not going to make the claim that if someone's convicted, then that's it. That must mean they're guilty.
Well,
Right.
they have options to file appeal. And so if you're able to file an appeal
Okay,
and
so
even still
just to-
post appeal, you
Just to
still
be
are
clear,
convicted.
so then you don't buy when people say that Jim Crow, that they went after black people and there were corrupt jury. You don't buy any of that, right?
I do buy that. And there was
Oh,
58.
no. They were
Wait,
convicted.
wait.
They could have filed the appeal. They didn't.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Where black people make up 58% of exonerations due to appeals. Yeah, I'm going to say the court does get it right sometimes.
How many of those exonerations due to appeals occur a year?
I couldn't tell you how many.
It's like 100. Maybe the reason that black people make up more exonerations are two things. One, because they're far more likely to commit crimes. In fact, roughly 13% of the population commits over 50% of crimes. So that's why there would tend to be more exonerations, because there's way more of them being charged. They also disproportionately black victims that disproportionately are victims of black perpetrators have their crimes unsolved. That means that there actually should be more black people being locked up. And the other reason that there's more exonerations, which again is a pittance, we're talking about tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of violent black criminals a year being locked up and 100 being exonerated, which is fractions of a percentage. But one of the reasons that they're more likely to see it is because there are so many gross DEI organizations that seek to take away accountability from black people that they specifically only focus on getting black people out of jail. So yeah, I don't buy your bullshit there.
So 58% of the exonerations, and that black people are disproportionately arrested more often, even for crimes they didn't commit, than anybody else.
Prove it. Prove they didn't commit them.
The fact that they were exonerated would prove that they didn't commit them.
Let's do this. Let's say next year there's one exoneration and it's a black person. Then it's 100% of the people that were exonerated are black. Does that mean anything?
I would need to see actual numbers. You're giving me hypothetical numbers. And
You're the one who
hypothetically,
brought
you'd
up
be
the
correct.
numbers. How do you not know them?
I'm telling you that's what the percentage is.
The percentage doesn't matter if you're only talking about an infinitesimally small group of people.
Yes, it is an infinitesimally small group of people that are disproportionately arrested at rates.
No,
so what evidence are you rejecting?
I just gave you reasons for those exonerated. One, the number of people exonerated are like a fraction of a percentage, right?
That's
So that
over
doesn't
half the
prove-
convictions.
If there, I hate to say this. Do you understand like concepts like per capita?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm trying to tell you is we're talking about percentages of small groups. So if 1 million people are arrested and 10 are exonerated and 9 of them are Asian, does that really say anything? Not really, because the amount of people that were exonerated are so small that it's not like statistically relevant. Particularly if there are mass organizations that collect millions of dollars to specifically exonerate Asian people. That's what's happening in the black community.
So with the statistic that black Americans are 19 times more likely to be wrongly convicted of crimes, especially drug crimes, and are 7.5...
Prove it. Show me the stats.
Okay. Here you go. Speak.
All right, give me just a second here. And I'll move this.
Last year, you want to know how many people were exonerated last year in the entirety of the United States? 97.
Is there a certain part you want me to scroll
All right,
to,
so stop right there. Blacks are 19 times more likely than white Americans to be wrongly convicted of a drug crime. Let's see the data that proves that. Is that on this source?
That should be in the source. New study. Da, da, da. Let me go back through the source myself.
Homicide rate in Alabama prison. That's not going to say anything.
New research: homicide rate in Alabama prisons 5 times higher than state as a whole. That's what popped up when I hit the new study there.
Registry of exonerations. Because it's in the top of it.
It was in the top here. Let me see if I can go back to the original.
These
slide.
are the reports, but that's a lot to go through when.
Yeah, I don't believe the numbers. So again, I'll reiterate the point, and if you can't understand it, I don't know what to do. 97 people last year. How many people were arrested? Let's say arrested last year. So let's see here. So how many people were arrested last year in the entirety of the United States? Roughly, it's hard to say, but it's like estimates are 10 to 11 million. So of 10 to 11 million, 97 in total were exonerated. 97 out of, we'll take the low number, 10 million, right? Of those 97 that were exonerated, 61% were black. And your argument is, aha, that proves that is such a, what percentage of 10 million is 97?
I mean, we're talking about a very small percentage of people in which
Right.
from 1989 till now, there's been over 3,600 exonerations.
Right. And guess how many arrests there were under that time? Let's assume that it was 5 million a year arrested. So we're talking like 0.0000001% of people exonerated.
All you're proving is that black people are arrested more often. That's not providing the conviction.
Because they're committing more crimes.
Did you get arrested?
That's why they're
you committed a
arrested more
crime?
often.
So what you're telling me is if you get arrested, you committed the crime.
What I'm telling you is that it's just true that black people commit more crime. That's just true. All of the data suggests that. I could prove it in a litany of ways.
I mean, all you can show me is the FBI crime table that shows arrests. You're not showing clearance rates.
Okay. Do you believe that black people are more likely to be victims of crime?
No, we're a smaller population unless you're talking per capita.
We are talking per capita.
I was wondering, just had to make sure before we got there. Yeah, per capita, definitely.
Would you acknowledge that most races commit more crimes against their own race?
Correct.
Okay, so then wouldn't it be intuitive that it's black people majoritarily committing crimes against these black victims?
Not only, we actually have police violence as well, and violence from other people from outside the community. Like literally, we just had a black dude that got murdered by a convenience store owner, got shot in the back. And he was exonerated.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You're a person that trusts data when it selectively applies to you, but all of a sudden when we could prove in 1,000 ways, not just from official data, but intuitive ways that black people commit more crime, you just refuse to believe it. It sounds to me like you have an ideological motivation to not believe the truth that's right in front of your face. That's what it sounds like. And it makes me suspect of all of the
rates.
The clearance rates are relevant.
They're very relevant.
Okay,
if they're going around arresting every black person they can see, we have things like the Veil of Darkness study. We have
how many are exonerated?
Like I said, 3,600 from 1989.
Out of how many blacks have been arrested over that period of time?
That's only those that have been convicted. We're talking arrests versus convictions.
Okay,
which is why I need clearance rates.
How many blacks have been convicted over that period of time?
Can you give me that information?
Do you have I'll look it up. Do you have a general guess?
I couldn't even begin to ballpark it.
Okay, what year are we starting?
Let's start from 1989 till now.
That's okay, so how many blacks have been convicted of any crime in the USA since 1986? I'm guessing it's millions. Probably tens of millions. It says it's difficult. No one keeps stats like this, but given that 500 to 600,000 black people are incarcerated in any given day, they estimate that over 100 million black people have been arrested over that period of time. Now, your argument is because out of that 100 million, 3,600 have been exonerated. That somehow proves that blacks aren't committing huge amounts of crimes disproportionately.
When there are more, like when it's 7 times more likely that you're going to be convicted for a crime you didn't commit, and more people are being arrested for crimes they didn't commit to begin with, all you're just saying is black people get arrested more, which
That's
I would
not
agree
true.
with you.
That's not true. Only 97 people were exonerated last year. So it's not that more people are being arrested for crimes they didn't commit. It's actually to the contrary. And it's still blacks disproportionately. All the statistics show this. For example, blacks, depending on the year you look at it, a black individual is 27 to 40 times more likely to commit an act of violence against a white person than vice versa. Blacks are the only group that are more likely to commit an act of violence against a race that's not their own. In this sense, whites do tend to commit, just raw numbers, more violence against whites, blacks against blacks, Hispanics against Hispanics. But you know what the number one group that commits violence against Asians are? It's not Asians, it's blacks. They're the only group with that displeasure to actually be so violent that they're more violent than Asians are against themselves. So all the data shows this. Hell, we even had a black guy at Harvard when all of this, Black Lives Matter bullshit was going on, that did a study that actually showed that he was shocked to see that actually unarmed whites were more likely to be shot by the police than unarmed blacks.
I would need some data on that. I do not believe
Now,
that.
find it if you like. But nonetheless, it's getting apart from what we're talking. But I think this is important context. And I actually enjoy this because I think it's more interesting as a debate framing. But you can see.
Well, because you want to
where
run from
you're-
Trump's corruption and you want to get into
No,
like minor
to the
things that are going
contrary-
on everywhere else.
To the contrary, it speaks exactly to the framework that you have in excusing corruption and manipulating data in ways that you see fit. Now,
I'm not
last thing I talk
excusing
about-
anything.
So the whole point we got on this is the idea that Trump was convicted. Now, would you say that it's corrupt if our law enforcement officers, prosecutors, et cetera, engage in a double standard,
Yes,
the two-tier justice system? Okay.
absolutely.
So then all I have to prove in order for you to assume it's corruption is if I could prove one of the crimes they went after for Trump was committed by his very opponent, then you would surely say, yeah, that was corrupt. Given that you already said trying to lock up your opponent is more corrupt than financial benefit, you would have to concede that that would prove that that group was more corrupt, correct?
Ooh, what's the case this would be?
Okay, first let's start with this. Were there illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team and try to lock them up?
As far as I've heard, yes.
So you can see the debate.
But that's
The
more
Obama
corrupt.
administration's administration's FBI got illegal FISA warrants to spy on Trump's team when they were running and when he was president in an attempt to lock up Trump and his team.
Let me
That's
take
more
a-
corrupt by your own admission. You just conceded that it was illegal FISA warrants. You said that trying to lock up your opponents in a corrupt way is more significant than enriching yourself. And you conceded that these FISA warrants were illegal. 1, 2, 3, you're
I
out.
said I've heard. I don't know that they were illegal.
Well, they were. And you heard that because it's true. Will you acknowledge if they were illegal, then you lose this debate?
Yeah, so as far as I can see, there were no illegal FISA warrants directly targeting Donald Trump himself. However, the FBI did obtain flawed and improperly secured Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act warrants, so that's not illegal. That's just
No,
an
no, no.
error.
It's illegal. Define illegal.
Illegal would
Outside
be
the scope of what you're legally allowed to do, right?
illegal would be literally trying to break the law, like breaking the law.
No, but it is. There are legally things that the cops could do to you, right? If the cops kick down your door without a warrant, is that illegal?
If they had a warrant and they legally obtained it,
I just said if they kick down your door without a warrant.
yeah, without a warrant, that would be illegal.
Okay. So what they did was they lied to get a warrant. Is that illegal? They didn't follow procedure
It would
to
have
get
to
a
be
warrant.
shown that they lied.
They
on
did.
paper.
It's been that's why that's saying that it was improper. It was shown that they didn't follow proper procedure. In fact, one dude went to jail for it. His name escapes me right now. I'll think of it in a second. Granted, he got a slap on the wrist from Judge Boasberg, but he pled guilty to falsifying information to try to get a FISA warrant to go after Trump. So explain to me again how that's not more corrupt.
So
Let's just start with this. Let's do little steps. Will you acknowledge if these were illegal, then that's more corrupt?
not more corrupt,
based-
but it would be corrupt.
Whoa. You already admitted the framework. You said trying to lock up your opponents is more corrupt than personally enriching yourself. You
If-
said that, right?
Oh, so can you show me that they were trying to lock up Trump specifically
Trump
with
and
these
his
FISA
team.
warrants?
What do you think they were trying to do?
They were trying to find evidence of corruption in regards to certain people like Carter
I
Page.
mean, what were they going to do with that corruption?
More than likely see crimes and prosecute them.
Right, try to lock them up.
If they committed
So
crimes,
lying
yes.
to try to lock up, lying to spy on your opponents to try to lock them up is exactly what we're talking about here, which you acknowledge, which would be more corrupt.
Yeah,
I mean,
would
this
say
is
it's-
cut and dry. You've conceded all of this.
Yeah, I would need the proof of an illegal warrant.
Okay. What AI are you using right now?
I'm not using any AI. I'm just using my sources. And I don't have anything
So
showing
define
any
to me
illegality.
why define to me the difference. What was the term that your source, what was your source that you just looked at there?
So that was the Inspector General report on the FBI FISA abuse.
Excellent. And what was the term they used? Read again what you said.
Abuse.
No. It said they used improper, blah, 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 that sentence.
Oh, let me go back. So flawed and improperly secured foreign intelligence, which would be the Steele dossier stuff, right?
Flawed and improperly secured. And it also says more than that, though, right?
Not from what I'm seeing right now, but I have to say.
I thought what you read was different, but even that. So explain to me the difference, but why it's not corrupt to use flawed and improper sources to get a warrant to spy, but it is to get illegal. Can you explain to me why one's corrupt and the other's not?
I'm saying if you're using information that you think is credible at the time to obtain warrants, it's deemed credible to get the warrant. Once it's shown to be not credible, then it wasn't illegal to be done.
No. Why is it improper then? Define what would be improper in this sense.
They didn't follow all of the procedures necessary to vet every source that they went through.
Okay, so if you're sitting in your home and the police kick in the door and they had a warrant, right? And it turns out they intentionally didn't follow the procedures they were supposed to get that warrant, do you consider that an illegal warrant?
No.
That's not an illegal warrant.
If they like created evidence, like manifested evidence on their own to try to obtain the warrant, like I would need to see some intent to say that it was done.
You don't need you park your car, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a bag of weed in your car.
Mm-hmm.
Police have no reason to search your car, but they do. Then they find the weed. So they make up a bullshit reason. They lie, right? They're like, someone told us he had weed, right? Now they improperly searched your car, which is why they had the motivation to get the warrant. Is that an illegal warrant? Is that an illegal act, an investigation that just happened to you?
No, that's not illegal.
Yes, it is. I don't know what to tell you.
In what way is that illegal?
How could you stand to speak
If
against
they
police
say
disruption against Black Americans, and you just said that if police with no warrant like go and investigate Black people or anybody for that matter,
So we're talking
and then
about
post
Terry
hoc
stops.
say, let's just make some shit up to get a warrant so that we could go and find that same shit. That's illegal.
That seems like a change in the way you frame that. So if a
No.
cop pulls up on me and I have weed in my car, they don't know I have weed, and they say, I smell weed, can we search your car? And I let them search the car. That's not illegal.
But that's not what I'm suggesting. There's all sorts of illegal searches and seizures that we see all the time, right? It doesn't result in an arrest of the police officer did it, but they used improper procedure in order to investigate you. We call that an illegal search, right?
That would be called an illegal search, I believe.
Right. The same way, if you use improper procedure in order to get a FISA warrant to spy on someone, that is an illegal search, an illegal warrant. Same concept.
So are anonymous tips illegal or corruption?
No, that's not what we're suggesting here. There were specific things that they did. They didn't follow the Woods procedures 100-something times. They did things like mislead the FISA court when they said, we talked to the primary subsource and we believe him. But what they failed to disclose to the FISA court was what the primary subsource told them was, this was all hearsay bullshit.
No, what we're
So
saying
they
is
intentionally misled. The IG, go ahead, read your IG report. It says that. I have the Mueller report and the IG report in a book form here somewhere. That's what it says. You'll see. Further, the Durham report further says it's not even a problem of changing specific oversight laws. The culture at the FBI was so disgusting in an attempt to get Trump that just changing policy wouldn't solve it. That's what the report said. James Comey came out himself and admitted if he would have known now what he knew then about the procedures being violated, he would have never signed off because the warrants were illegal.
so in the case of you're saying they're illegal, you can't provide anything to me showing that they were illegal, but is it corruption to remove an investigator that's probing corruption?
No, it could be, it could not be.
So
And
it's trying to
what's
limit.
the relevance? It's moving on. You're like, I thought it was funny. I was trying to make it clear I wasn't playing semantics. Like,
Well, I'm
you
not trying
realize
to,
that-
but you kind of
well,
are.
no. That's what you're doing. You're like, no. The warrant was improperly obtained, but it wasn't illegal.
I'm saying they may not have followed every ounce of the procedure down to the
It was
wire, and it can be shown
improper.
that they
It
did.
was improper and illegal. And you conceded that if an administration was attempting to lock up their opponent using corruption and illegal methods, that's worse than personally enriching yourself. We have definitive proof that that's what happened under the Obama administration. By the way, let's move to the end. And they did it over and over and over and over against Trump in multiple ways, drumming up fake bullshit, trying to lock him up, trying to bankrupt him to keep him from being able to successfully run against them. That's what they did over and over. It's just the FISA warrant's the easiest way to prove it. And you've conceded it. So the debate's over, but I'm happy to keep humoring you on it.
I don't see where the debate's over, but what I do see is, like, in what cases was anything, like, what evidence do you reject in regards to Trump's cases?
Well, on the FISA warrant case? You want
It's
me to
not
start
evidence.
there?
No, I'm meaning evidence that was
You
brought
want-
up in
you-
the case.
You want me to cite the evidence against Trump's team for the FISA warrants that I reject?
Yes.
Okay. The entire Steele dossier was based on hearsay that the primary subsource admitted was a joke and couldn't believe that it was being used. That information was hidden from the FISA court. Let's start with that.
So as far as I understand, the Steele dossier wasn't used to gain the FISA warrants.
That's not true. In fact, if that was the case, the IG that you just read that said that it was obtained improperly, what are they referencing then?
Basically, the procedures that were used to obtain the warrants to begin with. If you look at the Jack Smith case, they were using information outside of the Steele dossier.
Jack Smith has nothing to do with Jack Smith was appointed in like 2022 to look into Trump. The Steele dossier is 2016 Russiagate investigation. Two complete different investigations. You just don't know what you're talking about on this.
So
Yes, the Steele dossier was heavily used in obtaining a FISA warrant.
for 3 renewal applications, not in obtaining the warrant initially.
The Department of Justice admits in 2022, according to a Department of Justice filing, the government acknowledges it did not have probable cause for a FISA application for the 2 renewals. In addition, the Horowitz report, the IG report detailed 17 errors and omissions, said that the FBI's handling was seriously flawed. The Durham report said the overall investigation was flawed. So when they say that we acknowledge we didn't have probable cause, that means it was illegal. If they investigate your house without probable cause, that investigation was illegal. That's what it means to do something without probable cause. That's an admission from the DOJ's own mouth.
So as I'm seeing,
End of story. You acknowledge that illegally investigating your opponent to try to lock them up is more serious. That's exactly what we see happen. Now, I'm happy to move on to Jack Smith or Fannie Willis or Letitia James or the E. Jean Carroll case. Happy to do any of them because they all came in rapid succession, or the keeping Trump off the ballot in Colorado, which the court ruled in a 9-0, had to be rejected. Can you imagine that? Imagine if Trump and Republicans tried to keep Kamala Harris in a conservative or a purple state off the ballot and the court ruled 9-0 against it. What would you be saying? What authoritarianism, trying to keep your opponent off the ballot? Yeah, that's what Democrats did.
well, A, it didn't keep him off the ballot. B, it got
tried.
indictments. C,
Oh, it didn't?
improper versus illegal are very strong distinctions.
No, explain the difference between an improper seizure and an illegal seizure.
I'm saying if you don't follow every single procedure down the level, you can say that it was improperly done. They cut corners somewhere, whatever the case may be.
Then
You
it's
can't
illegal.
prove- No, then it's
If
not
you
illegal.
cut
It's
corners
improper.
and don't, that's not true. If you cut corners and don't follow procedure to get and warrant, that warrant is
It was deemed invalid after it was over and done with.
illegal. It's
No.
an illegal warrant. Yes.
It was not an illegal warrant, or else it never would have been issued.
Okay. So just to be clear, every warrant that's ever been issued is legal.
No, and it would be
The fact
deemed
that it was
illegal.
issued proves that it's
I'm saying they're
that?
still currently they aren't classified as illegal.
no, it is by definition. There are things that the government could legally do to you. For example, you have allegedly you have rights under the Constitution, right? But those rights could be pierced. You have a right to freedom of association, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but if you go to prison, do you have a right to freedom of association?
No.
Right, because you've lost that right because the government cleared some sort of metric to prove your guilt, which means that that right could be suspended in various ways, right?
One more time on that.
The government has cleared a metric in various ways, finding you guilty of a crime, etc., through a legal system. That means that they're able to restrict that right in certain ways.
Correct.
Okay, if the government doesn't follow procedure and breaks procedure to violate your rights, it is illegal.
Yeah, and you're not showing me where this happened.
Yes, I'm showing you the fact that they're acknowledging that they did not have probable cause for the FICE warrants shows that they violated the privacy of the Trump team, which is illegal. They did not have legal warrants. The warrants were deemed improbable, which means that it was illegal. And I don't understand, like, I
So
don't know what to say other than, like, it is quite evident that they
as
fucked Trump.
far as
By the
I'm
way,
seeing,
what was
there was lack sufficient probable cause for 2 out of 4. So there were
correct?
still 2. Was there a problem with the 2, and did they get convictions
Well,
based on the
yes,
2?
there was. According to Durham, he said there was a problem with the 2. But the point is, the other 2 were blatantly a violation of probable cause, which happened to be the 2 that were issued while Trump was president.
And so
That's
wouldn't-
the whole point. They saw their man and they wanted their crime. The Obama administration was trying to help out Hillary. By the way, why, you'll admit, can you show me any time in history that a president or a presidential candidate had the FBI using FISA warrants to spy on them?
I don't have any precedent. That's not something I've
You would
looked up
acknowledge
on.
that that's a huge deal, right? On its own.
Again, if there were actual crimes, and were there actual crimes?
Well, wait. You would acknowledge that's a huge deal, though, right? You'd just say there's certain crimes that would justify it, right?
I would say there would be crimes that justify it.
But it's still a big deal to have one administration spying, using the FBI to spy on their opponent, right?
If they were doing that without any probable cause whatsoever, yeah, I'd agree.
What was the alleged crime that they were looking into?
Foreign intelligence surveillance.
You don't know what Russiagate was about? What was the alleged crime they were
Well, it
looking
was
into?
supposedly collusion,
Collusion with?
a foreign government,
Specifically?
Russia.
Okay. So the argument was that Trump's team worked with Russian teams to get dirt on their opponent and shit like that, right?
Well, that's essentially no. That's not necessarily the case. So it would
Okay,
be
so
that.
then what were they looking at if that wasn't the case?
So it was that Russian interference in the elections, some cooperation between individuals within Trump's administration. And
What does that mean? What does cooperation mean?
so, like in the instance that Carter Page literally got caught up in criminal conspiracy.
What was his criminal conspiracy he was caught up in?
So let me get this. Go to my source real quick, because I don't know this off the top of my head.
He was alleged to have been conspiring in some sort of quid pro quo with Russians to help win the election. They were going to give him ammunition to go after Hillary, and then once Trump got into office, he was going to give favorable deals to Russia. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that does sound familiar.
Okay. So then the key part was that Russia's giving them ammunition to try to win the election and go after Hillary, correct?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
That would be an outcome if there was actual convictions or any proof found. More than likely,
But that's the
that would
allegation.
benefit.
That's why
Right.
you wouldn't investigate someone because they're like, well, they like Russian TV shows. You'd be like, what? That's not an investigation. The claim that was serious was Trump's team is colluding with Russia to try to get Russia's help to win the election, to
Right.
try to get dirt on Hillary. And right. Now, did Trump's team collude with Russians to get dirt on Hillary?
There was no proof of collusion, but collusion is a
Did
high bar.
Hillary's team collude with Russians to get dirt on Trump?
Not that I know of.
Yes. Who was the primary subsource for the Steele dossier they paid for?
Republicans.
Igor Dushenko, a Russian, not Republicans. No Republicans were involved whatsoever with the funding of the Steele dossier. None.
That
Igor
absolutely isn't
Dushenko
true.
was the primary subsource. That's not true. Igor Dushenko was the primary subsource who at one point was being investigated in the United States for being a Russian spy. So Hillary's team went to someone that the FBI at one point suspected as a Russian spy who was connected to Russian officials and got misinformation from him that they then fed to the FBI, accusing Trump's team of reaching out to Russians to get information against Hillary. Hillary's team did the exact thing that they were accusing Trump's team of doing, except they actually did it, unlike Trump's team. And Obama's FBI decided, instead of investigating Hillary's team, we're going to investigate Trump. Now, it doesn't get more corrupt than that.
So what I'm seeing, a website with GOP ties funded research into the Trump dossier. The GOP started the Trump dossier, or the Steele dossier.
That's not true. The GOP was John McCain and some, I don't know if it was McCain specifically.
Fusion
there were
GPS.
Republicans that had reached out and were doing campaign research against Trump and using Fusion GPS. But Christopher Steele was not hired until the Republican primary was over and did not start compiling his dossier until the Republicans had stopped funding it. So the dossier itself was never funded by any Republicans, nor would it matter if it was. What's the difference? So what? A bunch of corrupt assholes were trying to use the FBI to stop their opponent from winning, whether it be Republicans in a primary or Democrats in a general. But it wasn't, just as a point of note, it wasn't Republicans that funded it.
That's
So
against
again,
all
explain to me
information
if
I
it
have.
was.
Can you show me where it was Hillary and everyone else working with the Russians to bolster the Steele dossier, even though Steele wasn't connected to the Russians?
Yes, the primary subsource was Igor Dushenko, who was Russian. You want proof of that?
No, I can look it up.
Okay. And look up if he was being investigated by the FBI at one point for being a Russian spy as well while you're at it.
Let's take a quick look at 2009, Dushenko. Source for Steele dossier. Beginning in 2016, Dushenko was tasked by Steele to investigate Paul Manafort as well as Donald Trump, Sergey, so on and so forth, contributed. Carter Page, one of Dushenko's primary sources of information, alleged collusion. Russian government was allegedly Olga Galkina.
Who was the primary subsource of the Steele dossier?
Igor Dushenko.
Where was he born?
I'm going to say Russia.
Was he ever investigated by the FBI as being a potential Russian spy?
That I don't know.
He was. So Hillary's team was intentionally reaching out to someone that they knew had been suspected by the FBI as being a Russian spy, who was Russian, who they were parroting, claiming that he talked to sources in the Russian government, right? So the only side that actually was colluding with Russians was Hillary's team. And yet, for the first time that we know of in history, FISA warrants were used to allow the FBI to spy on a presidential campaign because it was so serious that they may be working with Russians. And the proof they used to do that was Hillary's team's information that they got from working with a Russian. How do you explain that?
So from what I'm seeing, Dushenko was an uncommonly valuable FBI informant.
You mean like Carter Page that was lied about? Dushenko was investigated as a Russian spy. They dropped the investigation because they falsely thought that he left the United States, but he didn't. But he was never exonerated. And the information on Dushenko that was out at the time that the communications between Hillary's team and him occurred was that he was a potential Russian spy. There was an investigation by the FBI into Dushenko that was never exonerated him, that never closed. Well, they closed it, but not because they were like, oh, never mind, he's not a Russian spy. They just thought he left. Nonetheless, even if we accept that, he was still Russian, and the entire value of him was supposedly his connections to the Russian government. That's why it was valuable that he was giving these details, which we now know were false, was misinformation.
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, if it wasn't misinformation, who was arrested based on the charges in the Steele dossier on the Trump team for colluding with Russians?
Again, it wasn't the Steele dossier that was used to gain the convictions. That was what was used to renew FISA warrants.
Right. You're right about this. Yes, the Steele dossier didn't get convictions. The Steele dossier was the excuse used to get the tools to spy on Trump's team, which they then would use to get all sorts of information to go after them.
So
the convictions were not, the convictions had nothing to do with illegally colluding with Russians in the 2016 elections. The convictions were things like, well, you misstated things to the FBI. What had happened was, and I was calling this out at the time, the FBI under Obama wanted Hillary to win, so they used the full force of the FBI to illegally spy on their opponents, hoping they could find examples of any crimes. And when they basically couldn't, they just got them in tongue twisters. They sit there and grilled them and said, oh, you said something that's a slight misspeak. We're charging you for that. That's it. That's what happened. Abject corruption. They accused Trump of exactly what Hillary's team was doing. Colluding with Russians to get misinformation to affect the election. That's exactly what Hillary's team did. You acknowledge that that sort of action, trying to weaponize law enforcement to corruptly go after your opponents, is more corrupt than personally enriching yourself with money. That's the end of the debate. And we could do this same song and dance with every single one of the investigations into Trump. Every one.
So is collusion a crime?
No.
So if they found collusion, which is essentially what they were trying to find out, would that have locked Trump up and made it that he couldn't run?
There are certain, collusion itself's not a crime. There are certain things that could be done in the process of collusion that would be a crime. The FBI is not in the business of investigating people for things that aren't crimes. The reason they were doing the investigation was an attempt to find criminal activity. You agree with that, right?
I don't see that there was a criminal activity.
There wasn't. That's right. The FBI used misinformation that was paid for by Hillary's team, financed or obtained through a suspected at one point Russian spy, as an excuse to investigate Trump and his team. Then they were looking for any crimes possible that they could charge them with. That's exactly what happened. My point that I'm making here is merely they weren't. The only reason the FBI would start an investigation is suspected criminal activity. For example, the FBI is not going to investigate Trump because they think he's a poor dresser. They're not going to investigate him because they think he has a foul mouth. If they're investigating, it's a crime, right? You agree with that?
If they investigate it, I don't think it's a crime.
No, they are investigating potential crimes.
Right.
Yes, so that's the point. Hillary's team used misinformation sourced by a Russian to get the FBI to investigate Trump's team under the allegation that him and his team was criminally colluding with Russians, which is what Hillary's team was doing. And it turned out that investigation found that no, Trump's team was not criminally colluding with Russians.
Right, because there was, okay, so you can look and see that there was no exoneration. They removed Mueller. There was a limited scope. There were people removed from the investigation, yet they still managed to get information. Like Paul Manafort got convicted and was eventually pardoned for.
What did Manafort get convicted for? You do realize you're out of your depth here, right?
I mean, I didn't come to talk about this in particular, but
when
Manafort,
you conceded that
I'm going to answer you.
Action,
can I answer you?
Okay. Yeah.
So Manafort was convicted of extensive financial fraud and corruption stemming from lucrative work as a political consultant for a pro-Russia political party and politicians in Ukraine.
What year was that supposed activity occurring?
2016.
No, that's not true. 2013. Or maybe 2012. 2012, 2013. He was working with Poroshenko, right? Yanukovych, who was then the president of Ukraine. That president was alleged to have Russian ties, right? So Manafort was working and he failed to register as a foreign lobbyist, which is one of the charges, FARA violations. Now that's laughable in its own because there are thousands of violations of FARA that occur every year from lawyers and politicians and all sorts of people, almost never charged. But they decided to go after Paul Manafort. What group there were two law firms or two groups that Manafort was working for in 2013 where he was illegally lobbying for Yanukovych. Do you know who those two law firms were? I'll give you the first one, Mercury LLC. That's
Okay.
a Republican sort of strategist firm. Do you know who the second law firm was, or the second group was?
Go ahead and enlighten me.
The Podesta Group. Does that name sound familiar to you?
Yeah, John Podesta sounds familiar.
And what was John Podesta's title in 2016?
I don't recall what his
He's a
title was.
campaign manager for Hillary Clinton, right?
Right.
And what was Paul Manafort's title in 2016? He's a campaign manager for Donald Trump.
Okay.
In other words, the big revelation that came out of this was that Paul Manafort worked with John Podesta's group to illegally lobby in 2013. Was Podesta or anyone at the Podesta group charged? Even though they committed the same crime? Were they charged? No, they were allowed to retroactively file paperwork. Same position, campaign manager as Trump. One gets to refile paperwork, the other gets charged. Now, let me ask you another question. Who do you think they were lobbying to? They were lobbying for Yanukovych, but that means they're talking to entities in the United States. Who was in office that Podesta would have had connections to in 2013?
More than likely Clinton.
Hillary Clinton. So once more, we have another example of this charge stemming from the shit that Hillary was doing and her team, but they charged Trump's team. They're colluding with Russians, so let's investigate Trump for colluding with Russians. Hillary's most likely the one being lobbied by the Podesta Group and by Paul Manafort to help Ukrainians, and so they charge Trump's campaign manager and allow Hillary's off the hook. You see what I'm talking about? This, by the way, I reiterate, this is one example. The truth is, if we could circle it back to the theme of this entire debate, is this: Washington is a big corrupt cesspool. Only a sycophant would say that Trump doesn't have forms of corruption himself. But I am actually shocked because I would assume that anyone that's a billionaire in today's day and world probably has committed some sort of crimes that they're covering up, some sort of tax evasion, shady shit. The fact that they've investigated this man for 8.5 years, and the best they've been able to come up with is like, we don't like some of his crypto trades and shit like that, is laughable. Meanwhile, even though Trump is flawed, and I applaud you or anyone else for wanting to look into it, the vast scale of the fraud, the nepotism, the corruption, the waste, the money being spent is surreal in Washington. The way that they weaponize all of their tools, both in legal but shady and illegal ways, such as FISA warrants, utilizing the FBI, utilizing lawfare, not just against Trump, but from anyone that's seen as an outsider, is absolutely disgusting and is corruption of a magnitude that's barely fathomable. And so, no, I reject your premise that Trump is the most corrupt. These institutions as a whole are laughably more corrupt. And just looking at one particular thing, which you conceded, that attempts to lock up your opponent are more corrupt than personally enriching yourself if they are corrupt, I don't see how you could get out of it. This is just FISA. I'm happy to go through the Trump mortgage claims if you want.
Well,
or
no,
the Alvin Bragg case if you want.
We can stay on a similar claim, like when we're talking about wanting to lock up opponents. So the same as you were saying about Fani Willis. But in the case of Trump, was he not running saying lock up Hillary Clinton?
But there's no problem in saying, hey, I think my opponent should be locked up.
Right.
The question is, did he take actions to do it?
I believe he did.
Name it.
Literally investigation after investigation into the Clintons.
Into Hillary? Trump investigated Hillary? Show me.
Absolutely.
Show me. I thought that James Comey was investigating Hillary and the FBI. You want to go into that investigation as well? Happy to do it.
So let's see. There was Trump's investigations into Hillary Clinton primary focus on the use of private email server, Hillary's emails, government communications, unproven allegations that her campaign orchestrated the investigation into his Russia ties. Neither investigation resulted in criminal charges against her. There was a probe during his 2016 campaign, but that was Comey. The concluded that Clinton was extremely careless, but nothing happened. So then Trump tried to reignite that in the 11th Circuit, and that didn't work out for him either because he just didn't have any standing to bring up these charges.
Huber and Durham did overarching investigations into the Hillary investigation, which was called the mid-year exam, and into Crossfire Hurricane, which was the Trump investigation. Everything that we just talked about, while the FBI is doing all this corrupt shit and investigating Trump, they're also having an investigation into Hillary. Now, with Trump, they went after everyone as hard as possible, charged them with little crimes. With Hillary, they gave everyone immunity, even when they were blatantly lying to investigators. So we have key figures in these investigations, such as, why can't I think of his name right now? I could see his face. Peter Strzok, who was saying he could smell Trump supporters. They need an insurance policy to make sure that Trump doesn't win. He's a key figure that's interviewing people. I think he's the one who interviewed Hillary. He's the one who interviewed Mike Flynn and all these people. And the investigations couldn't have been 180 degrees more opposite. On one hand, they're going as hard as possible against Trump and everyone connected to him. On the other hand, they're going as easy as possible. Now, some of this still falls within the framework of being legal because unfortunately, there's so much prosecutorial discretion given to the FBI. They can basically fucking investigate anyone they want and not investigate anyone they want. So it still doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. So what we see is Trump's team demanded investigations into the investigation, but it didn't result in any criminal charges or anything like that against Hillary. Meanwhile, the people that screamed Trump said lock him up cheered for the people that actually did do the investigations that charged Trump. Litanies of them all at the same time, all designed for one purpose, for political advantageousness to stop their primary opponent from being able to run for office. That's what happened. So at the same time, if you want to talk about it, the FBI investigation into Hillary, not the Trump investigation, the FBI investigation into Hillary, what we see there is there were all sorts of shady shit, including serious allegations that the Attorney General Loretta Lynch, who, by the way, refused to officially recuse herself, basically told James Comey and the FBI, even if you recommend charges, I'm not going to do it. She met with Hillary Clinton's husband, Bill Clinton, on a tarmac that was only reported because a local reporter happened to accidentally see it, which is incredibly shady. Your DOJ is investigating Hillary Clinton and you're meeting with her husband in secret, right? Then they had to change the language in James Comey's official statement on this because the language he used that she was, what was the official term he used? Like reckless, careless, whatever, actually is the language in the criminal file. And what we see, I could go all day on this. What we see is they tried to investigate Trump over and over again for mishandling classified information and obstruction of justice. 100% proven that Hillary's team destroyed subpoenaed emails, something Trump's team never did.
That's not my understanding. It was willful retention. So had he just given back the documents, there would have been no case into Trump. But for some reason, he chose not to and showed those documents to individuals with proof of that.
Well, he didn't. There's no proof that he did.
He's caught on tape.
Said, look at this.
Yeah.
Let me finish. There's audio that he said, look at this, but not that they read it or showed it or that what he was holding was classified.
He literally said, I'm not supposed to show this to anyone. It's classified. I could have unclassified it, and I didn't unclassify it. I'm not supposed
to show you this. It's classified. I could unclassify it, but I didn't. Did I just show you classified material?
Do you have classified material? Would that give me any reason to believe you had classified material?
We don't have evidence. We don't have evidence that what Trump showed them was classified, nor did they get a good look at it. Unlike with Joe Biden, we know that he gave his ghostwriter classified material. We know it. He said it. We have the tapes. They tried to delete the tapes that showed it. The ghostwriter or the writer, biographer, deleted the tapes where Joe Biden's talking about it. So again, apples to apples comparison, Biden did worse. But what I'm talking
what
about
I'm saying is the willful retention, not just the showing of classified documents.
It's not just willful retention would include this. Did they eventually get all of the stuff that Trump was retaining back?
I don't know if they got it all. All I know is he was moving it as they were asking for it. He refused to give it back. He said they were his.
If he was moving it and refused to give it back and then burned it all, would that be worse than what he did?
I say it's just bad because he didn't return them when he was supposed to.
I'm asking you a question. If he, A, said, I'm going to keep this, move some boxes, or B, said, I'm going to keep this, put those boxes in the incinerator, which is worse?
Which is what I think both are equally bad.
That is not true because one is someone who's having a legal dispute that feels he has the right to the documents, but eventually would give them back under court order. The other is someone who intentionally destroyed documents that he knew the government was seeking to obtain.
And I'm
That
saying
one's
that
worse.
Trump destroyed classified documents.
He did
That's
not.
also
There
part
is
of
no
the
evidence.
case.
There is no evidence that Trump destroyed classified documents. However, we absolutely have proof that Hillary's team deleted thousands of subpoenaed emails. Absolutely. Were there any charges?
Not that I'm aware
Quick
of.
time check for both of you. We've officially just crossed the 2-hour mark, so I just want to check in, see where both of you guys are at. If you want to keep going open floor,
We
we
go
can
like another
absolutely
20 minutes if
continue.
you're cool with that, and then we
Works
get
for
to
me.
audience questions or something. Is that cool?
Yeah,
Hillary's
okay,
team
yeah.
deleted subpoenaed evidence. You're aware of that, right? Like with a cloth, a bleach bit, remember?
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
Okay, how many people were charged for that?
Multiple people were charged, to my understanding. No one was convicted.
Who? Give me one person that was charged for deleting Hillary's emails. Go ahead. You're mistaken. No one was charged.
Well, fair enough if nobody was charged.
The guy that was the tech guy, his name was Paul Combetto. This is the official story. You ready?
Yep.
He was well aware that this material was subpoenaed. So he has a meeting with Cheryl Mills, who's Hillary's like top lieutenant, her attorney, right? He testifies to the FBI. He has no memory of what that meeting was about. 2 days later, he's driving to work, and you'll acknowledge this, some little tech guy. Now, all of a sudden, he's the guy responsible for giving subpoenaed material over. It's probably a big deal in this dude's life, right? His career.
Could be.
Okay. He's driving to work. He's like, I gotta get to work and get this subpoenaed material to Congress. And he claims that he had, you ready for this? An oh shit moment. He says, oh shit. I forgot 6 months ago, Cheryl Mills told me to delete those emails. So now he knows that it's illegal to delete them. He knows that they've been subpoenaed by Congress, but he still deletes them. So the FBI listens to him and goes, okay, and what did you talk to Cheryl Mills about 2 days before you deleted them? He says, I don't remember. And the FBI says, okay, good enough for us, immunity. So no one's charged. No one's charged in Hillary's team with deleting, willfully retaining, and then deleting classified material that was never reobtained. Or subpoenaed material that was never Can you explain that double standard?
I mean, I would love to be able to explain if that was the actual case of the narrative, because as far as I can see, it was never any intentional violation of any subpoena. This was never proven.
So wait, you think that Paul Combetta didn't know the material he was deleting was subpoenaed?
As far as they're showing in any court documents, no, they're saying it wasn't
Okay,
intentional.
if I could prove that, would you then acknowledge this is a grotesque double standard?
I'd appreciate it.
I'm asking, that's not an answer.
It wouldn't be a double standard, it would be the same standard.
No, it wouldn't be the same standard if they investigated Trump and charged him and his team for moving boxes, but they intentionally allowed the guy on Hillary's team that deleted subpoenaed evidence off the hook without any charge. That's a double standard.
Sure, that would be a double standard.
All right. Now, first off, I don't know what I'm going to find when I look this up, but it defines credulity that Paul Combetta, who you admitted this would have been a big deal, didn't know that this material was submitted. Why would he was subpoenaed? Why would he all of a sudden have an oh shit moment thinking about this material if it wasn't?
If it was already on the docket to be deleted, or they were just deleted for whatever reason, I can't say, then if he didn't know and it didn't intentionally remove documents that were being requested, was he given a list of what was requested in documents as he was deleting things?
Him and the others at Platte River Networks were given instructions in 2014 and early 2015 to preserve all materials. So he knew, the company he knew was made aware that these materials were subpoenaed and that they had a preservation order and were supposed to start complying and turning them over. Despite knowing that preservation order existed, he deleted these emails.
So I'm wondering what this oh shit moment is that you're talking about.
So what his excuse is this, right? He knows that this shit's subpoenaed. Like, let's say you're my boss, right? And I'm working with you. Like, do you stream regularly?
Every Wednesday.
Okay, so like you're like, hey Rob, can you do me a favor, man? Can I pay you like $50 a month? And all I want you to do is just go watch my live streams and then just put them up as non-live videos and title them and put a thumbnail. Like people do, like people have editors that do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say I do that for you for a year. And then at the end of the year, you say, Rob, can you go back and delete all those videos? Okay, but I forget to do it. I say, okay, sure. And you still pay me, but I forget to do that. And then all of a sudden, 6 months later, you're like, oh, Rob, listen, don't delete anything. I'm being investigated by the FBI. So make sure you preserve everything. I don't want to get into shit. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then 3 days later, I'm putting up a new thumbnail for a new video, and I go, oh, fuck. 6 months ago, Kai told me to delete those videos. So even though 2 days ago he told me not to delete them, I'm going to abide by his orders from 6 months ago and delete them. That's Paul Combetta's official story.
And so what documents specifically were deleted that were important to the case that, you know, they can
Well,
show?
that's interesting. We don't know because they've been deleted and not recovered.
They would know what they were looking for, and they would know what they were looking for wasn't there.
What Congress was looking for was classified material, government business material. Hillary's claim was, you ready for this? It was all just emails about yoga and stuff. But Hillary's team doesn't get to decide. See, that's the willful retention part. They don't get to decide what's important and what's not. That's why the preservation order and the subpoena. It's up for this case, the body that subpoenaed, in this case Congress, to decide what's important or not. If the FBI says, Rob, keep all of your emails because we're investigating you, I don't get to go through my emails and say, I don't think these 10,000 are important, so I'll delete them. The FBI would say, Rob, you don't get to make that decision. That's why we told you to preserve all of the emails.
So
that's what
you're
happened.
telling me that there's proof that this individual was ordered to delete X emails when he acted alone. There's no emails or calls or directives showing that he was ordered to wipe the server or anything after the subpoena arrived. And he admitted to the FBI that he acted on his own initiative to fulfill the original December order.
That's not what I'm saying, but I will say that circumstantially it makes the most sense that a low-level dude didn't risk knowingly committing a felony just because. He was probably ordered to do it. But I can't prove that. You want to know why I can't prove that? Because the FBI decided not to investigate him and instead give him immunity. So alls I am saying that I want to.
Why did they give him immunity?
Let me finish. Alls I know that I can prove with 100% certainty is the FBI damn well knew that they intentionally deleted subpoenaed evidence and charged no one. Let's say that your argument's correct, that he acted all alone. Okay, why wasn't he charged?
Because that's why I was asking, what was he given immunity for? He wasn't charged because he was given immunity. If he wasn't charged post given immunity, then that's because he gave them the information that they were looking for. Because if he violated the immunity clause, they would convict him.
No, they didn't. Well, in a way, you're right. What their claim was, well, we thought he would give us bigger fish, so we gave him immunity, but then he didn't give us bigger fish.
There weren't any bigger fish. If there were bigger fish, he would have given them bigger fish.
How would we know? Okay, let's say this.
So we have to prove a negative?
Let's operate under the assumption for a minute Hillary Clinton personally told him to delete it, right?
Yeah, sure. Let's try that.
Under the hypothetical. They bring him in and they're like, they got the smoky room, good cop, bad cop, the light. And the one's like, you son of a bitch. Did you tell your wife goodbye? You're not going to see the fucking daylight for 20 years. And the other one's like, no, settle down. We got a way out of this for you, right? You've seen this in fucking every cop drama ever, right? They get the low-level drug dealer. You going to fucking rat out Pablo Escobar? Are you going to do it? Or are you going to go to jail for 20 years? Right? That's the way it does. That's classic police work. Turn the screws on the low-level guy, right? So here's what they did in this case. We're assuming that Hillary, for the hypothetical, Hillary personally told him to do it. So he's shitting bricks. Oh, fuck. Man, am I going to turn state's evidence? And they were like, all right, motherfucker, here it goes. Sign this paper. You get total immunity. What? Yeah, go ahead, sign it. Okay. All right, now that you have total immunity, who told you to do it? No one. I did it myself. Good enough for us. Thanks for cooperating. Does that make sense to you? Meanwhile, with Trump's team, they're fucking admitting, like with Mike Flynn, Comey admitted, we talked to him in a way we would never do anyone else. We pretended we were his buddy. We got him there. We got him in one little slip up we're claiming he's a lie. Now we're throwing the book at him and saying, will you turn the screws? Will you go after Trump? Every Democrat knows this because every time Carter Page was being looked at or George Papadopoulos or Roger Stone or Michael Flynn, every single time the news lit up, ooh, maybe he'll flip. Now that he's being charged, maybe he'll flip. But for some reason, they did the opposite with Hillary's team. They gave everyone immunity first and then said, okay, do you have anything to tell us? And they were all like, no. And they were like, okay, that's good enough for us. Why the discrepancy in how they treated those two situations? Why do you
So,
think? Could it be because the investigators leading it said they wanted an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump? That they could smell Trump supporters?
so
That he was so bad? And do you think that had anything to do with it?
I mean, this can't be substantiated, but I want to say, like, just real quick, in the case of Michael Flynn, let's say they gave him immunity. Let's just
Okay.
say they gave him immunity.
Uh-huh.
And he, does something like makes false statements. What happens to his immunity?
He would lose it.
Right. So apparently the individual that wiped the server didn't give any false statements and cooperated.
Did they investigate the statements? Did they investigate his communications with Cheryl Mills? Did they investigate his calls? Did they investigate his emails? Did they investigate his text messages? Or did they just take his word for it?
I don't believe they just took his word for it. I mean, if you can
Yes,
show
they
me that they
did.
just show me where they just took his word for it.
Yeah, so I could show you. Did they subpoena his cell phone? His emails? They've all said no, they didn't do any of these things.
They looked for emails, found no emails, phone calls, or directives. So he was
The point is
definitely
they took the guy's word for it. They didn't investigate Cheryl Mills. They were like, literally, can you imagine this? Nada, the guy that was charged for moving boxes in Trump. Nada, 2 days before you moved the boxes, you had a meeting with Trump. Witnesses say that you were in there for an hour. What did you talk about? I don't remember. Okay, here's immunity. Good to go. No, they said, fuck you. We're charging you, motherfucker. That's what they did. By the way, why even give this dude immunity? They knew they had him dead to rights. He was literally the guy that was in Platte River. There were like 3 people at Platte River. All they had to do was investigate a little and then to find out, oh, this was the dude. He went into this computer. The shit was deleted at this time. We have him on camera doing this shit, right? So it's clear that they were intentionally uncurious. Let's give everyone immunity and see what they say. Oh, they said there was nothing here. Ah, rats. With Trump's team, it's let's set people up. Let's set up stings and investigations, and we couldn't find anything serious, but we'll still say that they misled investigators. Completely different. Point is, it is overwhelmingly, I know we
Flynn
don't have a lot
pled
of time.
guilty. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because they
Flynn
went after
pled
his,
guilty.
because they went after his son and said that they were going to charge his son for various things. So he pled guilty.
So was his
Just to
son
be clear.
guilty of anything?
No,
Then why would he care?
but because the FBI was clearly didn't give a shit. The process is the punishment.
So why
Flynn's
did
life
he?
was ruined by just being investigated. So was George Papadopoulos. So was Carter Page. So was Roger Stone. They bankrupted these motherfuckers. That's
And-
what was going on.
And yet they
And so
found
and
evidence.
father was like, yeah, I don't want this to happen to my son.
So in
What's
one
the evidence
case,
that Flynn was guilty?
well, there was intercepted calls, false statements.
What was the crime? Okay, what was the false statement?
The false statement was discussing sanctions. FBI agencies recorded his phone and proving that the statements were false. Where he
Okay.
denied discussing sanctions.
What did he? Okay. So the big deal was, let's just be clear. The reason, because they have to be investigating for an underlying crime, right? In order to get false statements.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So this was the big evil thing that Flynn did. Kislyak, that was his Russian counterpart, is Flynn's coming into office. Obama's pissed because his side lost the election. So they're floundering and they're throwing out this Russia bullshit because Obama was playing right along with Hillary's team that Russia, Russia, Russia. That's what they were doing, right? So he sanctions Russia and a bunch of Russian oligarchs. Flynn says to Kislyak, don't sanction America back. Instead, when I'm in there, or when Trump gets in there, we'll talk about this and try to have a peaceful resolution. That's the big crime that Flynn committed. That's what needed investigated. Now, when they talked to Flynn, they asked him 3 times, did you talk about sanctions? And basically, he's like, nah, I don't remember, blah, blah, blah. And finally, at the end, he says, I don't remember, I could have. That's what they're saying's a lie. Now, they didn't record this, by the way. The FBI didn't record, like you would assume, 2016, they'd have one of these, but they didn't record. Instead, they did what was called a 302. One of the investigators that they used the written word of was
Go ahead.
Peter Strzok, the guy who wanted an insurance policy against Trump. And even their own 302 shows Flynn saying, I don't remember, I could have talked about that. And that's what they charged him for lying, for saying, I don't recall. By the way, how many times did Hillary Clinton say, I don't recall in the Benghazi investigation?
He said he didn't. He didn't just say he didn't recall. He said,
Wanna
I
bet?
didn't do so.
Want to bet?
But he did.
Okay.
The fact that he did it when he said he doesn't recall and there was recordings of him doing so.
Oh, so if he said, I don't recall, but he did it, then that's a lie.
He said, I may have, I don't recall.
Right.
And that's a lie.
No. How do you know that that's a lie?
Because he was caught doing so.
Okay, so everything you've done, you remember.
Not everything, but in regards to specific things, yeah, I would say I would know
Did you have
whether I did
steak?
something or not.
Did you have steak for dinner last week?
No,
How about a month ago?
no,
Or are you vegetarian?
no,
Okay. Did you have chicken a month ago?
absolutely.
Okay. Did you have chicken last week?
Yes,
What'd you have for dinner yesterday?
ramen with pork.
What'd you have? Send this guy some fucking donuts. Ramen? I actually like ramen. What'd you have for dinner last Wednesday?
Last Wednesday, I had pizza.
What'd you have 2 Wednesdays ago?
2 Wednesdays ago, I had Del Taco burritos.
I don't believe that you remember this.
I
What'd you have
definitely
5
remember
weeks?
this. I map out all
What'd you-
my meals.
Okay. Well, then what'd you watch on television 7 Wednesdays ago?
Ooh, that's tough. 7 Wednesdays ago. Some really trash anime. I couldn't tell you which ones though.
That's not true. We have you on video watching Demon Slayer. So you're lying.
That's a trash anime, so it'd be true.
Yeah, so you lied. You said you didn't know and you did. You see how stupid this is? You mean a dude that's now being promoted to one of the biggest positions in his life, being the national security advisor, who's probably making dozens upon dozens of calls, didn't remember the specific details of one call and said, I don't remember, that could have happened, and that's a lie?
Yeah, he's
That's your
saying he
claim, that
didn't
that's a lie.
because he knows he did, because he spoke secretly with this individual specifically about sanctions.
That's not. Do you think that Hillary, when she kept saying, I don't recall, lied?
I don't know.
She probably did. How would you prove whether or not someone recalls?
By showing some itinerary, by showing some intent, by showing what
doesn't-
was actually
An
done.
itinerary wouldn't matter. I don't recall what I talked to my secretary about 4 weeks ago. We have an itinerary that says you talked to her. I don't recall.
So if
Paul,
you
we
have a
just got done
recording,
talking. Paul Combetta says he didn't recall what he talked about with Cheryl Mills 2 days before. That's a lie, clearly, right? We have the itinerary. He met with her. So clearly he recalls, right? So why didn't they charge him for lying?
if it can be proven that it was a lie and she knows like that she
How
was
could you
doing
prove
some
that someone
dealing,
doesn't recall?
some sort of recording, some sort of evidence, some sort of
That's still
documentation.
not proof.
Well,
Like
we
that's
got
why
that
attorneys
proof.
tell you when you answer to say, I don't recall, because it's almost impossible unless they have you on recording being like, of course I recalled, I just lied to them. It's almost impossible to know what someone remembers. But with Flynn, they didn't give a shit. He's the only one. Everyone else, all through Washington, constantly subpoenaed. I don't recall. But with Flynn, they're like, bullshit. You recalled, we're charging you. And what's the serious crime that we need to charge you with? You asked your counterpart in Russia not to sanction us.
So here's where we're at. Flynn lied when he said he did not ask Russian ambassador to hold off on retaliating for U.S. sanctions. He said he did not do so. He didn't say
It's
he
not
didn't
true.
recall.
He said, So now you're changing it.
I'm just reading what's going on. Like, I want to see, like, did he say I didn't recall? Did he say I don't think I did? Or did he say he did not? And in this case, he's saying he did not.
Okay, let's see. I have the 302.
And he pled guilty.
We already talked about the pleading guilty. So let's see.
And he also denied asking the ambassador to delay a UN vote on Israeli settlements, but I don't really care.
Let's see. The interviewing agents asked Flint. This is from the official FBI 302 of Michael Flynn. The interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak in which the expulsions were discussed, where Flynn might have encouraged Kislyak to not escalate the situation, to keep the Russian reciprocal, or to not engage from tit to tat. Flynn responded, not really, I don't remember. It wasn't don't do anything. Flynn did not know about persona non grata. Then we skip some. The interviewing
So
agent
not
asked Flynn if
really
he-
is I don't recall. It's just like, we might have talked about some of that. We didn't really talk about that.
Right. That's saying I don't remember. I don't really remember what it was. Then they ask him again. Listen, the interviewing agents asked Flynn if he recalled any conversation with Kislyak, which Kislyak told the government of Russia, take into account the administration's position on expulsion, or where Kislyak said Russia responded or chose to moderate. Flynn stated it was possible he talked to Kislyak on the issue, but if he did not remember doing so. So he said, maybe I did, but I don't remember.
And so you wouldn't know if you talked.
You want me to link that to speak so you can see?
I mean, you can, but all the same, this sounds like he was obfuscating what he actually did when they had wiretaps. So they asked him a question they already knew the answer to.
Right. And he said, I could have done that. I don't recall. And they're like, that's a lie. You did recall. That's a joke. They would not do that to anyone else. Yes, the same people talking about an insurance policy against Donald Trump decided that they were going to aggressively go after Flynn. James Comey, who laughed that they basically went against all norms to get him because, haha, the fool trusted us. Yep, that's what happened. Yes, this is further proof of the weaponization of law enforcement, of the Democratic apparatus working with the FBI to go after the Trump's team in a litany of ways. Again, I'll repeat. I'll leave the audience judge for themselves. Here's the question. Did Flynn recall a conversation with Kislyak where he told Kislyak the government of Russia had taken into account incoming administration's possible position on expulsion, or where Kislyak said the government of Russia responded or chosen to modulate their response in any ways to the U.S. action as a result of the request by the incoming administration? Quote, Flynn stated it was possible he talked to Kislyak on the issue, but if he did not remember doing so. And that's the lie. I'll leave it up to the audience to decide. Every time they've heard a government official testify, thousands of times, I don't recall, and never be charged for a lie, but Flynn, they decided to. And what was the underlying grievous charge? The crime that he committed? Ask Russia to not sanction the United States. Amazing.
That he lied about. So all the same.
He didn't. If he said I didn't recall, you can't prove that
he said he didn't recall. He said he didn't recall.
I may have, I don't recall.
Hold on. He said, I may have, I don't recall. They played the recordings for him. Then he pled guilty. That shows he knew he was lying, or else he wouldn't have pled guilty.
Okay, so I just want you on record. Anyone who's ever pled guilty, you're acknowledging was guilty. So if I could bring up like the Innocence Project, which primarily focuses on black people that have pled guilty to crimes only to later say that they were coerced in that confession or their family was threatened or anything, you would say, bullshit. That's bullshit. They confessed their
I'm not going to say there was no coercion there, but he lied. There were tapes showing that he lied, and he pled guilty to lying.
That's not a lie, and you're not answering the question. You're saying pleading guilty proves that he was guilty. I'm showing you the exact notes that were used to show that he lied, which don't show that he lied.
We're talking apples to oranges here. We're talking about we're talking about private citizens that get brought up on trumped up charges and then don't know they can't afford any legal representation, trying to make a plea deal so that they don't get more time because they already know they're going to get locked up, versus somebody who has legal representation, has all the avenues in the world to prove their innocence. If he didn't do it, they would have fought tooth and nail to exonerate him. And he got pardoned.
He did fight tooth and nail.
That's what I'm saying.
Reportedly, you want to know what his legal fees was? $4.6 million. That's what they were doing to all these Trump people. That's what they tried to do to Trump in the 2024 election. We'll just do these investigations and turn the fucking screws on you until you say, that's it, I can't handle it anymore. $4.6 million he spent because they said, nah, you did recall. That's it. The idea that it's like, well, he could have afforded it, it's bullshit. On one hand, you have police officers that would have no reason for an individual level to be spiteful and go after someone. On this hand, we had the investigators talking about an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump.
So I need to see evidence of the coercion that made him plead guilty after they played the tapes for him. What was the coercion that was put in place? The coercion
was they were threatening to go after his son, and he'd already spent $4.6 million.
You can threaten to go after my son right now. I don't care. He didn't do anything. You're not going to get anything
there.
You're
a shitty father.
Well, he's 2, so you're not going to get much.
The point is, like, again, like, it always amazes me when I'm talking to someone that wants to bring up the statistics and claim that law enforcement's bias against blacks right? And then at the same time being like, of course the FBI is not corrupt. If they go after you and you say you're guilty, then clearly you're guilty. It's cut and dry. That's what it is.
If they have
Despite the fact
recordings
what
of
the
you
evidence
doing the
shows.
thing,
I hope that you never, imagine this. Imagine that you say, I don't recall sometime, and we have a recording of the fucking investigating agent going after me like, fuck this guy, he stinks. His whole family stinks. I want to fuck this guy over. We need an insurance policy to make sure that he can never do anything meaningful. I hope that never happens to you. And then they throw the book at you and they're like, now we're going to go after your fucking son. We already cost you $4.6 million. I hope you're not in that position. Maybe you could prove that you're the big man then, though, and say, this is all good. It's all on the up and up. I would never confess.
Again, if
I would
I've
never
done
plead
nothing
guilty.
wrong, I'm going to plead guilty in the case that they're going to get charges on me for whatever. Like if I actually did something and I know I'm screwed, I'm going to look for a lighter sentence. That just is what it is. And he pled guilty.
No, I don't know what to tell you. We're back to this. Then anyone who's ever pled guilty committed the crime?
Not everyone. People that plead guilty do commit the crime. And in this instance, he committed the crime.
Sometimes not. Sometimes they do, sometimes not.
I mean, in this instance, he even tried to withdraw his plea and he got a full pardon.
He tried to withdraw the plea because he said, I didn't do this shit.
But he clearly did.
He didn't. We read it. Prove to me, forget about whether he pled guilty or not. Prove to me without saying he pled guilty that he did recall. That it was a lie when he said, I could have said that, but I don't recall. So you're saying the lie is you absolutely know beyond a reasonable doubt that he did recall.
Yeah, he said.
Prove it.
So from what you read in the transcript, he said, maybe, possibly, I don't recall.
Correct.
So he's saying we might have, but I'm not entirely sure.
Correct.
When it's shown
and you're saying that's a lie. In other words, he was entirely sure. He did remember.
I'm going to say
that's what you're saying the lie is.
That's
Prove
why
it.
he pled guilty.
I just said without saying he pled guilty, prove that to me. You can't.
I mean, the recorded conversations show the reality of it. So we're talking about whether or not he knew he did.
No, we're talking, right. He said that could have happened. I don't remember. They're like, well, it did happen. Here's the call. He's like, oh, okay. Aha, we know that you remembered. No, I didn't remember until you played the recording. Prove it. Okay, we'll make you spend $4.6 million. Now we're going to go after your son. Fuck it, I plead guilty. Then he later says, I didn't do this shit. I want to rescind my plea. By the way, it's something that happens in the black community. I'm sure you're not saying, bullshit, don't allow him to rescind the plea. He said he was guilty. He's guilty. That's it. We don't want to hear about coercion.
I mean, if it can be shown that the plea was under coercion, and I don't see where I don't see any proof that they threatened to go after his son, and under what circumstances are they going after his son? And why wouldn't they just go after his son if there was wrongdoing?
He spent $4.6 million and said he was running out of money. He said he was physically and financially exhausted after fighting this and spending millions on legal fees, and was being told by prosecution and attorneys that he stood to lose everything if he was found guilty. He says that they threatened to go after his son, Michael Flynn Jr., if he didn't cooperate. So out of just being exhausted for this constant pressure for a nothing fucking charge, a nothing claim, he pled guilty to get a slap on the wrist. And the intent was so dudes like you could later be like, he pled guilty, therefore he did it. That was the intent. It was all political gamesmanship and bullshit. This wasn't about obtaining justice. It was about collecting scalps because they wanted to bring down Donald Trump and wanted an insurance policy against him. And it worked beautifully to the point where years later, people like you are still saying, he must have did it. It must have been a lie. Even when we could see the 302s and be like, really? The lie was they were claiming that they did know he could recall? Just to be clear then, if Trump's team decides to aggressively investigate anyone for any time they say, I don't recall, you'd say, hey, that's totally fair game. Of course, the standard should be anyone that says we don't recall, you could force them to spend millions of dollars in legal fees to say, actually, we think you do recall. You'd be for that. You'd say, no problem. Especially if Trump's investigators were saying, like Kosh Patel and them were like, we need an insurance policy against this dude. You'd say, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. I don't see the problem there.
So
maybe he did recall. Might as well have the charge, right?
So in the instance that you're saying there was coercion, I don't think there was coercion. I think it could be shown that Flynn Jr. may have worked alongside his dad to do the things that he was doing. He chose to not get anybody else caught up and plead guilty, which he was guilty. There were recordings of him doing The thing that
You're
he said he
just
didn't do.
what you're doing is you're literally searching some left-wing place that's saying no, he was guilty, and I'm responding to what you're saying. I'm like, here's the specific documents, and your response to me every time is just to read something that disagrees, that's not looking at the 302. I again am reading specifically from the 302. What they're saying that he lied about was saying that could have happened, I don't recall. And you just keep rereading some left-wing rag that's like, nah, he did it. He did it. And I'm directly answering their reasoning for saying he did it. And you're ignoring me and just saying, but wait, he did this and his son was involved with it. That's not an argument. You're not making an argument. Just rereading.
I don't
What's
have
the source you're reading?
I don't have the 302.
What's the source you're reading?
Literally Politico, like.
Yeah. That'd be the same if I'm sitting here like, well, Greg Gutfeld says that Biden's guilty. Let me reread it again. And you're like, well, Greg Gutfeld's wrong. Here's the specific details. But let me reread Greg Gutfeld's claims again.
No, what I'm saying is, if in the case, like, let's take it to Hillary Clinton, and they're asking her questions about the email server, this, and that. And she's saying, I don't recall. And they can't bring up any evidence as to where she should be recalling this, and she's clearly not telling the truth about this. Was there any evidence?
Yes, we had this happen. Yes, I could prove this happened. She said, I think all these emails were about yoga. They weren't. They later proved that they weren't. So she should be charged with lying, right? Why wasn't she?
Because she wasn't the one that directed each email be deleted. It was one individual that was
that's a separate conversation to lying.
Well,
She said, let me finish. She said the emails were about yoga. The emails were not about yoga. Therefore, she lied. Right?
Again, the fact that there was no proof that the individual that deleted the emails knew was directed by her.
Is lying to law enforcement a crime?
I'm saying how does she know what the individual?
Stop. Forget about it. I'm just asking an abstract question. Is lying to law enforcement a crime?
Yes.
If you lied to law enforcement but you didn't tell someone to delete emails, is that a crime?
If it can be proven that she lied to law enforcement.
Okay, did she lie when she said they were yoga emails and they weren't?
I don't know.
Yes, that's a lie.
I don't know if she was lying.
Charged? How do you not know she was lying? We could have the proof that they weren't yoga emails.
How does she know what was deleted and at what direction?
It's not just what was deleted. It was, Hillary, we want your emails. She said, here's part of them. You don't get the rest. They're all personal things about yoga. We sent you everything that was relevant. Then it turns out that's not true. There were things in there that were relevant that weren't about yoga. Therefore, she lied.
Did she know that?
Yes.
And you're sure how?
The same way you're sure that Flynn recalled.
So Hillary stated that some of the personal emails she deleted from her private server were about yoga outlines during a 2015 press conference at the United Nations addressing her private email server controversy. She explained that she opted not to retain personal private messages. She noted that deleted messages contained emails about planning Chelsea's wedding, yada, 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 condolences to friends, multiple things that you can typically find in inboxes. Like, it wasn't just yoga, but all the same. How was she to know that particular emails that were within that portion that were deleted were classified?
Because she would have known. Because she was the person in charge, that there were emails that weren't just about yoga.
If she directed it, I would agree with you, and it could be proven that she directed that.
It's not. It's not just that she directed the deletions. She directed what to be handed over. Again, your double standard is striking. You're saying, oh, no. She would have known. She might not have known that there were emails there. She didn't recall that there were other emails. But Flynn definitely recalled and lied when he said, I don't recall.
Yes, because there was proof that he did the thing that he did.
It doesn't. There was proof that there were emails that weren't yoga, that were relevant.
So prove that there's no way that she absolutely knew that every email on there was classified.
Prove that absolutely he remembered. Prove that absolutely he remembered. He recalled. You can't. That's why they never charge people for saying, I don't recall. Just Flynn to bankrupt him.
So why didn't Hillary
Because they wanted an insurance policy.
So if they had enough information to know that she was lying, why wouldn't she just plead guilty?
Because they weren't going to charge her, because they were in on it. They wanted an insurance policy to help her win. They were giving everyone fucking immunity. They were treating her with kids' glove. Why would you plead guilty when you know they're going to let you off the hook?
Treating her with kids' gloves? She was literally
Yes.
brought in for deposition after deposition, raked over the coals, far more than Trump was
That was
during
by
his...
the Republicans on the Benghazi committee. That's different than the FBI. The FBI actually allowed her to be interviewed with her attorney, Huma Abedin, who was one of the people being investigated. Can you show me another time law enforcement allows two potential suspects to interview together? Isn't that sort of the opposite of what they do? Don't they interview and then make sure the stories add up? But not here. They let them interview together. You're saying just because Republicans in Congress and the Benghazi committee grilled her, that means the FBI did? Quite the contrary. They treated her with kids' glove. They gave everyone immunity. They let them smash devices.
Sorry, Hillary's been investigated so many times, I did get the two mixed up. My apologies.
Who's been investigated more, Hillary or Trump?
I mean, Trump crimes a lot more than Hillary does, so yeah.
We didn't even get to the rest. But it is probably about time to wrap up. We said 20 minutes, and it's been. I'm
It's been a
happy to
little
give
bit.
closing statements if you like. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. But do you want to do closing statements, and then if the
That works
audience
for
has
me.
questions,
That works for me.
Okay. Speak. Who gives the first closing?
Well,
I
I
don't
went
really
first,
care.
so you get to go first. Or
Okay.
do you want
I
last?
will do
If you want last word, you can have last word.
No, I have no problem flipping it. That's cool.
Yeah, usually the way I do it though is like, so the person who goes first, they'll go first for closings too, so that the other one gets the last word. Like I'll give one the first word, one the last word. But if you guys want to do it this way, I don't.
However you want to do it, Kai. I'm cool. I honestly don't give a shit.
I'll go ahead and go first. And
Okay.
you're a lot more eloquent when it comes down to a great closing argument, so I'll run that.
Give me
down.
that advantage, huh? That's fine. Whatever you want to do is fine.
All right.
Awesome. I'll put a 5 minutes on the clock, and if you're getting close to it, I'll let you know, like a minute away. And also, chat. They said they're willing to do some super chat questions, so if you want some questions, get them in now. Yeah, go ahead, Lethy, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so when we go to talk about the Trump administration and the multiple levels of corruption going on, we ran round and round the mulberry bush to every other administration, every other state, every other legislation, not showing one particular cohesive administration was more corrupt than the Trump administration. So when you're looking at the Trump administration as well as the family involved in the Trump administration, you can look into multiple documents, multiple loans from foreign dignitaries. You look into trades of stocks, you look into crypto, you look into disclosures, and there's tons of disclosures, billions of dollars made by individuals particularly. Then you look into money that is spread and contracts that are spread among multiple individuals that are aligned with the administration. Then you look into pay-for-play schemes where people are paying millions of dollars just to get a meeting with Trump. You look into political pardons that were given based on money that was given to Trump to have a meeting with him, and then he just went ahead and pardoned people. I would say pardons are a very key feature when it comes down to this. So you got Jinping Zhao, the founder of the cryptocurrency exchange Binance, that was pardoned for enabling money laundering on its platform. I wonder why he would pardon somebody that was enabling money laundering. Then you get Trevor Milton, the founder of Nikola, who was pardoned for securities fraud, erasing obligations to repay investors hundreds of millions of dollars. Why would this individual get a pardon? Is it pay for play? Apparently, we will never know. David Gentile, convicted of conspiracy in a billion-dollar fraud scheme. Gentile was freed after serving only 12 days and had his $15.50 million restitution order wiped out. Then you look at HDR Global Trading Limited. Trump made history by granting the country's first ever corporate pardon, which owed over $100 million in fines. This is taking money out of taxpayers' pockets and basically just bolstering the money of everybody around him. So the closer you are to Trump and the more access you have to Trump, the more likely that your outcomes are going to be good. So then you look into the cryptocurrency, which there's no way to track who's putting money into this cryptocurrency. There are multiple foreign dignitaries that could be putting money into this. We will never know. It's an ever-flowing spigot of money that can come to Trump and his family. So when you look at all these things, I'm going to say it's very clear that this family is bolstering themselves and making sure the people that align with them are taken care of. There are investigations into individuals that have virtually done nothing wrong. You look at the indictment into James Comey over 8647 in the sand. Why is this even relevant? There's not going to be any sort of and there's not going to be any conviction that comes for this. For almost every single indictment, there has not been a conviction. They find nothing. There's constant fishing expeditions. Yet for some reason, whenever it's done to Trump, it's lawfare. Yet they keep finding convictions. They keep getting guilty pleas. Why is this the case? If there was nothing to see here, there would be nothing to get. But for some reason, we keep fishing and we keep getting fish. How does that work? So when you look at the Mueller investigation, there was no exoneration. Trump removed Mueller. Why is he obstructing justice in this way? There was a limited scope. There was influences on witnesses, and there was control accountability. You look into the ethics violation, the public, where senior officials, a modern administration, senior officials use government roles, public offices, and official events to help Trump's presidential campaign. Clear corruption. The U.S. Office of Special Counsel found that 13 senior Trump administration officials violated the Hatch Act in connection with the 2020 election period, including conduct around Republican National Convention. And the OSC said that reported document violations by senior officials using official authority or influence for partisan political purposes. Then you look into the ballroom, which I would have been very happy to get into the ballroom because you can already see pay for play going on there. There was another pardon that was done in regards to the ballroom. Why are there so many pardons in regards to people that give Trump money? That seems like pretty clear corruption and enrichment of him and his family. Why is this being done on taxpayer dollars? So for all these things that I see, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to say that there isn't a large amount of corruption. And when you see the amount of gain just by the individuals involved in the administration, you can look outward and see far more money going out to all the individuals that garnered favor with Trump. And with that, I will go ahead and yield my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I'll start your 5 minutes and I'll let you know as well when you're a minute away.
Sure. Rereading the opening statement for a closing statement, interesting trick, but you can see, unfortunately, there's a lot to talk about on the allegations he made and allegations that I was bringing up. I think that it's evident that when we got into the details of each of these things, that I was doing a far better job. Let's start with the good. I like Kai, and I very much enjoyed the conversation, so that's good. And there's certainly smoke when it comes to things around Trump that he's talking about that I think would rise a level of shit that we shouldn't like. I just think that this is part and parcel to how the game's played. Doesn't mean that people like Kai shouldn't criticize it, but it pales in comparison to the vast levels of corruption we've seen. He's talking about $2 billion in corruption. I'm talking to you about potentially $300 billion a year of misallocated funds from our federal government. He concedes that when Trump's team's trying to investigate this, the Democrats basically do nothing about it. He concedes in the most brutal concession that far worse than money would be trying to use your position to lock up your opponents. We got to one example. I could have went 4 hours on each of the investigations into Trump, each getting increasingly more laughable. But the FISA warrant situation is easy. It shows the double standard, which is corrupt, and by Kai's own admission, that would be more corrupt than Trump enriching himself. And there's some things he said here at the end that I think that are worth going up. And I'll say, so given that, he has to concede that the FISA warrants were improper. He quibbles semantically. Are they just improper or are they illegal? You can see all through it the double standards of Hillary's team deleting expeded evidence and getting away with it, but they decided to charge Trump's team. Hillary's team actually colluding with Russians. They decided to investigate Trump's team, et cetera, et cetera. He's out of his depth on these things, though I appreciate him trying to have the conversation. And it shows a pattern since 2016. The Democrats and their administrations have weaponized law enforcement in every way possible to try to prevent an actual fair election because they knew that their positions aren't popular. And that is the definition of corruption. Some things he added at the end here is funny. Hatch Act, my goodness. Hatch Act, that's what we're going to talk about. For those that don't know, that's like using electioneering from your official position. I mean, my goodness, there's so many accusations of Pete Buttigieg using electioneering when he was the Secretary of Transportation, or Karen Jean-Pierre. So, I mean, what a joke, Hatch Act stuff. It's just, you know, then when he talks about pardons, we didn't get into it much. What do you think's worse, pardoning potential millionaires and stuff that maybe you can't prove it, but maybe kick back money to you in some way on a cryptocurrency, or preemptively pardoning all of the people in your administration and your family after you claim that you wouldn't do it? and then doing it on the last day of your administration. I notice he didn't bring that up. I'll guarantee if Trump pardoned his sons from any potential investigation, he would say, holy shit, that's corrupt. Particularly if he said year after year he wasn't going to do it. And yet, nary a peep when it comes to the Biden administration doing these things. The truth is this: it is absolutely true that Washington is horribly corrupt, and a scale that's almost not fathomable. A dude grifting $1 or $2 billion is something that we should all be like, that's fucked up, but it pales in comparison to what happens. Our tax money is used as a fountain for all sorts of connected NGOs and nepotistic people. The worst example I could think of the corruption, in addition to going after Trump in the ways we've seen, which he didn't get much into, but 1.1 billion of your dollars, your taxpayer dollars, being used to force the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into Joe Biden's son. The same Biden administration that sat behind counted, repeated attempts to weaponize law enforcement to go after Donald Trump. He says, we get fish, you don't. Laughable. Just because Democrats are more likely to convict anyone, including a ham sandwich, anytime that and again, this is coming from someone who wants to tout how crooked law enforcement is against black people. And yet, strangely enough, when it comes to Trump, we have to believe all law enforcement. If they're a conviction, that's the end all be all, ignoring the reality that we could all see in front of our faces. That there is a disease of TDS on the left, that they'll find this man guilty of anything. What we can see is the double standards and how it's applied. Alvin Bragg, campaign finance violation, beyond the statute of limitations, create a novel legal theory that requires 3 steps to charge Trump so that they can say he's a 37-time felon. Meanwhile, in the same election, in the same state of New York, Hillary Clinton's team, according to the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, committed the exact same crime. Instead of paying her attorney for campaign research, she said it was for legal fees. The exact thing that Alvin Bragg went for Trump. Did Alvin Bragg look at Hillary? No. We're talking about lying, Mike Flynn. I looked it up. Like, there are specific lies. Hillary Clinton said she turned over all work-related emails. The DOJ said that was a lie. They said that there was no classified material on her server and she never received classified information. DOJ proved that was a lie. Her team said that all the deletions were done properly. The DOJ determined that was a lie. Why didn't they charge anyone? And this is constantly the case. But Kai's fine with it. As long as radical left-wing jurors in places like D.C. will convict Trump, he's absolutely fine with the double standard. And lastly, you can see the conversation, although tangential when we were talking about race, you could really see Kai's bias, how he'll pick and choose the data that he wants to accept. He'll say we have to believe juries, have to believe law enforcement when it comes to going after Trump, but we shouldn't believe those statistics in law enforcement when it comes to going after black criminals, etc. What this is a classic example of someone that despises Donald Trump and is pointing smoke that actually exists, but is excusing the mass amount of corruption. Trump is a symptom of that corruption. People were sick and tired of it, and he may not be perfect, and he should be criticized if he's engaged in corruption, but it is a pittance compared to not just what administrations like the Obama administration and the Biden administration did, but what people like Clinton selling our uranium and what the institutions themselves have been doing for decades that people like Kai silently buy and allowed to occur. The real reason they're mad at Trump is because he's an outsider that suggested looking into it, thereby showing the real lack of faith in institutions comes from him and people like him that selectively only target Trump but didn't have a problem for decades as this shit went on the other side.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, that's going to wrap up the debate portion, and we're going to get into Q&A from the super chat. So if you have any questions you want to super chat in, there's no amount, just send it in and we'll ask it, but it has to be a question, right?
I have, just to let you know, I have maybe half an hour. I have to drive to DC tomorrow, so
yeah,
gotta be, but I got a half hour if Kai's cool with that.
No,
and obviously you could stay later.
I'm here for, like, I wanted to get a day where I could.
Oh,
I think
muted.
you muted.
You muted yourself on the stream, yes.
Yeah, I for sure wanted to stick around as long as you possibly could because I really appreciate you.
It's
having
been
me
fun.
on, and
I've thoroughly enjoyed this.
I asked you like a few months ago, like, can we get a debate? And finally, it gets
I know
to
I'm
happen.
bad at responding. I'm sorry about
Well,
that.
you
but
responded.
it's
You just
been
said
Use the
about what? It
words.
just never happened.
Oh,
I do this show with him, and I have to hit him up a few times
Yeah,
for him to hit me
I'm
back.
I like
He's
doing
like
this
I
when I'm,
used to be. I used to
dude.
be the exact same way, but I force myself now to check it. Like I have
I know.
an alarm to remind myself.
The way I keep from going psychotic is as soon as I turn the computer off, I don't think about any of this shit. And so then I'll be like, oh yeah, I should check my emails and my Discord. I always just forget, but all right, I'm ready to go.
All right. Let me see what we got here. I know I seen one earlier. There we go. Johnny McVito comes in. Question to both. What would be the threshold breaker to either absolve or condemn Trump permanently in the public eye? Proving, then they put like proven Epstein innocence, involvement in the CK assassination, and outcomes. So I guess they're trying. I guess if he's asking, is there
Yeah.
for you guys to kind of switch sides for a second? Is there something that would make you say the other side?
Okay, well, it would have to be personal because if the idea is as the public in general, I think Kai would agree with me. There are people that will always defend Trump no matter what, and people that would always hate Trump no matter what. So it will never be universal. Me personally, oh yeah, I mean, if it was ever proven, like to my satisfaction that Trump like assaulted children or something, not only would I not support him, I would want them to like put him in the firing squad immediately. Like I don't give a fuck that much. Trump to me is someone that is, you know, he's there, but he's not someone that I agree with everything. I think even this debate shows that. I think, though, that my big target is the institutions themselves that are almost irredeemably corrupt. And so to see them go after Trump corruptly again and again and again, and then try to point out little flaws. Oh, look at this crypto. Look at this. Well, these motherfuckers have been bilking us for hundreds of billions a year. That's what I'm fighting against. So I don't give a fuck if Trump did it. Convict him. I don't give no skin off my back.
And for me, it would be like actually draining the swamp and like having clear transparency of what's being done. I would say, oh, well, then he's probably on the up and up. It just him doing business as usual. And then same thing goes. I'm with Rob. If it was proven, like literally any politician was caught up with the Epstein stuff, clap them all. I don't care who it is.
No, just to be clear, it depends on what. Like if
No,
they
like
took
actually diddling kids
Yeah,
or
right,
like
right,
doing
right,
some
right.
wild shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they smoked a little reefer with Epstein, I'm not that concerned. If they're assaulting children, that's a different level.
That was always the thing, right? Oh, Trump's in the picture having a beer with him. It's over.
Yeah.
Let me see. Do we have another? I think I seen another question. Yeah. Okay. Southern Man comes in, says, Kai, what do you think is the most important thing that has happened to you that makes it more difficult for you to admit you lost this debate?
That's a loaded question if I've ever heard one.
I know,
It would
right?
be the fact that we just didn't talk about Trump very much, and we literally talked about everything else that didn't amount to what happened within the Trump administration and family.
Well, I think part of the just my idea of a debate strategy, I think a lot of what you're talking about speculation, and what I did was I said, for the sake of the argument, let's concede it. And like your closing statement, you're like, well, we talked about all these other people, but your opening or your prompt is comparative. Trump is the most, in other words, more than others. So
Yes.
one way for me to defeat that would be to say, here's ones that were more corrupt. And so I first get you to admit what would be, if I concede the financial shit of Trump, are there things that you would say were more corrupt, like trying to lock up and keep your opponent off ballot? You say yes, then I try to prove that. You might disagree that I proved it to you, but that's why there was so much focus there. Because I was like, for the sake of argument, if I concede that and say that there's something more important than that, would you agree with that? You said yes. So of course that's where we're going to spend the time. If you'd have said no, I still think that then we would have had to focus more.
I mean, I
on it.
probably would have agreed with you if even the fact that he was convicted of X amount of felonies still didn't keep him off the ballot. So that wasn't really the clear strategy of it all.
No, but it's corruption. It's like that. That's like saying, you know, if the government plants drugs on you in an attempt to lock you up, but then you win in court, well, they weren't corrupt then. Well, no, the attempt is itself what's corrupt. Whether or not it succeeded, it's irrelevant.
Well, that seems like a false framing. It's not that they planted X or Y on him. He literally did the things. Got convicted.
It was you first off, you admitted that it was if I proved that it was two-tier, that was corrupt, and it certainly was two-tier. And he didn't do the things that he was convicted. Hostile juries in places that were 90% Democrat and hate Trump decided that he did shit. Like, look at the E. Jean Carroll case. It's laughable. It's just like, sometime in the 90s, Trump walked into a department store and molested me. I was wearing this dress. Actually, that dress didn't come out till years later. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, and it happens to be the exact plot of a 2000-something Law and Order episode. And I happened to work with a Trump-hating activist that got the law changed just specifically so I could file this charge, and then the law got changed back. But hey, a jury said it, so we're good to go. You would never accept that, even if a jury said that about you. You'd be like, this is fucking outrageous. How can I even mount a defense? You can't even give me the fucking month that this happened. Well, Kai, have you ever been in a department store? I guess I have. Aha! There you go. Like, that's the equivalent of what they did. And it's just like, it's fucking laughable. But the truth is, and you know it, and I know it, that people rabidly hate Trump so much that they're like, yeah, fuck the guy, he's guilty. I don't care, fuck him, guilty. That's what happened. And some of the shit that he's guilty of, yeah, he did misstate on financial disclosures that he paid his lawyer for legal fees when he should have wrote campaign fees. So did Hillary's team and dozens of other politicians. They don't get charged. Trump gets 37 felonies and a novel legal theory. Wouldn't you accept this? That if we're going to, it was always a big deal to not charge the president of the United States, right? That's why Nixon got pardoned. You understand the theory, why, right?
Yeah, I understand the theory.
So don't you think if for the first time we're going to charge a president for felonies, it should be like a very serious thing?
In this case, like, he wasn't president at the time. There was literally corroboration and information that he committed fraud in regards to finance. His lawyer was against him on this. Like, I really don't see too much going on.
Oh my goodness. His lawyer was against him because they threw the fucking book at the lawyer. The exact opposite of what they did with Hillary. Right? With Hillary, they gave everyone immunity, and then they didn't turn on Hillary. With Trump, they aggressively went after everyone for things that had nothing to do with Trump and said, now turn on your fucking master or we're going to throw the book at you, which they predictably did. Trump's big crime for 37 felonies was that he wrote down that he paid Michael Cohen as a lawyer as opposed to a campaign contribution. The exact same crime in the exact same election that Hillary did with Fusion GPS. Exact same thing. FEC fined her for it. And Alvin Bragg, who basically ran on maybe some, saying some very harsh things about Trump, just so happened, not for political reasons, to look into Trump and not Hillary, who the FEC already outlined the case for him and was like, yep, we're going to go after Trump. 37 felonies because he wrote down he paid him his legal fees instead of, that's it? That's what we've decided to break the glass ceiling? Okay then, Kai, we don't want to hear you fucking bitch and complain when Trump's team's looking after people. The bar for starting an investigation's very low. No one's above the law.
I agree.
Literally,
you have seashells in the sand is enough to start an investigation. Yes,
Why
the bar
not?
is very low.
Why not?
I'm not
They
arguing.
investigated, they fined Trump $500 million because he paid back a loan that the bank was happy to get. That was a $500 million fine during an election, right? Like, so this whole shit, it's like, this is the problem. This corruption existed. And then as soon as someone else is like, fine, we'll play by your rules, you're like, oh my God, this is disgusting. How dare he do to us what we did to him?
I didn't say it was
ridiculous.
I didn't say anything on that order. I'm just saying it's pretty goofy. But
it's not that goofy, because what may happen is they might have like evidence. James Comey, for example, they could have communications where he's telling people at the time, like, you're fucking right, I lied. I just found those seashells. I wish someone would take the son of a bitch out. Then what? Then is it a crime?
Sure.
Okay, so how do you know what they have?
I'm waiting for it. I think it's goofy. And if it's not goofy, I'll come back to you like a year from now and be like, damn, Rob, you were right. Those fucking seashells got him.
Well, the bigger case, well, you agree that Comey lied, right?
About what?
He didn't just find those seashells, right?
Probably not. I don't know.
You think there's even a chance that he just happened to be walking down the beach and see seashells and said that? Or he put them that way?
80% certainty that he probably lied.
Okay. If we could go after Mike Flynn or for the crime of, oh, well, he didn't want Russia to retaliate, and then it turned out there were lies, why is it any different here?
Because they're not going to be
maybe
able to...
maybe they'll be like, yeah, you know what? The underlying crime a jury doesn't think, but he lied to investigators when he said that he just found it.
I mean, if he gets caught lying over that goofy post, by all means, hit him with the charges for that.
There we go. I think that by the way, there's what you're going to see is Comey is likely to be indicted in a RICO type case out of Florida is actually that's going to be the real thing, right? Because what's happening is they're doing the investigations in Florida right now. I forget the exact crimes that's being investigated, but it's basically a conspiracy to deprive people of their rights by using lawfare to go after Donald Trump. So Brennan's being investigated, Comey's going to be investigated, and mark my words, you'll see charges eventually brought out of Florida. That's going to be more serious because that's not a DC jury. And there's going to be evidence presented that Comey and them conspired to concoct a bunch of these cases and to aggressively go after him using lawfare for political reasons, which is deprivation of people's rights. So you're going to see that, right? And the whole truth is that the very people that were cheering and clapping like seals with all the investigations of Trump, yay, they got guilty pleas, are going to be saying, how dare they look into this? If Trump did 1/10 of what they fucking did to him back to them, you people would be losing your mind. If he gets opposition research with a Chinese source accusing whoever Kamala, his next opponent is, of colluding with Chinese people, and then uses that to get a FICE warrant to investigate her and then leak shit to the press to make her look bad going into an election, I'll guarantee you're going to be like, that's one of the most corrupt motherfucking things I've ever seen. Watergate was just two bumbling fools looking around a hotel. Trump used the whole FBI to investigate the campaign against him. But that's exactly what happened to Trump, and none of you give a fuck. You're like, that's okay, Orange Man bad, fuck him. That's why it falls on deaf ears when you want to talk about his corruption. That's more corrupt than any fucking crypto scam that Trump will ever do. And everybody just sat by and laughed because they don't like the Orange Man. And they'll say January 6th an insurrection and give a definition, and then by that definition, we've seen hundreds of insurrections by Black Lives Matter and anti-ICE protesters. We see the violence all the time. We see the assassination attempts against Trump. They don't give a fuck. It's over and over and over. The corruption is overwhelming. 10 million people left into this country illegally. Left in while they lied to us the whole time and said, we don't see a problem. We don't see a problem with it. What are you talking about? That's fucking corruption of a magnitude that negatively affects every fucking person in this country more than some billionaire doing a crypto scam, if he even did it. That's the sort of things I'm talking. That's what Washington is. 90% of people wanting voter ID, including blacks, including Democrats. Big portions of them, 90% total or 85% total. We can't get it. That's fucking corruption.
Do we really want to get into insurrection? Because it was a pretty clear insurrection.
Define insurrection.
Trying to stop proceedings for an election. The false slate of electors would be a clear sign of the insurrection.
That's giving an example of something and saying that's an insurrection is different than defining an insurrection.
Oh, you want a definition of insurrection? Let me get.
This is what I've been told. You want to hear what I've been told?
I don't talk to the people you talk to.
Okay, but this is the argument, for example, that they use. It is an assemblage of people united for a common purpose, resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of government proceeding by way of force or intimidation for a public purpose. Do you agree?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. Do you think that's what Black Lives Matter is?
I've not seen that happen. Except for
You've not seen. Do you think Black Lives? Yes. Do you think Black Lives Matter when they're doing a rally is an assemblage of people for a common purpose?
A common purpose, not to overthrow leaders.
Just yes or no. There's four criteria. So you acknowledge number one, right?
Yes.
Yes. It's okay. Number two. Are they resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of a government proceeding?
No.
That's not true. Any single time that they prevent law enforcement from removing people from the street, that is interfering with the implementation of a law. So, for example, the anti-ICE protesters are united for a common purpose to stop the implementation of ICE deporting people, correct?
Yes.
Are they using force or intimidation?
Yes.
Is it for a public purpose?
Yes.
Well, my friend, you just conceded that there have been dozens upon dozens of Democrat insurrections since Trump's taken office.
Yeah, that seems like a
But I
pretty
bet you haven't
broad
talked
scope.
about him or bitched about him that much.
No, that seems like a pretty broad scope. If you're protesting a law, you're not circumventing the law going into place.
That's not what you conceded the definition of insurrection is, which is the legal definition that they tried to use in places that they were trying to keep Trump and other people off ballots. This is the definition that that many of them, not all, but many are using. You conceded to the definition. So yes, if you are trying to stop ICE from deporting people, that's a common cause for a public purpose, that you're trying to stop the implementation of a law. So all you have to use is force or intimidation. Every time they push back against law enforcement, scream at them, threaten them, that's force and intimidation. That's an insurrection.
Yeah,
They're
that's not
literally
stopping the law. It's not stopping people from being
Yes, it
deported.
is.
No,
They
no
are
way.
attempting. It's not that you have to actually stop, it's that you have to resist the implementation. So they are specifically sending out teams to prevent and interfere with ICE from deporting specific people. That is attempting to prevent the implementation of the law. That's an insurrection. You already conceded it.
So you're basically saying that any protest is an insurrection.
Any protest that uses violence or intimidation to stop the implementation of a law. That's the standard that the Democrats set. Now we see that occurring on a damn near nightly basis with the Democrats, and all the people that use that definition saying that January 6th was an insurrection are real fucking quiet now. Because they don't mind these insurrections. They like it. That's corruption.
Yeah, that does not seem clear in any way, shape, or form, but okay, I'll give it to you.
Do you think that it's call it an insurrection or riot or whatever? Do you think that we've seen far more examples of left-wing riots against government action than vice versa?
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly. Name the right-wing riots against like government. Go ahead. In the last 10 years.
Well, January 6th.
Okay.
Let's go to the Charlottesville protests. Seemed like a pretty strong riot.
I disagree, but I'll give you it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Then let's go to can't think of any more off the top of my head.
Yeah, I could probably name you close to 500 of the left. How about Portland day 1, Portland day 2, Portland day 3, Seattle day 1, Seattle day 2, Chicago day 1, Chicago day 3, Newark day 1, Newark day 2, and on and on and on and on and on and on. Probably right now tonight, there's protesters setting up barricades outside ICE facilities in numerous cities across the country, getting in front of ICE vehicles, ramming their vehicle towards ICE vehicles over and over and over and over again. And yet, we're constantly told by corruption, by the Democratic Party, they don't see any of that. That's just free speech. That's perfectly reasonable. We could do assassination attempts if you like. It's every metric. How about the censorship, the mass censorship of conservatives with social media, with the Twitter files that showed the Biden administration pressuring social media companies to censor conservatives?
And were there any actual charges or any issues to where they could not do so?
Well, we had one court that I think was later overruled, said it was the biggest violation of First Amendment they'd ever seen. What's it matter if they could do it or not?
A strong suggestion with no charges coming forward if you don't is.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you own a pizza shop, right? And I show up and I say, "How's it going? My Uncle Vinny sent me here, you know. Anyways, Vinny wants you to know, man, we really like you in this town, and we want to offer you some protection. It'd be a real shame if you don't hire us for protection. Maybe some bad things could happen."
And then I don't.
Is that corrupt?
That would be corrupt.
Okay. So what if the government says, be a real shame? Real shame. We have all these Democrats saying, you know what? We need to regulate social media. We need to do that. It'd be a real shame if that happened. Anyways, do you think you could take down these conservative posters?
And then
you don't see the problem there?
I don't see the problem there.
Yeah. Well, I think that speaks to your bias. And again, I don't want to hear you bitch then if Trump's saying you got to do this or we'll come after you.
What happened to Jimmy Kimmel?
What happened? You tell me.
So the FCC pressured NBC or whatever station he was on to remove him. He was removed.
Prove it. Prove it. That's why they did it. And not because he was hemorrhaging money for them.
So let's take a look. And he definitely was not hemorrhaging money as far as I know, but let's see.
Him and Colbert both are hemorrhaging money.
So corporate parent, let me find. Yeah, it says government pressure to suspend Jimmy Kimmel.
NBC said that? Or whatever network he's at?
ABC, so ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel because of controversial monologue comments the host made during about Charlie Kirk that were pulled the show to avoid escalating a tense political situation after major affiliate groups threatened to stop broadcasting the program.
So a bunch of places said we're not going to broadcast because they were pissed because Jimmy Kimmel fucking spread lies like a disgusting piece of shit.
I don't
when
see
a
where he
left-winger
lied.
The implication was the lie where he said Republicans are pretending that it wasn't a Republican when it was blatantly a trans supporting left winger.
No, he said they're scrambling to prove that it wasn't them, which would be the same for both sides. I would say both Democrats and Republicans were both scrambling at the same time to prove that they had nothing to do with it. There's no lie there.
Okay, let's see. Let's get his exact quote if I can find it. We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. Will you admit that you were wrong when he said both sides? Will you admit that? He specifically says MAGA gang?
Right, but that's both sides that were doing it.
So
Was
I just
MAGA
want to be
not doing
clear.
so?
Your argument is
Well,
that
may I ask you?
Jimmy Kimmel was implying both sides by saying the MAGA gang is desperately trying to say this kid wasn't one of theirs. That was him saying both sides are doing that.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying, where's the lie in what he said? Was the MAGA gang trying to make sure?
The lie is the implication that he's trying to imply to his audience that this person was one of them, and MAGA is trying to pretend it wasn't, when it was clear that this person was not MAGA.
It was not clear that the person was not MAGA. They were
Of
trying
course
to prove
it
it wasn't.
By this point, we knew, right? Okay, how many MAGA people do you think? What's MAGA mean?
Make America great again?
Okay, and would you say that that's basically an endorsement of Donald Trump?
Essentially, anyone that's a Donald Trump supporter is considered MAGA.
Okay, so you think that a Donald Trump supporter assassinated Charlie Kirk?
Honestly, we mostly thought it was a groiper, which would still
Is
be
that a Trump supporter?
in a lot of cases, yes.
No, it's not. Groypers, I mean, Fuentes is telling people to vote Democrat.
Now,
He's saying Trump betrayed them because at this point the Groypers were anti-Israel and Trump cozied up to Israel. It's a joke. What Kimmel was doing is what he always does. And by the way, there's actually a claim for the FCC. You see, when me and you make a post on Twitter and the government pressures Twitter to censor us, that's a violation of our First Amendment. But there are specific laws about network broadcasting, right? It's supposed to be even-handed. It's supposed to not be political contributions to one party overwhelmingly. Do you think that, in fact, the late night comedy is political contributions to one party?
yeah, more than likely.
That's against the law. There's also things that are against the law, such as you can't knowingly spread disinformation, et cetera, like libel, slander, and shit like that. So if you just admitted that, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel probably is an in-kind donation to the Democrats on public airwaves, yeah, the government has the right to control that. They
But
don't
that
have the
wasn't
right
what he
to
was suspended for.
Well, no, he wasn't. The FCC chair was basically like, and what was his name? By the way, I didn't agree with him coming out and saying this, but he was basically like, we have the power to regulate this shit, and they better watch what they say. He's right. Now, I still didn't like it, but it pales in comparison. The Democrats lost their fucking mind over that. Didn't give a shit when it was Joe Schmo, average conservative, being censored in mass on Facebook, on Twitter, at the behest of the Biden administration. Didn't give a fuck about that.
It was literally
So
over
Jimmy
one
Kimmel,
thing.
Mr. Millionaire, he had a 3-day vacation, and that was a huge fucking free speech travesty and corrupt. But when millions of conservative Americans had to walk on eggshells or be censored about topics such as the 2020 election, COVID, Biden administration, the Hunter Biden laptop, etc., that was all well and good.
As far as I understand, the only thing that they were pressured about was in regards to the Hunter Biden laptop thing, and they put it out anyway.
That's
and nothing
not true.
happened to them.
Two things, right? First off, that's not true. At the key time, it was actually removed, and that was the New York Post that broke the Hunter laptop story, which I do believe is America's oldest newspaper. So the story from America's oldest newspaper that ended up being true was removed. Secondly, the fact that it was put back after outrage it already did the intended purpose. The fact that we had 47 intel officials, again corrupt, that came out and said, Russian misinformation, which it turned out it wasn't, and they knew. And
Right.
by the way, I know they knew because we had the Biden administration reaching out to the intel official that collected all the signatures and said, we need to get it out there before the debate, because Biden knew he was going to use that line in the debate. All these intel officials say it's bullshit. That's corrupt, right? But nonetheless, what happened was the fact that it was suspended, everyone like you, a dude like me and you, if we were having that debate, you'd say, this was such bullshit. They actually pulled it. That's how much bullshit it was. That's how laughable it is. Just like 2016, here we go. Russia interfering again. Yeah, okay, you baby, they put it back, but it had the intended purpose. It poisoned the well. Secondly, you're functionally wrong that it was just that there was pressure. The entire Twitter files were about stories being censored over COVID, stories being censored about the fairness of the 2020 election, etc.
Yeah,
So
I
it
don't
wasn't
know
just
that.
pressure.
I don't know that the Biden DOJ forced any particular entity to make talk about election fraud or COVID TOS. They chose to make it TOS on their own, as far as I understand.
They were pressured by the government. When the government says, hey, we think you should do this, you know the implication is if you don't, the government's going to be very upset. So, for example, we had emails, for example, for the people at the team, like the safety team at Twitter, saying, like, I've never felt so pressured and intimidated in my life. Saying shit like that. Mark Zuckerberg admitted in 2024 in a letter to Congress that senior Biden White House officials repeatedly pressured Facebook to censor COVID-19 content, including humor, satire, and posts questioning vaccines or lockdowns. He said the pressure was wrong and he regretted complying. In Missouri v. Biden, the lawsuit revealed extensive government coordination with platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Google, etc. to suppress, quote, misinformation on COVID origins, vaccines, masks, and lockdowns. Lower courts found coercion. Internal documents and whistleblowers' emails and reports showed White House officials flagging posts, demanding removals, and threatening regulatory action against platforms that didn't comply.
When it comes down to misinformation, yeah, I would say it'd be a good thing in a public health emergency to stifle misinformation.
Who gets to decide what's misinformation?
I mean, literally, the platform itself should be tamping down on misinformation.
Who gets to decide what is misinformation?
The platform itself.
No, that the government's saying get rid of misinformation. It's their definition of misinformation that they
And if
want.
they say,
For
okay,
example,
we did.
let me ask you this. If I said in 2021, vaccines cause significant side effects, is that misinformation?
No.
But that's what they were censoring.
Can you show me where they were censoring that? Like, give me a
Yes,
source.
that was the sort of thing. Mike Benz does a whole thing on it. I could bring up the video. I'll send it to you in private, where they have all of these people, like from government NGOs that come in and they're training these journalists. There's three types of misinformation. There's misinformation, which is information that's incorrect. There's disinformation, which is information you're lying about. And then there's malinformation. Malinformation is information that's true, but it is inconvenient for the official narrative, such as vaccine side effects. The first thing that this hearing that's training these journalists talks about when it says misinformation is a post from Donald Trump that says the word witch hunt. They say that's misinformation that should be removed. Why? Because they don't think it is a witch hunt. Therefore, it should be removed. So all of this shit that they were calling misinformation about, like information on lockdowns, about the virus's origin, now we accept, you know what, actually, they were right. But at the time, they said we need to censor it because it's misinformation. Again, if Trump does that, if he says, no, I wasn't connected to Epstein, so we're going to pressure social media to censor anyone that says I was connected to Epstein, you would say, that's fucking outrageous. And you wouldn't accept Trump saying, nuh-uh, because I wasn't connected, so it's misinformation. You'd say, who are you to decide? But you're okay when Democrats did it.
Yeah, I don't see where they were saying you can't post clear side effects. If you're saying there are side effects that don't exist.
Why did Mark Zuckerberg say he regretted it then? When he said, fuck, they were very meticulous and everything they said was misinformation was absolutely true. Why didn't he say that?
He can regret anything he wants to.
It's a lie. Everybody watching knows. Yeah, I don't know if you're being willfully
No,
disingenuous.
I'm not being
or you're
disingenuous.
Yes,
I'm being very
I'm here
honest
to
with
tell you, I hope that you suffer the consequences of what you're defending. I hope that someday
Well-
you're saying things that the government censors you and says that's misinformation.
You-
And you say, but I disagree. And I'll say, fuck you. I
gotta
agree with them
understand,
that what
Rob.
you're saying's wrong, so you shouldn't be allowed to say it.
Rob, you got to understand, like 90% of my family is MAGA. So like all the things they're sending me, that's complete nonsense and is proven to be complete nonsense, which they still are arguing with me about ivermectin and all kind of other nonsense. Like the fact that this is coming up is insanity to me.
I don't know what to say. You motherfuckers pushed the Russia collusion hoax. I think you should all be censored from social media.
I'm talking about I want their health to be good. I don't really care in that instance about this.
Did you support lockdowns?
I was fine with lockdowns.
You were fine. You were fine with the government violating my right to freely assemble and go where I want. You were okay with it?
No, I'm saying I was fine with lockdowns. If other people didn't want to lock down,
No.
then
No.
they should
Were
just.
you fine? Were you fine with the government trying to enforce lockdowns?
No, that should be up to businesses and the state themselves.
Very well, good. And yet, when people were saying that lockdowns would be damaging, their posts were being removed
I have no.
under government pressure. Let me reread
But
again.
who was doing that? The
Questioning,
lockdowns were under Trump.
Mark Zuckerberg admitted in a letter to Congress that senior Biden White House officials pressured Facebook to censor COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, and posts questioning vaccines or lockdowns. Did Zuckerberg lie to Congress in his letter to Congress?
I don't believe he did.
So then the Biden administration was pressuring to remove posts that were critical of lockdowns. Something that you yourself were critical of.
Okay.
You don't see the problem?
I would say, again, if you're going against what your state is calling for, then you might have an issue. And if the platform itself decided it was reasonable to TOS that, there was no actual ramifications if they didn't.
So there you have it, folks. As long as your state says we want to be authoritarian and force you to stay in your home, you shouldn't have the right to complain about it.
No, that was never the instance. I'm in California, so even though we had like minor lockdowns, it wasn't a stay in your home kind of situation.
There were varying degrees. I'll agree they didn't do as China did and weld you in, but there were certainly, like, there were people that couldn't attend funerals for the loved ones. There were people that couldn't go to church. There were people that couldn't, many millions that couldn't send their kids to school,
So-
things that they feel are very important. And you're saying, hey, if your state said that and you want to voice your displeasure with that, fuck off, buddy. The
Well-
state's allowed to pressure social media to say you can't say that.
And I'm saying you should take that up with your state. In most states, as far as I understand, when it came down to like funerals, church services, you could have outdoor services. If they chose not to comply with outdoor services, that's up. Take it up with your state. There's nothing I can do about that.
Does the Bill of Rights supersede state law?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. So the Bill of Rights is
sorry.
something
My
that's
apologies.
supposed
Yes,
to
it
be a
does.
right guaranteed for all Americans. So, for example, my state of Pennsylvania can't say, you know what, fuck the First Amendment. We don't care. You guys aren't allowed to criticize Josh Shapiro, your governor, ever again. What do you think if that made it to the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court would say.
They'd probably strike it down, but they'd be insinuating
Why?
circumstances as of a global pandemic.
Okay, so as long as it's something that's a threat. So, for example, an extenuating circumstance like Iran trying to get a nuclear weapon. So we should be allowed to censor people, right?
No, why would that even be the
Nuclear
case?
war, because nuclear war is a huge deal. So
If
we should be
there's-
allowed to censor people that are critical of that, right?
If there was actually nuclear war going on, I still wouldn't think there'd be any reason to censor it. But in the case of,
No.
This
An attempt to
situation-
start a nuclear war. You don't think that's serious?
that's very serious, yes.
Okay, so you're for government censorship if your state wants to censor if you're critical of the Trump administration's attack on Iran, because that could be nuclear war that we're preventing. Got it.
I would love to
I mean,
see
this
that it
is
was
just
actually
silliness.
nuclear war being
I,
prevented. But
we're
you're
talking
doing,
about
again,
corruption.
apples to oranges.
I find it amazing. Again, someone that wants to talk about corruption, it's like, I totally trust the government to pressure social media to shut down comments that they don't like. I just think that, it was cool. It was serious, so you should be allowed to do it. I don't have much more to say on the topic. So if there's other, it pretty much sums
we
it
do
up.
have a couple.
Yeah.
We do have a couple more questions there. If you want to bring up the next one for me, question for both comes in from Smokey Bear Bad. Thank you very much. Rank order most corrupt to least: Trump, Richard Nixon, and Hillary Clinton.
It's easy. It's Clinton, Trump, Nixon. Nixon was not very corrupt at all. He was railroaded.
Yeah, I go Trump, Clinton, Nixon.
All right. And then Southern Man comes in, member for 4 months. Thank you very much, Southern Man. I appreciate that big time. Rob, what is the best debate strategy to have when debating someone who is bad faith?
Whatever, whether you think they're bad faith or that they're just uh, good faith but biased beyond redemption, or they're just not very intelligent. I'm not saying any of this about you, Kai, but my suggestion is that you have to remember you're not just debating your opponent, you're also debating for an audience. So, for example, if I'm like, I'll give you an example that I did this style debate once called parliamentary debate. It was way different than the style debate I did. You weren't allowed to have evidence and shit. It's weird. And I never did it. And this team stands up and they're talking about how North Korea has what we used to call the Star Wars program, which is space laser missile defense. And I'm like, well, they don't. And they're like, yeah, they do. And I was like, but they don't. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, but the United States didn't even accomplish that. Like, Russia was going to go to war to prevent this. And they're like, yeah, but North Korea does. And I just looked at the judge and I was like, I don't know what I'm allowed to do here. I'm not allowed to show you evidence that this is bullshit. I hope you're not an idiot. And after the round, the judge looked at me and said, I'm not an idiot. North Korea doesn't have space laser missile defense technology. So the lesson is that you just have to put it into, you hope that most people that are watching are of a reasonable level that they're willing to listen to. And you just go to the best of your ability being like, look, I'm outlining the case for an audience, not just for the person I'm debating.
All right. And I think that might be the last one. Yes, that's the last one for questions on my side. Unless you had questions on your side you wanted to answer.
I didn't see anything. I haven't looked. I have a question about when I'm using the restroom, but
Sometime I've already gone through 2 bottles of tea and a bunch of water.
I thought I fucked myself when I was asking about you eating steak. I'm like, shit, is he a vegan? Like, he's like, I know I did not eat steak in the past 5 years.
I can't afford steak.
That's very funny. Well, shit, man. If you're at DebateCon or something, I'm there. We'll go out for a steak. Unless you're a vegetarian, then fuck off.
Nah.
Or even better, we'll go out for a steak if you're vegetarian, I guess.
I'd break it. For you, I would break that.
Yeah. Thank you, man. It was fun. I'm glad you did this. Like, sometimes I always have fun doing this, but sometimes the topics are like art and stuff, and I'm like, look at me. Do I look like I know shit about art? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Oh, I already knew going into this, like, you were in the top 2 most formidable debaters I've dealt with, and the other one is sitting right below us. So,
yeah, nice. Yeah, it was a good topic. I very much enjoyed it. So.
Yeah, I really like this one. When he told me the topic, I was like, "Ooh, Rob's gonna like this."
And I'm not thinking about politics for the next 2 days, so it's like it caps up. I love debate. I love this topic. So Kai, anytime, man, this is an absolute pleasure.
Looking forward to doing it again.
That's what's up. So listen, everyone, that is going to wrap up tonight's NOR Prep debate. Huge thank you to both of our debaters for coming in, giving us a great debate tonight. Rob walking in completely blind, and our guest here, Lethe, came fully prepared, and they put up one hell of a debate for us. So make sure you guys enjoy. If you enjoyed what you've watched, make sure you guys subscribe to both Rob Nor and Lethe Waterkai. All right, go check out their content, show them some love. If you're able to, make sure you consider supporting them as well. I don't know if you guys you can see Rob's PayPal and Cash App is on the screen here too, if you guys want to support him directly. And if you enjoyed tonight's production, all right, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. And if you'd like to support what I do here, you can obviously send Super Chat, Cash App, PayPal, all listed in the descriptions. Every bit of support helps us continue bringing you these shows. And thank you to everyone who is watching live and everyone who sent in Super Chats, Rumble Rants throughout the debate. I'm going to read everything at the end, too, when these guys get off here. We truly appreciate your support. And if you think you can step in to the NOR Prep debate, okay, we want you, all right, we want you to take on Rob Nor in a NOR Prep debate, all right? So join the Discord, discord.gg/bearcave. Reach out to me or Tiny directly. We're always looking for new challengers and new debates to set up. We air this, we're trying to air this twice a month. Sometimes, Rob's a scary guy to some people, so, they say yes and then they say no. So We're trying to air it twice a month, though. Thursdays on 9 p.m. Eastern time. All right. And until next time, everyone, thank you all for watching. And everyone, you guys did a great job.
And
That was
give
amazing.
Speakeasy more money so I don't have to hear about grit anymore.
There we
Let's go.
We'll see you guys. Thank you, both of you.
Thank
Thanks.
you again,
It was
Rob.
fun.
God
Appreciate
bless.
you.
God bless.
Yep. God.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe, no script.
All right, y'all. Well, that's about how that goes. And I'm going to hit the restroom. It's been a blast. If you want me to keep going, we can talk about how everything worked out. But either way, I'm going to hit the restroom. So be back. All right. So let me know. We calling it for the night. What is going on? If anybody wants to hop in the Discord to give me shit about what happened, I'm about it. If not, I'm gonna call it a night and make some ramen noodles. Let's see what's going on. Whatever happened to Vince? Oh, it was daunting. Like 2 hours. It was daunting. Like 2 hours of like 2 hours of Rob, and he definitely can weave a yarn, and it takes a lot of time. And try to be respectful and not talk over him, and that allows him to build narratives very strongly. And then there's a lot of ground to cover, and we didn't really get particularly to the allegations that I had to flesh them out, which is on me. I didn't lead the conversation in the way I should have, so that's what ends up happening. But either way, Rob's very good at what he does, so I can't fault the skill and the stamina that he works with. But yeah, I had fun. I would do it again. I would just pick something a bit more definitive. Well, that was pretty definitive, but something that can't be moved in other directions. Like, I would rather address each claim one by one and then start comparing, but it just did not work out that way. But Rob's definitely not a pushover, and I think anybody that debates with him like knows that it's as much a test of endurance as the information that you have. And like there's certain things that if you don't know the ins and outs of every single part of certain things, you're going to end up in a position where you're just not knowing something, and then he gets to explain it to you, and then you're down another rabbit hole. But when it comes down to hotly debated things and certain contested things, that's where it's like, well, he's just bolstering. Yeah, I'm definitely not as aggressive as I should be when I'm debating Rob. And like part of it's trying to be respectful, and I'm not treating him like he's bad faith, but all the same, he's bringing up like different hypotheticals and examples to where like it's not agreed upon, but it is what it is. Especially on the 1350 claim, it's like I'm bringing him the info. He's just like, oh, well, just they're arrested because they're doing the crime. And it's like, well, if other people aren't policed at the same rate, and there's more arrests for people that are policed at a higher rate, clearly, and there's more exonerations for this group of people, then doesn't it go to show that it's not just black people committing the crime, it's people not being arrested for doing crime, and people that didn't do crime being arrested and released. But yeah, that's my bad for not being as aggressive as I should have been. I should have been pressing points, but like it started off just kind of that way. Yeah, it's death by a thousand side tangents. And if you don't know every single detail about certain cases, it's just going to feed into what it does. Well, even things that I try to verify or like things that are contested, like, Mike Flynn admitting to doing what he did and then wanting to recant that later when he sees that, he can probably change the outcome. Well, there's still proof that he did it. So even if after the case is over and done with, you ask me to consult an AI with the deets. Yeah, with Circa, he definitely would have been hammering down on a few things. Uh, but yeah, with the Mike Flynn thing, so like he said he didn't know, then it was shown that he did the thing, then he admitted guilt. You can't go back to I don't know at that point. That's just a reality. But we can go round and round about it so that it's just the whole, oh, well, they're going after his kid. Yeah, we've all seen him debate and other topics, and people researches him and he gets mogged. I mean, yeah, I wasn't gonna mog him. I already knew I wasn't gonna mog him. I was just expecting the admission, and he basically just like, oh well, Trump's corrupt, but everything else. If you're trying to lock up your opponent, well, Trump has clearly tried to lock up his opponents. Like that's not contested. He just didn't have any information. So kind of is what it is. So yeah, if there's anything in Vigi, you can hop in the Discord if you want to chop it up real quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and get my laundry done and wind down for the night. Or we can just chill off stream and talk about it later. Works for me. I've gotten a good 4 hours in, which is usually about the length of my stream, and it's hot as balls in here. As you can see, it is 81 degrees in my room right now, or in my living room. So literally, I started sweating and tensing up just from the heat in the room, and I was just like, another 50 minutes of this because he added 20 minutes to the 2 hour debate, and then we had the Q&A, which I appreciate all the same, but yeah, hop on in, Vigi. We'll chop it up for a minute, or did you want to do it off stream? Either way. All right. Let me switch up the inputs. I'll drag you into the closed. What up, Vigi?
Oh, fuck, my mic was muted. Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
That was rough. There
It
was a
was.
I don't think you knew enough about that, like, somebody like me or Circa could have very quickly countered. You also missed some opportunities, like the one that I DM'd you about, where, like, he was, fucking talking about, like, at the beginning where you were still talking about, Trump's shit, and he was talking about basically conceding that there is corruption with the like financial trading and shit. And he was talking about how Trump's not doing it himself, but Trump's assets are literally being managed by his family. So like if Trump's assets are being managed by his family and the topic is Trump and his family and his administration are the most corrupt we've seen in history, he's literally conceding the point.
He basically conceded the point that Trump and his family are corrupt, but that all other administrations and individuals were also corrupt. And then he tried to nail down like what's more corrupt. And so like he admitted to the corruption, and I would have liked to continue going down the line. And I guess I just didn't aggressively press in that direction for like what's more corrupt in this instance. And like literally everything he gave me that was more corrupt or he considered to be more corrupt is a one-to-one of the same things he's done. So he's doing all the things that the
Oh,
corrupt administrations have done, plus more things.
Dude, a lot of the stuff that he started with too, like the Fauci thing, like you kind of touched on it a little bit, but you really didn't press on it super hard. Um, all of that shit happened under Trump. Like Fauci was literally part of Trump's administration at that point, and it happened under Trump.
I did point that out and he just walked away from it. And there was nothing I could do about it. Or at least I don't see where I could have pressed harder in that it was Trump's administration. All the
Oh,
guidelines were put down during that period,
how you press on that harder is whenever he tries to avoid it like he did, all you got to ask is who's president at the time?
right?
And that traps him into having to admit that Trump was the president at the time. Now, he's probably going to counter with who appointed Fauci, which was Obama,
Right.
but
He kept him
that's
there
irrelevant because he kept him there.
and he brought him up for
Um,
press conferences. He did all the things. Most of the lockdowns happened under the Trump administration.
Yep.
And again, I think you and I both agree, like if it's a public health emergency and people's family members are dying, maybe it's okay to tell people that they can't be in closed in spaces together to continue spreading, a virus.
Also, he's fucking stupid when he said that they couldn't recover her emails because if they would have literally just obtained a warrant and went to Hillary Clinton's email servers, assuming that they hadn't been restarted at any point since the information was deleted, um, all of that information would still be there, and the police would know how to recover it. It's very basic cyber forensics, but I wouldn't expect you to know that. Like I wouldn't even expect Circa to know that. Like there's
I
a
saw you
software
put
that
that
you
in there, and that's like also part of like why I kind of lost pace because Rob's still dropping all this information, and I'm trying to like pick up on what everybody's saying, like which thing should I be pouncing on, and as I'm like trying to bolster things in the source documents, he's getting more time to build the case.
also the Russiagate thing. Um, the way that I would have countered that is asking if there. So I would have ignored the collusion part because the collusion part doesn't matter. And whether or not there was collusion doesn't matter, right? I would have asked him if Russia did interfere with the 2016 election in any capacity, because they did. So he's either going to say no because he doesn't know about Cambridge Analytica, or he's going to say yes and admit that that Russia did use bot farms via Cambridge Analytica in order to interfere with our election. So there was valid reason for the government to investigate whether or not there was collusion because there was evidence of Russian interference.
I mean, there was clearly Russian interference, and that's why I wanted to go down like the actual case. But he was more interested in like how they got the information to start the investigation in the first place. And when I point out of the 4 FISA warrants, 2 were deemed to be gained improperly. He calls it illegal. I'm saying it's improper. They just didn't manage their P's and Q's. The Steele dossier was only used to renew the warrants to begin with. So for the 2 that were valid FISA warrants, any information they got should have been valid.
Well, that it also kind of counters the whole, they used a Russian asset in order to um get information, right? Because assuming we know about the collusion at that point, or not the collusion, but the Russian interference, which we didn't manage to stop until fucking Britain stepped in because they weren't in the US. Because we know about the Russian interference, the only way we can stop the Russian interference is via having a fucking Russian actually tell us whether or not they're colluding with the fucking Trump administration.
Yeah, I
Now,
pointed out
whether or
that
not we
he was an FBI informant, but that didn't matter either. Yeah,
yeah,
Rob.
Xerox fucking lied about everything. Oh my god, that was painful. I wish there was an open on the fucking nor prep because I was immediate, like if there was, I was immediately going to come in and go straight for their whole Russiagate thing because it would have torn his entire argument apart.
Yeah,
Uh,
in regards to the emails and like the server and whether or not they could have recovered anything on it, I think they could have recovered a good portion of it. Whatever tool they were using to scrub the servers, like whatever program, wasn't enough to completely stop them from getting any of the information they wanted. And was there any specific information they were looking for?
yeah, I actually like there. It is very like I said, assuming that the compute. So the a lot of people don't know this, so I'll explain this a little bit because like I said in chat, I am trained in cyber forensics. So there's a software that if that the police use. I don't remember what it's called right now, but you put it on a USB thumb drive, right? And you plug it into a computer, and it will show you all of the information that is uh actively running on a like on a, or all of the information that is in a fragment on a hard drive. Because like most servers don't use SSDs, especially back then when this actually happened. And SSDs will delete information quicker. But like I think this still works with SSDs. I'm not sure. I was trained on how to do it with HDDs. But when you delete information off of an HDD, that fragment is still there until you restart the computer. So if you don't restart the computer, you're going to that information's still going to be there. That's why like when you get like the CSA cases from the police, one of the first things that they'll do is plug in that tool in order to clone the computer, because the second they unplug the computer, if anything is deleted, it's not going to be there anymore.
And like all the same, like at best you could say Hillary just crimed better because there was literally nothing for them to find. And no, like she separated herself from the individual that bleached it. They use this thing called bleach bit. I don't know how effective it really is,
I
but
don't I don't know what this has to do with corruption. Like covering your ass is different from corruption, right? Corruption is like enriching yourself. Like it's getting political gain from using the power of government, right?
well,
Where
he's saying that it
just
was
like,
to,
hey,
so essentially what he's saying is that it was to uh help herself in the election. And so the whole email situation, like wiping the email server, was supposed to like help her
you
for
can
the election.
cover our ass.
Yeah, which they
I mean,
consider
it's
corrupt.
just covering your ass. It's no, I mean it's just not corrupt. It's the whole problem I have with it's like calling DEI and fucking the affirmative action racism. It's not racism. It's, racism is specifically like trying to cause harm and excluding people, right? Where, affirmative action DI was about including people. Now, like you could do things in affirmative action that effectively excluded people, which would have a discriminating effect, um, which you could consider, or someone could do it with the intention, like acting as if they're for good, but with the intention of excluding somebody. That would be racist, but it's not by itself racist. But that's kind of whole thing with like corruption. It's like it's not, it's like it might be a bad action, but it's not corruption. Corruption is, uh, as I said, that trying to help yourself with the government powers, right?
Right.
And that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, there might be these small things of corruption
Well,
throughout, but
not just helping
yeah.
yourself, but helping other people as well.
Well, yeah, helping yourself, and like, yeah, I understand, like friends, family, making deals for them. It's like it's using the government not for its intended purpose, but to using that power to or money
Well,
to give to your friends, family. Actually,
the definition I gave was the abuse of
run
entrusted
that.
power by government officials, politicians, civil servants, or for illegitimate private gain. It undermines democratic process, erodes
Okay,
public
private gain.
trust. So, like, it would have to be some private gain.
Mhm. And that's all, just protecting yourself, because having someone scrub the services isn't a government service, right? That
Well,
was
that was the other
having
thing.
someone else's service.
As far as they can prove, he was never told to do so. There was no order for
Well, I
him
mean,
to scrub it.
and so that's why I think we just kept on getting lost in the weeds in it, because I think the biggest thing to show, it's like, yeah, I think you had the point where it's like there are these little minor these things on the edges, right? Where they do these little corrupt things and stuff that aren't major, right? They're kind of legal. They skirt legality, but they're legal.
This is
Right.
why debating people like Rob is hard unless you know like all the little nuances, like the tech detection and stuff. Like if he's going to bring that up, is because what the goal of what he's going to do is to try to obfuscate. So you have to be able to shut that shit down right away. And like there was no way for me and you to know. Like you asked me about shit, but there was no way for us to know ahead of time that he was gonna fucking bring up Hillary Clinton's email server. Otherwise, I would have made sure that you knew that shit ahead of time.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's a normal talking point. Like we were talking about like how Trump was corrupt and shit before, and that's this exact same road that fucking Kung Fu Joe led us down. Do you remember that? I find it funny, the parallels of the fucking idiots.
Well, that's because they run in the same circles.
Yeah, even
But that's
Hell,
one of the
Brucro was in the chat. Rob has provided no proof for anything either. He's just alluding to it. And I'm like showing things that have actual proof. And he's just like, well, you could have just done that to do it. But fair
but
enough.
that's the other thing, is that in most situations, like, even given some things that you could say like Hillary and Bill did, the things they do like skirt the edges of legality or are legal, but probably shouldn't be, right? Where Trump doesn't give a shit about any law, he just does whatever he wants to make money.
well, I mean, at this point, he's literally above the law because of the fucking Supreme Court, unfortunately.
And that's the whole difference. It's like that's why he is the most corrupt that we've ever seen. It's because he is willing to just straight out break the law openly. um and that's actually part of I think Circus said the other day that I don't know if he's still in the chat, but he said something about Bannon being stupid, that he says this stuff out loud, but I think that's part of their play. I mean, he might be stupid in doing it, but it also might just be part of their play, that they say things out loud to act as if it's, they're not hiding anything, right? This is legal because they're saying it out loud.
Well, I mean, I honestly, I think it's more of taunting because like it's more
That too.
of like, we're doing this. The fuck are you gonna do about
Get
it?
in
Oh
here,
wait, you
Circa.
can't do anything.
Get in here. If anybody deserves to give me what for my performance in this after prepping for hours yesterday and the day before, yeah, just hop in any room and I'll bring you right in.
Yeah, he definitely you just let him like drag you along to all these like random wild things, and that's what I'm saying. Like having that definition, because like he started talking about things that undermine the trust of the government, and it's like, there's so many things, like, but I mean, even just undermining trust of government, the person, you know
What
oh
up?
fuck, like,
How's it going,
saying
Circa?
that.
Nah, man, you did fine. I know exactly how you were feeling. I swear to God, I was like working, right? So I was like trying to find time, and every time I hopped in the chat, you probably saw me like fucking freaking out a little because I was like, "You're letting him fucking talk too much." And then I saw your face on like the third like pop in, and I was like, "Wait, that's how I felt." I remember I was literally just like, "Yeah, man, can you just that's great. Can we just get to the super chats, please? I'm so fucking tired of listening to you."
They added 20 minutes to it. It was 2 hours. They added 20 more minutes.
Dude, he like holds you as a hostage too. Like he straight up will. You don't have to go. No one's telling you to go. But like, you know, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna say, and you're just like, okay, man. Like, can fine. Like he straight up traps you.
I mean, some of it I can see
That's why
where. Go ahead.
That's why, like, with you kind of have to, like, towards the end when you're getting tired of it, you kind of have to gray rock with people like Rob and Andrew, because they're just
What does
want to
gray
you don't want
rock mean?
to. Gray rocking is an tactic that you use against manipulative and abusive people in
Oh, where
order
you just stop talking?
to kind of it's not necessarily stop talking, but give very, very short, unemotional answers.
You
Uh,
start getting colder. You start closing off, essentially,
yep,
right? Yeah,
yep,
I did. I did.
that's
Like you
exactly
saw,
what it
probably
is.
saw me with Tyler when I was debating Tyler in our 3v3, where I was just like, all right, yep, I'm not even debating anymore. This is fine. I'm just gonna say, yep.
Though there is one thing, if anyone ever, like any of these idiots ever fucking say that like the Democrats took Trump to trial to get him off the ballot, that was Republicans. Republicans during their primary took them to the fucking Supreme
Wait, what
Court.
was the reason though? Just
They did it
throwing
to
it out there.
see
No,
because if he
it
couldn't
was if
become
it were you were a
president.
felon. If you were a felon, right?
No, it was for the 14th Amendment for doing the insurrection.
I definitely
Um,
don't think felons should be
okay,
able to run for
it may
office.
have gotten, it may have like, but put forth on the House floor in the state legislature, right? But I don't remember that ever, something like that ever even coming close. I think Colorado didn't even come close to that. It was more like
No,
person
it
presented
was
it.
Colorado, and it went to the Supreme Court, and they said that they couldn't rule on that.
What was the name?
He
What was the name of it?
the Congress had to call him an insurrectionist for them to be taken off the ballot, and it was because it was a Republican primary. Um,
Oh,
so
the
they didn't
states
want.
they're trying to the states. I mean, technically, the state kind of has an argument here. They tried to go for it, and I guess they just failed, right? Is that what happened?
Because like having someone on the ballot who cannot be president is illegal. So they're trying to see if he could be
Well,
president.
so is
So
insurrection, though, right?
yes, it was the
See,
insurrection. So
that one I wanted to
but
fight on, but I was so fucking tired at that point because, like, ain't no
You need to
way
charge with insurrection, though.
you
So
can
that
call a
would be where it'd be
protest an
pretty difficult.
insurrection. Like, why? Because he was
I've
trying
seen
to
Rob
It's
call.
the
debate
prepared.
the January 6th stuff, and he literally just fucking magic wizard spellcast the entire time. He's just like, they fucking let them in. He's one of those dudes.
but that's the whole thing, it's like he's like, well, they got the FISA warrant. It's like, okay, so if they find something through an illegal warrant, he still did it. Right? It's
But
like
that's not what
what's
happened, though. That's not what happened. The
I mean, it's
FISA
irrelevant. I
stuff
don't
is
care.
not.
I would have moved past it. It's like I don't care if it was illegal or not. If it was illegal, it could show the desire to it. But like, are
What's
you
my
admitting? Can you not admit that like his rhetoric and how he acted towards Russia was weird, and
It
that
is
there
weird.
was information from a source that said, "Hey, so you would want to investigate someone who was supposedly possibly linked to Russia.
Lethe,
Now,
not
now,
only
did they?
that,
did you ever do the I'm just gonna concede and then just I don't did you ever get him to like actually tell you anything about like a specific evidence inside of one of Trump's cases? I know you guys are talking about the FISA stuff, but that wasn't really a case yet against Trump. It was just an investigation. It didn't even have indictments yet, right? So I think you brought up Jack Smith for a second, and then he's like, "Well, I don't want to talk about Jack Smith." And then after he finished, he's like, "We can talk. You can bring up Jack Smith or Fannie Mae." And I never got to hear him say like, he just kind of hides in the macro level and goes, "All of these cases are unfair," but he never like points out what he thinks is like unfair about it.
Yeah, I tried to get to the
Trump v. Norma.
convictions, and it just wasn't happening because it's like, oh well, all of it was gotten on ill-gotten
He was
grounds.
deflecting every time, right?
Yeah,
It's Trump v. Anderson.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. It seems like Colorado's highest court overturned a ruling who found that Trump incited an insurrection on attack on the Capitol, but said he could not be barred from the ballot because it was unclear that the provision was intended to cover the presidency. So it was more like a technicality.
Mhm. And then they also said that like the only way
With the
that
14th Amendment.
he could be eliminated is if Congress labeled him an insurrectionist, which they actually did.
Well, half of them did, right? They didn't finish the process, I think.
Well, no. I mean, but like even in the Senate, the majority of the Senate called him an insurrectionist. So
I thought
it wasn't
it has to be
enough. It
official
wasn't
vote, though,
enough.
right?
It wasn't enough for banning, like for removing him from office after he was already gone.
Yeah,
but
it was
they
because
did call him
McConnell blocked it.
misogynist.
McConnell said that he's not president anymore. It doesn't matter, right? He literally just fucking fucked everything. But it
Yeah,
has to be an
the place for
official
this is the
vote.
courts to punish him for the
No,
crimes.
Congress has to actually fully do the fucking impeachment. So the House did, Senate did
What
not.
they never said that. They just said it has to be. They have to declare him an insurrectionist, but they never said how.
They have to vote.
The
They have to vote.
Yeah, but if it's
The Congress brings
that's what the
charges.
vote was.
They never had a vote in the Senate. McConnell blocked it. Remember?
No, they
Bingo.
did vote. Let's see.
No, as far as I know, they didn't
Well,
have
it
a
didn't
vote.
have enough votes. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they didn't have enough to vote because McConnell, literally, his words verbatim were, "Well, he's not in office anymore, and he's not president anymore. So I think it's unnecessary." Is literally what he said.
That's what I recall, but I could be
Yeah.
wrong.
No. Senator
It,
Mitch McConnell voted to acquit President Donald Trump during his second impeachment trial
Acquit.
on February
Yep.
13th.
Yeah. Are you
So,
talking about
but
the first impeachment?
I'm talking about the second impeachment. So they still had a vote, right? The
You
vote
need
was
60. You need 67 votes. You need 67 votes.
for
They only have
impeachment,
57.
but we're not talking about impeachment. We're talking about labeling him an insurrectionist, and the
That's the
majority
same
of
thing,
both
technically.
houses.
Because the Senate brings charges, right? They would have brought charges after the impeachment.
wait, you need 67 votes to impeach a president in the fucking Senate. That's
Yeah,
actually
because-
retarded.
Well, I mean, for some reason, the founders
They would just
thought like
impeach each
people
other.
who
They would
were
just impeach each other every chance they got, though, if it was lower, man. Come on now. Like Obama would have been impeached, like everyone just be getting impeached all over the place.
especially with what's her name? The two nitwits who were in the house, Neanderthal Barbie and
Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah.
Oh, so we ended up talking about the
other
Comey
one
thing.
from Colorado.
Lauren Boebert.
So we got into the James Comey thing with the seashells, and he's like, well, that's going to turn into a lawfare case in Florida. And it's like,
What?
How do you prove that?
He's doing the corrupt thing? He's doing the corrupt things, or Trump is doing a lawfare case?
Well, he's saying that because of the seashell thing that they brought up, that's going to escalate into lawfare charges for things that Comey did to Trump. And that's going to be the thing that they get Comey on.
What?
They're not going to get him. I don't know. Rob is literally fucking flying with pigs, dude. He has no, that's not going to happen.
I mean,
unless they like actually do some Stalin shit. They're going to indict him though. And they're going to do the same thing they did with, I think the only person so far who's actually like had to plead guilty to something was John Bolton, right? Because John Bolton, I mean, he's a piece of shit, so that's probably why. Probably had something that Trump could fucking.
Yeah, I don't see them getting any sort of conviction
Bro,
on
for
this.
a lot of that, I felt like
they got indictments though.
That felt like we were listening to a fucking schizophrenic rant, if I'm being completely honest.
Dude,
that whole debate did.
I mean, he can weave
it's
a
just
web.
like a bunch of wires. Like the thing with the FISA warrant thing, bro. He was like, "It's illegal." I'm like, dude, no, it was internal. It was operational. It was like there's a standard operating procedure that they're supposed to that they vet information, right? And if they don't vet information exactly like the standard operating procedure, it's not illegal. It's just bad practice, which
But it's still irrelevant, right? It could show an intent. It's like it could show an intent to do lawfare, right? But the whole thing about the FISA warrant is it's actually looking for crimes.
yeah, but you
right?
still can't illegally obtain one. But that's not what happened again, right?
It wasn't
he
illegal.
literally was like like talking down to Lethe. He was talking down to Lethe. He's like, "Well, it was illegal," and he's like, he heard Lethe say improper. He didn't hear a single thing else. He just heard the word improper, latched onto it, and then when Lethe repeated it again another time, he went, "Oh, I thought you read something else," and then just continued like it was the same. I was like, "What is going on, dude?"
But I mean, but
I
you
think he
can
knows
move
the
past it
difference.
because like he loves the FISA warrant. Like he talked to fucking Pisco about it for like fucking 5 hours. Like it was about something else, but like he's starting to Pisco's trying to talk about like fucking like having good moral standards or ethics or something, like, and he's like, wow, well, what do you think about the FISA warrant? And he just fucking Jesus.
It's kind of like, think of it this way, okay? If you're like doing a job and they have like a guide on how to like clean, like let's say you work in a restaurant and there's like a guide on how to like properly clean the iced tea and things, and you skip a step on the guide and you clean them, but like you didn't clean it that well. You just like threw it underwater and you're like, I want to go party till later tonight. Then you come back the next day, you're not going to get fired. You didn't do anything illegal. Okay, what you did do was not follow internal operational practice. Okay, to clean the damn iced tea thing, you may get written up. It depends. I don't know. Nothing actually could happen as well. Literally, no one could even notice. The point is, that's not illegal in any way. It was like the vetting process for some of the information to get the warrant doesn't make the warrant illegal. Okay, like Lethe said it. He was like, just because they found out later that the source wasn't as credible as they thought, which by the way, a lot of the Steele dossier is actually credible. So it's not really that simple.
Well,
Like
there's an
nothing illegal
episode.
happened.
Go ahead.
He turned around and was like, and in the comparison was like, is a cop planting drugs on you illegal?
It's like clearly, but like,
So, but there's another thing.
if a
It's like,
cop,
Bro,
go ahead.
so, well, the Republicans have been like, the information came from that Igor, whatever his name, from who was a friend of Hillary Clinton, and the Republicans love to act as if just the fact that he's a friend of Hillary's or whatever means that whatever information he had was a setup. No, but he had connections with Russians, right? So if he's like, it depends. It could be a setup, or it could be it's like, hey, through
Hillary
my
was using them.
connections, I've heard like Trump has connections and like there's some issues there. You might want to look into it, right? It never. All they use is the fact that it came from a friend of the Clintons to just say, oh well, it's automatically false. And
You don't
they,
even know if friend is accurate. You know what I mean? Like when
yeah,
they say
yeah,
friend,
an
they say
acquaintance,
friend like
or
it's like they went to your fucking like marriage, like your wedding or something.
but they use that to dismiss the entire thing carte blanche. It's like, it just, oh, he's a friend. Oh, what? It's fake, fake.
And
And but
meanwhile,
no
Hillary's
one
don't want to
ever.
have friends.
Trump's kids are like literally fucking, like they're like the Saudi second fucking kid now. You're just like, what are we doing?
So no one ever pushes back on it, but they always just accept it that it came from Hillary and it's fake because it came from it's like
I don't know.
yeah.
Man,
If
he's
I
pretty
like,
exhausting. He's exhausting to debate. Like instantly, like after I stopped watching to work again for a second, I was just like thinking to myself, and I was like, dude, actually, I think Lethe's just done. Like you just don't want to talk to him anymore. That's how I felt when I was talking to him.
Oh, it's like,
Like, he
about
sucks, bro.
what?
I would
About
like to listen
what
to
at
his
that
voice.
point? Because like, no matter what, he's not
Like I was in the
gonna
chat too. I don't know if you
concede
saw me.
that
I was literally
portion.
just like, Lethe, ask him this, ask him this.
Yeah, I'm like, no, when you said Jack Smith, I ended up like crossing up the Mueller thing with the Jack Smith thing, and he like caught onto that. I'm like, oh, I fucked up. Because like I said, when you're like trying to read like
That's just
where
because you
people are
stopped. But like, the truth is like you were doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing because he like just dismisses the entirety of it by saying it's unequal. It's like unfair. And I wanted you. I don't know if you did. I wanted you to be like, okay, Rob, I need you to tell me exactly what evidence in the indictment you are rejecting. And if you notice, when you did bring it up, he did like literally go, I have no idea. Like, even for the FISA one, bro. Like, it's so weird.
like I
He just
kept
kind of
bringing
hand
up
waves off of macro.
2 out of 4 of them weren't deemed to be improper and have any omissions. So why whatever they got with the 2 was that insufficient? And what are we contesting here? And he's just like, well, because they got 2 that had errors and omissions, it was illegal, so it should have never happened in the first place. And I'm not conceding this, but we're gonna keep going round and round about it. And Little says it's
I think
separate from the traditional
like,
Fourth Amendment
there's no reason to go
protections.
right around.
I would think not. I would think,
It's like I said, that's my whole point.
and like if they managed to get a warrant,
Like,
like
I don't
if
care about the fight for it.
let's say I had 20 bricks sitting
I don't
in
care. It's
my
like
closet and they happen to get a warrant and they find that, they got some bad intel to get the warrant. They still got the warrant. The warrant was never deemed to be illegal. So I'm still getting clapped up for the bricks. They're not going to throw the case
I'm
out.
reading the FBI FISA query guidance right now, and they have a guidance like document, right? That doesn't mean that it's like a necessity. Like it's not illegal to not do some of the stuff in the guidance that I'm reading. Just throwing it out there right now.
It'd only be legal if you lied to the judge for it.
Since he wanted to,
no, this is how the FBI uses it. I'm looking at how the FBI internally is supposed to use a FISA query, and they have guidance. They don't have strict laws sometimes.
That's why we
Be right back. I'm going to toss my laundry in, but I'm still listening.
Since he wanted to bring up policing and do the whole like false dichotomy on policing, right? Lethe should have asked him if it's illegal for the cop to turn off their body cam and not have their body cam on, because it's not in most areas, at least. I think there are some areas where it probably is, especially in like California, but in like the majority of the country, it's not illegal.
For what? One more time.
For cops to turn off their body cam. Since he wanted to go with the whole,
it's not illegal pretty much anywhere. They can get away with it once they get into court in any state that even bans it, if for some reason.
Yeah. So like he literally, like if we wanted with the false dichotomy that he wanted to use on policing, that would have been a really good counter.
It's also just incorrect because the FISA stuff was internal. It wasn't like it wasn't talking about improperly applying or searching or anything like that on a citizen outside of the FBI. It was talking about internal FBI procedure between FBI itself, like the DOJ and the FBI.
Well, that's why the body cam thing would be that's why the body cam thing would be a better direct comparison to counter him with.
That is because that's actually illegal in some states, and it does, infringe on the rights of the taxpayers and people, right? That's different. This is a standard operating procedure. Standard operating procedures have nothing to do with the average citizen. We're talking about
it's illegal in some
internal
states.
FBI procedural stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's illegal in some states, but in most states it's just procedural. That's why.
But it's about what is being affected. So like the body cameras are they're meant to serve public the right
Safety,
of the public.
yeah.
We pay for them,
Yeah, their rights.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This is
Protect
not
their
like
rights.
what we were talking about with the FISA stuff is literally FBI agents internally trying to put a guidance or a guide on how to search or utilize information for a FISA warrant. And obviously there's some crossover with what it might be, illegal in some case. But the thing about the FISA stuff with Donald Trump's investigation is that part is nothing to do with Donald Trump being, his rights being denied in some way. It is about whether the FBI did due diligence on their part in their standard operating procedure. So it was how well did they, clean the iced tea machine that night. It's not, no, it's not really affecting any of the customers anymore. This is just internal stuff, and it's not illegal. Okay.
Yeah, Little says body cams are a policy,
you're not doing
not a
anything
law.
fireable if you don't clean it properly, at least too many times.
And FISA allows a 3-step process, but he's saying that FISA superseded all constitutional protections. Federal law supersedes, and it's not a law, it's just procedure.
It says FISA collection must be reasonably likely to retrieve foreign intelligence information or evidence of a crime from FISA collection. That is the coring internal standard, but the truth is that just means, you just try and make it look good, but there's nothing illegal about this unless they actually acquire something through some legislatively illegal way. That's where if they did that and got the FISA stuff through like an illegal wiretap or something, fine. But just because they didn't like actually vet some collected information that they didn't get illegally is not illegal at all. It's literally, it just means that you suck at your job or something. It's not illegal.
Yeah, I propose.
And even then, it's kind of meh.
There's another thing he quoted too. He said that they said that they didn't have probable cause. They didn't have it, right? And I'm not sure if the guy afterwards, like the Durham or whatever his fucking name is, was like, they didn't have probable cause here to do it, to have the warrant, or if they actually said it themselves to Dunham. Which after the fact, anyone could look at someone and go, "Well, I don't think they had the probable cause here," and
right?
it's
The ad hoc, yeah.
yeah.
But even
And so
then, they do, because Mueller's report clearly stated Russia investigation, or sorry, Russia interference, as well as many of Trump's camp being indicted for it, adjacent to Trump. It's just there's no way to think that there's no probable cause. Like, so many independent agencies came to that conclusion.
So it's like there's so many holes. Like, and he misrepresented like every fucking thing that he fucking could.
But yeah, he definitely has no no way to hold himself back from just going, so basically what you're saying is, and just completely say something that you did not say every time. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that's where I was with the Michael Flynn thing. Like, Ike's talking about, homie, they got 10 years for having like 3,000 fentanyl pills and a bunch of firearms and a bunch of meth. It's like, homie copped a plea. Like, literally the same thing with Michael Flynn. Like, he knew he was cooked. They had the recordings, and then he pleads guilty and then wants to go back on it. It's like, you can't say you didn't know once you already pled guilty. There's no going back. I'm sorry.
But you know what?
Yeah.
What happens in pleas? Do they take the heaviest charge, or do they go for the
No, plea
weakest charge?
deals usually make your charges less. They usually are
Yes.
a corroboration.
So when they say, well, they got him on the perjury charge, that was the plea deal.
Yep.
Because it probably would have been more otherwise. And then saying that
I
they're
mean,
going to go after his
he
son.
withdrawed his guilty plea, but yeah.
Well, he got a pardon, so it didn't even matter anyway. But all the same, saying you're going to go after his son and calling that coercion, it's like, well, what did your son do? Your son's clearly connected, so you know exactly what's going on.
Well, he like actually, what did he do? He pled guilty to the falsifying statements, and then like randomly he just withdrew his guilty plea, right?
He tried
And
to.
Yeah, well,
then
he got after he got like Sidney Powell, the Kraken.
yeah, and then he got pardoned like later that year. So stupid, bro.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the cope session. God damn, that was some time.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, I'll try to pop in while you're watching it because goddamn, I know I fucked up
Yeah,
in a
I'll watch
few
it on stream
places,
tomorrow.
but like, goddamn, it's eventually you're gonna hit a moment.
I just think
I mean,
like there's so many tangents that are just kind of irrelevant to the whole thing. But I think that the definition, I think to me was probably that could allowed him to go on to the tangent about wow, you said that just breaking trust of the government is corruption. It's like, no, that's part, it causes that. It's not.
he said what?
Or like that he said that losing trust in the government, things that lose trust in government is
Oh
corruption.
yeah, when he said to Lethe, right? He was like, and because you're just saying these things or something like that, right? Or because he won't just stop saying these things or something. And I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
I'm
It's
like,
like the losing
no,
trust in government was a side effect, not like the definition of corruption.
we got it into it
Ugh.
over California homelessness and all kind of
Oh,
other stuff.
also
There's like
God.
no corruption there.
He was also wrong on that. Although I think you were, maybe you just didn't know the information on like the MHA and stuff, but the MHA, we spend a lot of money in California to try and alleviate homelessness, right? And they do spend money to build housing and stuff, but I think the efficacy of it is up for debate, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
a lot of it gets funneled through MHA, but it's all public. I have no idea how Rob just thinks he's just like casually, he's like, they're just pocketing billions of dollars, and you're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Oh,
there's no,
he
it's a bid contract, you moron. Like, you can't do that with an NGO through the government,
exactly.
okay? But you,
Well,
but
when
he
he did
also,
that, he shifted his goalpost on that because he's like, they're just pocketing it, they're just taking it and walking away. That's pure corruption. And then it went from that to, oh, it just doesn't work. It's like it's not working. It's like, well, which is it? Are they pocketing it or is it not working?
he also doesn't understand. He gave you like a graph with data, right? And he's like, look, you guys are spending more money, and somehow the homelessness is going up. And it's just like, I'm sorry, what? Spending money on people who are already homeless doesn't actually fix the rate at which people become homeless, you fucking moron. Like, that's completely irrelevant. That has to do with how well the economy is doing overall. How we help
Yeah.
people get back into a home when they become homeless has nothing to do with how they become homeless faster because the economy can't give jobs or they get priced out of their living situation, right? Like, is he
And not
fucking retarded?
and not to mention the percentage of homeless that come in from out of state too. So it's going to increase the cost.
Correct, because they can't live in other
And
states. They just
Also, he
die.
said that homelessness went up from 2019 to 2020. No fucking shit that it did. Nobody was working.
Yeah, the economy went to shit. That's my point. The economic condition is what drives homelessness, whether it's like, a crash or whether it's just slowly getting worse or whether an area, is losing jobs, or isn't creating enough jobs. That's actually true as well, right? Or a
and
bunch of
on
things
that
can happen.
on that FISA thing, there's a reason Rob kept switching to the term improper when he was pressed on producing something that made the warrant illegal because he couldn't produce anything. So he would switch to improper, and improper is a totally different thing. And you guys kind of already went over that. The dossier thing that he claims what originated with Hillary, that was another lie. That was a GOP Oppo research campaign during the 2016 primary. That after the primary was over in the general election, then Hillary's team bought it from them. So no, it didn't
Yeah, because
originate with her.
it was kind of like everyone wanted to get their hands on the information.
Well, yeah, because
Right.
Trump made it through the primary, so Hillary was like,
Yes.
"All right, well, let's see what this is all about." But the lie that it originated with her, I mean,
Is definitely not true. Yeah.
Well, you were saying that
um,
the GOP didn't fund it at all, and I'm like, the GOP started the funding for it in the first place. What are you
Whether
talking
or not,
about?
I honestly think whether or not they funded it is kind of irrelevant, right? Like,
Mhm.
I don't, maybe Steele, I actually can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe he did like illegal things to get the information, but no one knows that technically
oh,
Kind
when
of
they're
kind of
trying to
yeah.
buy
irrelevant
it.
too.
And the
And
other
it's not
thing
like they
is,
paid for it like a project, right? Steele got the dossier and then he was seeking to sell it as in like it was already a package in a way. So
yeah,
when it comes to like funding these things, it's actually more like a payment. When it came to like Hillary's campaign, they didn't like fund a whole like fucking project board meeting or something like that. Like let's fucking get this on track and schedule it, right? Like that's not what
yeah, they
happened.
just bought it. They bought it from them.
It's completely different.
And then also the thing that annoys me the most about Russiagate discourse is the origin of the entire investigation. It wasn't specifically about Trump. It was like the campaign team, and it was about just finding out where the possible collusion and conspiracy was going on. If the evidence led all the way up to Trump, then so be it. But it was about his campaign, and we have convictions and indictments. It's not like
It was like
it just
39,
kind
right?
of
It was fucking like
yeah, it's not
39.
like it stopped and it just didn't produce anything. We have, and I think Rob tried to hand wave the convictions. Oh, it was just about someone saying the wrong thing to the FBI. Oh, you mean lying? Yeah, that's not
Which
good.
could
I
be
mean, that
critical if you're
is
trying to figure out
illegal.
collusion or sorry, interference or some sort of cooperation, because a single lie can protect a lot of people if it's the right question.
Yeah, and it's perfectly valid. Just because it didn't result in a conviction of Trump itself, the investigation still produced what it was supposed to
Oh,
produce. Because when you
this
open
is
up
an
an investigation like that, you go where the evidence goes, and if it
Yeah,
leaves certain individuals that didn't do anything wrong, then whatever. But you still found people that did crime.
Mueller also said because of DOJ
by the way.
policy, he's not going to recommend a judgment. But he also said that if he wasn't going to recommend a judgment, he would have said so in his last
Or
words.
Yeah,
that
and he said it was
he was
he
innocent.
said it was Congress's job. He didn't say, "Oh,
Yeah.
there's nothing to look into." He said that is up to Congress to continue the investigation. But because Congress, I think, was GOP majority, they just obviously weren't going to do it.
By the way, this is the these convictions, right, as one of the areas where Lethe messed up a little bit because Rob ended up asking you whether or not it's legal to lie to law enforcement. It is not illegal to lie to law enforcement, and it's specifically only illegal to lie to the FBI.
Oh, fair enough.
That's why it doesn't get prosecuted, because it's not illegal to lie to the cops.
Good to know.
Yeah, and that's why when the Mueller report was about to release, that's why William Barr came out and gave that speech to try to downplay what was going to be in the Mueller report. It was like a hatchet job by William Barr because the right wing media knew if Barr comes out and tries to sanitize the findings, there's all the talking points they need to spread to their audience to say, "Oh, see, there's nothing in the Mueller report," and that became the narrative, and it was like just extremely difficult to break that from people's brains.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Ludo. I agree with you on that.
How many conspiracy theories did you fucking hear that were promoted by Trump about the dossier? I feel like, how long did you guys talk about that?
About the
Way too long.
Yeah, very long.
Fucking Christ. Shoot me in the face. His monologues, bro, they're some of the most like spastic, manic episode shits on the planet in when it comes to debate and politics. You watch him, he's kind of like a fucking methed out Ancom, where with Ancom, like I joke that, when he starts, it's a little bit of a slow burn, but he like builds an argument with you in the audience, right? He's kind of like, it starts off kind of slow, and all of a sudden, if you let Ancom talk too long, the audience is like getting all hyped up, and then Ancom's getting hyped up, and now you are fucked after like a paragraph or two. But when I listen to like Rob's monologue, it's like methed out Ancom, where he's just fucking like, and this connects to this, and then it looks like this, and it's just like a fucking.
I wouldn't say
amalgamation
methed
of, like,
out. I would
probative
say
analysis.
schizophrenic.
Yeah, because
Those are
it
pretty similar
covers
things,
like
bro.
600 different topics, 600 different topics at once.
Like,
And you have to, they're all wrong in many ways.
yeah, because he uses analogies that are not probative. They don't service the argument in any way. He just kind of like assumes they do because they're analogies. And
I mean, that's pretty much everything. You just assume that, their God King is correct, and then he pretends that he's not sycophantic to him.
yeah, I don't get it, man. I mean, I do, but I don't get it.
Well, I
There's so
survived
much
it.
misinformation about this shit. Yeah,
Good
good on you,
job.
man.
I kind of tuned out when you started getting into the California stuff because I was exhausted just from watching.
Bro.
Because I knew once he brought up, oh, like, oh God, like, here we go. Like, and it felt like way off track by then anyway.
That and the black people statistic stuff, where he was just like, I mean, honestly, they really should be put in prison more because if you look at the stats, the black people are the most likely to be, commit violent crimes. And I just want to be like, I mean, they are the most criminalized. So yes, they're going to have the highest amount of crime. Correct. Thank you for pointing this out, Rob. You've contributed so much to this topic. You know what I mean? Like you've straight up just pointed your finger out and been like, look, black people do crimes. Like, it's just so dumb. I was sitting there like, Lethe's gonna have to either explain systemic racism or reel it back in, dude. there's no like alternative here.
I mean, I tried to explain it as best I could. Like, he's
That's
saying
that's a lost cause, bro.
Yeah.
That debate right there. That's what I meant. I'm like, dude, you're gonna have to like somehow actually explain systemic racism without being interrupted or like listening to methed out, Ancom monologue. And there's no way you're gonna be able to do that, bro. There's no way.
Well, I asked him the key portions, which was like clearance rates, conviction rates versus arrest, and then the exoneration rate, which should have been pretty clear, but he did not care.
Wow,
Yeah, he didn't
let's
care,
go.
dude.
Let's go. How many arrests there are?
Yeah.
It's like, and now let's
Wait.
pretend that those are convictions.
How did that relate to a corruption debate? Was it like California's not locking people up or something?
I have
Like
no idea. I
what the
came in
hell?
and he was talking about black people, and I was like, "You got to be
Well,
kidding
he
me!"
was
I
trying
was
to
like, "What
say
is
that
happening?"
because they got a conviction, are all people that are convicted, guilty of whatever it is. And I'm like, well, no, that's not the
I,
case. But there's going to be instances in which you can appeal and get exonerated if the evidence is in your favor. You can get corrupted convictions.
See, that's the point where
Well,
Rob continually gets away with just saying that it's unfair, right? But in that circumstance, I think it'd be better to say like, well, what evidence, what evidence in the indictment again of where Trump was convicted do you think is what do you reject, right? Like you have to isolate it. I don't think he would have been able to do it, man. He like lives on the idea of being able to be like, it's just lawfare and unfair, and he just sticks around that fucking layer. You know what I mean?
Rough.
because Biden did the same thing. It's like, no, he didn't.
And that's what
So
I
he kept
kept
what?
trying to
That
get
one's a
back
tough
to. We kept
challenge.
running.
That's a tough challenge because the truth is like like the amount of discipline you need, and he does it so much that it's hard to like control yourself. But like you really have to be like, shut up, Rob. I don't want to talk about that. Like over and over and over because he's like he just defaults to these fucking I'm gonna deflect to Biden or I'm gonna informal contextual fallacy somewhere else. And you really like I feel like you have to wrangle him like Family Guy. Remember that episode with like Uma Thurman's eye wrangler, bro? But you have to do that for like his mouth because it's separating. It's just ridiculous, man. So
Well,
you really shouldn't take that challenge, even though it sounds easy in your head to be like Biden never did such a thing, right? But that's the fucking losing game with him, if I remember correctly.
yeah, I like how he seemed to be imply that like Trump's political lawfare against political opponents didn't count because it didn't produce anything. It's like, well, no, it's because they couldn't find anything, you idiot. Like, come on.
well, that's what
It's
like.
like
Yeah,
it
which is
wasn't because
weird.
he wasn't trying to prosecute his
Yeah,
political
it also
enemies.
shows
It's
intent.
because they were sham investigations.
And I
Yeah, it
pointed
shows
No,
that
because
intent
out.
too. It's kind of like someone being like, "Oh, this guy's a murderer," and then the person goes, "Well, they didn't
like
succeed
find the
in
murderer.
killing," and you're like, "Okay, they still suck, right?" Like, what do you mean they didn't lawfare well enough? What are we talking about?
Yeah, did they not have a year-long house inquiry on like Burisma and Hunter Biden, and it produced nothing, and they just kind of
It was
quietly
10
shut it
years,
down with no
10
media?
years, 10 years into Hunter Biden, and all they got was his cock. Okay, like,
They got that, and they got the one thing where he filled out like the gun application form, like screwy or something, but it was
but
nothing related to like the laptop or anything.
yeah, the thing
Because
is
he
that
You
kept
no
know, they
one
were
has
so
ever
all the evidence
ever
is right
been
there, guys. It's all there.
Yeah,
because
no
he
one
lied
has
about being on
ever
drugs.
been fucking convicted or even charged with that crime in like a similar capacity. By the way, that fucking like he literally was like, "Wait, you said you did cocaine near the time of when you filled this out? All right, that's it, indicted." It's like, what are you doing, bro? That has never happened before. Like just going off of being told hearsay or not hearsay. Maybe there's reasonable certainty to believe that based on his words that you could say near his application he was doing drugs, but there's no way you could actually bring forth a charge in a normal world. Like even that one's just insane. There's not a single other charge like that I can think of. At least when I looked it up, there was no one else has ever been charged in the same capacity like that. Like if they lied and they were currently a drug addict or something materially, right? That would be fine. But 10 years ago, you're just going off of a video of when he said near the time I was doing cocaine. It's insane, bro.
Wasn't the Manafort thing also a misrepresentation? Because wasn't Manafort an agent of Ukraine? And he got penalized for not
I
announcing
thought that
it
was
when he was.
Flynn, but that could have been Manafort too.
I gotta go to
I thought
bed.
you
I'll
guys
see
were
you guys
talking
later.
about Manafort.
Yeah, I'm done as
All right.
well.
Manafort lobbied on behalf of Ukraine, but he was a
Mm.
lobby not for the Ukraine that we were thinking of. It was older Ukraine, the corrupt Ukraine.
The
So
Victor
Yeah,
Shevchenko or whatever.
yeah, that's a Russian puppet. So like when people say this, what they're doing is collapsing the old Ukraine, which was a Russian puppet state, and then using that as like a bludgeon or a weapon to like attack the different leadership and institutions in Ukraine now that are trying to eliminate that very corruption. So it's almost like insidious.
No, dude, he
And
steered
not-
clear of
Rob
Poroshenko.
used
He
that.
steered clear of Poroshenko. The whole time I was
Well,
like, okay, let's get to that last part where, Biden withheld the funding. Like, can we get to that part? We never got there.
Not to mention, Manafort ran the campaign for 2 Russian puppets. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's what I mean. He literally was a Ukrainian lobbyist, but when they say that, they don't tell you it was for the old Russian puppet regime of Ukraine. They just act like it was for the current Ukraine, which is so fucking disgusting. It's just like, what are we doing, dude?
All right, I'm gonna try to get some sleep, and I will look forward to your review
tomorrow?
of what happened tomorrow.
Yeah,
God
yeah,
damn.
I'm off the whole day, so we're probably gonna need it to get through that nightmare.
Yep, so I'm gonna raid out. Who to raid? Who to raid? Let's raid
Netflix.
10 flicks. No, he's not up anymore.
Dude, raid out Rob.
He's not up either. Oh yeah, 10 flicks is still up.
He was having a parallax struggle session on there, but I don't know if that's still happening.
All right, y'all have a good
Parallax
night.
struggle
Thank you,
session?
Nair, for being here. Appreciate you, chosen one. Catch y'all next time. I'll be back on Saturday. Debating Indian Jesus about black people. Fun times.
Oh, great.
Oh God.
All right, well, I'll catch you guys later.